Nani took a small knife, cut her finger, and let her blood drip onto the petals of the camellia. The 5 remaining camellias on the plant suddenly looked more enchanting, then quickly withered away. Nani looked at the now wilted, lifeless camellia and asked Grandpa Whitebeard suspiciously. Ha ha ha. Grandpa Whitebeard looked at Nani's stunned expression and burst out laughing. You little girl, you're so cute. I have no children or grandchildren in my life. How about I recognize you as my honorary granddaughter?
Huh?
Well, okay, it's decided. Be a good granddaughter and bring me some tasty wine, the old man said to himself. So, what do we do about this dead camellia? Nani didn't mind calling someone her honorary grandpa, especially someone so powerful. But she still needed to solve the current problem. Be a good granddaughter, and try using your wood element ability, he suggested. Nani activated her wood ability and suddenly saw many flower buds appear on the vines in her hand. They were camellia buds. This camellia has already accepted you as its owner and merged with your body. As your ability improves, it will grow stronger too. Try to make the buds bloom, Grandpa Whitebeard guided her. Nani focused her attention, used her ability, and the buds on the vines opened. Smells so good. Ha ha ha, it's not just a nice smell. It can also be a deadly weapon. Do you know, granddaughter, that camellias are also called head-breaking flowers? When the flowers fall, it means life is ending. The scent can cause enemies to see illusions, and in a blissful illusion, they might willingly give up their lives. Will the people around me also see illusions? Nani looked at Su Hien, who had fainted nearby. The antidote is this blooming camellia. Just eat one flower, and you won't be fooled by the scent anymore. Oh, I see, Nani said, plucking a camellia and putting it into Su Hien's mouth. Su Hien, who had been dazed by the scent, slowly woke up and cautiously checked Nani's body. Nani explained everything to Su Hien, and only then did he relax. You little brat, if you dare to treat my granddaughter badly, old man, will definitely take care of you, he warned. Su Hien looked at Nani with confusion. He had just fainted, and now his wife had become his granddaughter? Nani signaled that she would explain later, so Su Hien didn't ask any more questions. Good granddaughter, remember, when you level up again, the camellia can become a weapon. If it hits an enemy's heart, it can kill in one strike. Okay, Grandpa, I understand. The old man with a white beard smiled happily as he looked at Nani. Nani immediately understood what he meant, so he asked Su Hien to bring out a few bottles of his treasured wine and sent them over with Tacha. Grandpa, this is a gift for you. If you like it, I will bring you more. The white-bearded old man, happy to receive the wine, couldn't stop smiling. Great, great. Grandpa is going to drink with those old guys. Good granddaughter, if you need anything, just tell Grandpa. I have everything for you. Okay, Grandpa. After saying that, the white-bearded Grandpa logged off. Nani explained what had just happened to Su Hien. Su Hien thought for a moment and then said, I think that old man is really kind to you. In the future, give him a few good bottles of wine. Maybe he can try the wine Dad keeps. Okay, but that wine is Dad's treasure. If he wants it later, just say you drank it. Su Hien looked at Nani gently. Dad isn't that stingy. Nani used her powers again to pick several camellia flowers and handed them to Su Hien. Wait, one flower each. We can't hurt our own people, Nani reminded. Su Hien nodded in agreement. When they handed out the camellia flowers, no one asked questions. They all understood silently and ate the flowers. Everyone knew that Nani and Su Hien had secrets, but no one asked what they were. Equals 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 equals. Nani took out 2 cars from the space, just enough for everyone to sit in. For safety, she and Su Hien decided to sit separately. Since the space was shared, they could communicate immediately if anything unexpected happened. Nan Xian leaned on Nani, feeling both excited and nervous. Nani held her hand to help her relax. Mom, I'm here. I will protect you. Hum. Nan Xian patted Nani's hand to show she wasn't worried. Nani had already checked the area with Su Hien earlier. 2 nearby villages had been completely taken over by zombies, which was a good place for practice. The car quickly reached the destination, and the zombies attracted by the engine noise also came over. Shun Qingqing was the first to get out of the car. A zombie charged directly at her and was cut off with a sword. A white crystal core fell to the ground, and Ji Nani recognized it at once. Sure enough, the zombies had started to mutate and evolve. Ji Nani shouted to everyone, "The zombies now have crystal cores in their brains. After you finish killing them, remember to take the cores with you." "Okay, sister-in-law, don't worry," Tai Lang said, already holding his sword and rushing into the zombie crowd. With each swing of his sword, a zombie fell.
Tai Lang shouted happily.
Seeing Tai Lang, Haizi and Lao Jin also immediately joined the fight. The 2 children were temporarily assigned to a small team to collect crystal cores. Wang Mingxian pulled the little dumpling and used a stick to poke at the zombies' heads. Ji Kongcheng saw more zombies coming from the west and immediately activated his powers, rushing to the front. Fire dragons shot straight at the zombies. In an instant, the 5 zombies at the front turned to ash. But zombies don't feel heat or pain. They only became more excited and charged forward. Nan Xian followed behind Ji Kongcheng, so Nan Xian had no chance to fight. She used her water powers to wash the dull crystal cores clean before picking them up. Ji Nani was also eager to join in. She took out her practice Tang sword and charged at the zombies. Su Hian cut off a zombie's head while watching Ji Nani. Seeing that she always accurately cut off the zombie's neck, he felt more at ease. Soon, over 100 zombies were dealt with. Ji Kongcheng lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Ji Nani knew this was because her powers had been exhausted. Looking at the men nearby, she also felt a bit unsteady. The women took the lead in collecting the crystal cores. Nan Xian and Manhwa cleaned the cores thoroughly. The pockets of the 2 children were already bulging. The little dumpling ran to Ji Nani and said, "Sister, look. I have so many here." "Great job, little dumpling," Ji Nani rewarded him with a lollipop. The little boy happily ran to his mother. After making sure no zombies were left behind, everyone got into the car to head back. Wang Mingxian followed closely behind Su Hian and got into the car together. She tightly held the pocket containing the crystal core, hesitating for a moment before speaking to Su Hian. "Master, look, I've collected a lot too. Today we didn't encounter any zombies. Next time we go out, I will try even harder." "Yes, keep it up next time." Seeing Wang Mingxian looking a bit down, Su Hian raised his hand and patted his shoulder gently. His tone softened a little. "Take your time. You can do it." Wang Mingxian's eyes lit up instantly. "Got it, master." All the men's supernatural powers were used up. Nan Xian and Xinyu took the initiative to be the drivers. Ji Nani closed her eyes and entered her space. "Cha-cha, do you know if there are any pills that can restore supernatural powers? Right now, if we meet other supernatural beings, it could be very dangerous." "Restore supernatural powers?" "Master, drinking the space spiritual spring water can quickly restore powers." "I thought you knew. Store some away." "Will it lose its effect if kept for too long?" "Not at all, master." "Good, my dear Cha-cha, you're so great." Ji Nani wanted to say more, but suddenly she heard noisy sounds outside. Her consciousness returned from the space, and she opened her eyes. There was a helicopter above her, transmitting messages. "Hello, everyone. Thank you for your hard work recently. Our safety base has been built. Please form teams and head to the base. We are waiting for you there." The loudspeaker kept looping the basic information and location of the base. Listening to the outside news, Ji Nani thought to herself that the location of the H-City base was different from the one in her previous life. She needed to go back and prepare. She decided to visit this new base and see if there was anything suspicious. The car quickly returned home. Ji Nani poured a cup of spiritual spring water for each person. As Cha-Cha had said, after drinking the spring water, everyone's strength gradually recovered and their supernatural powers were restored. Next time we go out to fight zombies, everyone should prepare a water bottle. Fill it before leaving. When your powers are used up, remember to drink it in time. Don't put yourselves in danger. Sister-in-law is awesome, Jinani didn't need to give special explanations, and no one asked questions. This sense of boundaries made her feel very comfortable. Everyone had heard the news about the base. Jinani thought about her decision and continued speaking. I and Huan are planning to visit the base. Does anyone want to go with us? Su Huan stood up and walked to Jinani's side. Some people should stay at home. We also need to clear out the zombies nearby and protect our home. You little brat, I can handle the defense system myself. All the plants around our house are under my control. Anyone who dares to come will be tightly. Qin Yu's wood element ability just reached level 2, so all the plants around her became her helpers. I didn't do it, Su Huan explained. I want to go. Shun Qingqing stood up and walked in front of Jinani, giving a look that said, if you don't let me go, you're in trouble. Okay. Qingqing can come too. I want to go. I want to go too. I also want to see what's outside. You have to take me along. Nan-Xin and the others knew what Jinani was planning at the base, so they also wanted to join. Shen Qingqing and Iron Wolf will go with us. The others stay at home for now. Su Huan made the decision. This time, they wouldn't bring too many people out. After understanding the situation outside, everyone could go together. Mao Hao, who had been sitting in the corner, stood up. Boss, let me go with you. I can scout ahead and make sure it's safe. Su Huan thought for a moment and agreed. Since it's decided, we'll leave tomorrow morning. Boss, no problem. With the plan to go to the base settled, Jinani took the 2 crystal cores she had collected and dumped them on the table. Next, let's see how many crystal cores we got today. My sister has 66 in total. Mingxian and I counted them together. Yeah, little one and Mingxian are really amazing. Keep working hard in your studies. Although they couldn't go to school anymore, they had prepared well. Manhwa and Wang Xiao arranged daily study plans for the children. Actually, these crystal cores can help everyone improve their abilities, Jinani said.
Don't say it.
Zombies look so disgusting, but the stuff growing inside their brains looks quite pretty, someone commented. Most of the crystal cores were white, with only 2 being yellow. This is a level 1 crystal core, and this is a level 2 crystal core. Next, when we go out to fight zombies again, everyone should be careful. There are already level 2 crystal cores, which means the zombies are starting to mutate. Jinani spoke seriously. She didn't expect that right after the strange weather ended, there would already be level 2 zombies. That's not good news. Su Hian patted Jinani's shoulder and communicated with her mentally. Don't worry, I'm here. From now on, after we kill zombies, we should check if they have crystal cores. I think in the future, crystal cores will become a common currency. Boss, how can we improve our abilities with crystal cores? After Iron Wolf asked, everyone looked at Su Hian, clearly very interested in this question. I don't recommend everyone to directly use crystal cores to upgrade their abilities, Jinani said from the side. She had asked TT before. The energy inside the crystal cores is too impure, especially the ones formed in zombie brains. It's even more impure, and drinking pure spiritual spring water is faster. The crystal cores in zombie brains contain very impure energy. As you all noticed today, the stuff I give you to drink is purified crystal core liquid, which can maximize the energy from the crystal cores. So, can we just drink crystal core liquid in the future? Fortunately, we don't need that stuff. I find it a bit disgusting to think it's taken from zombie brains, Jinani replied. All right then, sister-in-law, I'll give you all the crystal cores. It's just that you'll need to work hard to purify them, said Lan Hua and Wang Xiao, stepping forward. From now on, we'll handle the household chores. Nani, you've worked hard. Don't bother helping us anymore, they said. Sister-in-law, thank you for your hard work. Sister-in-law, sorry to trouble you. Everyone suddenly said these things, making Jinani feel a little embarrassed. No trouble, no trouble. At this moment, Jinani was only thinking about how she could go to the space to draw prizes. TT, I want to draw a prize. Master, you only have 64 first-level crystal cores and 2 second-level crystal cores. That's not enough for a draw. First-time drawing, can you give me a discount? No, I cannot, TT replied firmly. Su Hian finished his shower and came out. Jinani was rolling on the bed, venting her dissatisfaction. What's wrong? Su Hian protected Jinani, who was about to fall to the ground. I want to draw a prize. Okay. Cha-Cha said there aren't enough crystal cores and they won't give me a discount, so I can't participate in the lottery. Su Hian put on a nearby outfit and pulled Jinani into the space. Let's go hunt some wild animals, the number will be enough. Good, good. Why didn't I think of that? Jinani nodded repeatedly. The two activated the space and started searching for areas with many zombies. The nearby village was left for family members to practice. Using mental power, Jinani found a factory with about 70 zombies. It seemed the factory was in a shaded area where most places didn't get direct sunlight during the day, so the zombies gathered there. Watching the swaying zombies outside, Jinani looked at Su Hian. Husband, how about a competition? Let's see who kills the most zombies. Seeing Jinani's expectant look, Su Hian spoke softly, but don't go too far from me, and don't overexert yourself. Don't worry, I won't overexert myself. After speaking, Jinani quickly stepped out of the space, leaving a sentence. Husband, I'm starting first. Su Hian followed quickly, stepping out of the space, then caught a whiff of floral scent, knowing Jinani had activated her special ability and jumped to her side. The zombies, smelling the camellia flower, moved as if in slow motion. Their originally quick movements became very slow. Husband, look at my enchanting fragrance. Isn't it amazing? As she spoke, Jinani used vines to pierce through a zombie's head and took out the crystal core. Su Hian also drew his laser sword and swung at the zombies. After 10 minutes, the battle was over. Su Hian collected the crystal cores and handed them to Jinani. Our Nan won. Let's go home. Jinani looked at the bag of crystal cores and smiled happily. Okay, let's go home. The two entered the space. Su Hian was responsible for controlling the space, while Jinani began counting the crystal cores. Husband, tonight's harvest is great. 60 crystal cores, all level 1. Now we can do the lottery. Jinani counted 100 level 1 crystal cores and placed them in front of Cha-Cha. Here's 100 crystal cores and the cores. I want to participate in the lottery. Yes, Master. A completely different lottery panel appeared in front of Jinani. Cha-Cha, why doesn't this show what prizes are available? Master, this is the fun of blind boxes. Jinani waved his fist at Cha-Cha, saying, if it's not worth the price, I will give you a good beating. Cha-Cha looked at Jinani mysteriously and said, I guarantee you'll be very satisfied, Master. May I ask, Master, shall we start the lottery? Yes, we're drawing now. Please wait a moment. Congratulations, Master. You have won blind box number 3. You received a bottle of ability enhancement pills. Jinani opened the jar in his hand, which contained only 5 orange pills. Is this the ability enhancement pill? Yes, Master. However, I suggest you wait until your ability reaches the 4th level before using it. It can help you overcome the difficulty of advancing. Jinani knew this well. In his previous life, 5th level ability users were rare, and it was said to be very hard to break through, requiring a large number of 5th level crystal cores. Good, I accept this item. Of course, Cha-Cha's products are always top quality. After finishing their chat, Su Hian pulled Jinani out of the space. Time to sleep. We need to get up early tomorrow. The next morning, after breakfast, the 5 of them prepared to leave. To avoid attracting too much attention to the base, Jinani took out a van from the space. It looked plain, but it had been modified by Su Hian. The windows and exterior were made of bulletproof materials. Mao Hao volunteered to be the driver, with Tai Lang sitting in the front passenger seat. Tai Lang didn't want to see Mao Hao, but he was afraid of bothering Su Hian. As soon as they got in the car, he said he didn't sleep well last night and needed a nap, then fell into a deep sleep. Jinani covered the van with a layer of mental energy, which could reduce attracting zombies nearby. Shin Qingqing sat in the back, happily playing a single-player game. Thinking about what Tai Lang had told her this morning, Jinani glanced at Mao Hao, who was driving. His expression showed no signs of anything unusual. Originally, Mao Hao had asked to go together, and she didn't have any particular wishes. But this morning, Tai Lang came to her and said the base was very close to Mao Hao's home. He also told her that Mao Hao had been in contact with his family and had quietly gone home for the new year, sending all his money back to his family. Jinani felt a bit surprised. When she learned about Mao Hao's parents' actions, she was already a little incredulous. She didn't believe that parents could be so cruel and biased. But when Su Hian told her it was all true, she felt a little sorry for Mao Hao. However, she was already a bit wary of Mao Hao at that time, afraid he might soften his heart again. Unexpectedly, her worries from back then have now come true. "What are you looking at?" Su Hian communicated with Jinan through his mind. "I'm thinking about what kind of people we'll meet at the base. Are you worried about Mao Hao?" Su Hian didn't seem interested in Jinani's topic, but brought it up himself. "Yes, I'm a little worried about you. After all, Mao Hao saved your life. I'm afraid Mao Hao might get confused. Nan, you don't need to worry about me. Everyone has to face the consequences of their decisions. If we really meet Mao Hao's parents, we'll leave the choice to him." Jinani nodded, leaning on Su Hian's shoulder, closing her eyes to rest. Halfway through the journey, Tai Lang and Mao Hao switched places. They didn't see many people along the way, probably because everyone was still hesitant about how to reach the base safely. After 3 hours of travel, more vehicles appeared on the road, all heading toward the base. Jinan directed Tai Lang to follow the cars ahead. When they reached the entrance of the base, there were already cars lined up, showing that many people had survived. Jinan withdrew her mental power and communicated with Su Hian. Most of the other vehicles are driven by people with special abilities. Also, entering the base requires registering your ability. "Husband, just write about your strength type ability. The lightning type might be too obvious. I'm a space type ability user. That way we have a good reason to carry things later. Hello, I am Lise. Welcome to the base. We need to register your basic information and your awakened abilities." Behind Lise stood 2 armed guards, one on each side of the gate. Jinani took the registration book handed to her and wrote everyone's information, then handed it back to Lise. Lise took the book and casually looked through it. When he saw the contents, his eyes widened and his attitude toward the group softened significantly. "You 3 are former soldiers? Our base really needs talents like you. Welcome to join us and help build the base. Once you enter, walk straight for 400 meters to reach the center of the base. There are staff members there who can answer all your questions about the base. We also have job openings. You can go and check them out. Our security team is hiring, and we need talented individuals like you. If your abilities are outstanding, you could become a squad leader and enjoy free housing benefits. To rent a house, you need a crystal core or some food. If you become a squad leader, you can keep the supplies for yourself. There are many options at the base. As long as you're willing to work hard, you can survive here. Feel free to go and learn more details." "Thank you very much." Lise gave the guards the signal to let them pass, and Iron Wolf drove the car inside. The base's facilities are not fully built yet. It was originally supposed to be a service area, but it's now surrounded by a nearly 5-meter high protective wall. To the south, there are some new 5-story small buildings besides the original houses. To the north, there are 2-story small buildings, but half of them are still under construction. The cars stopped at the side of the base center. Iron Wolf parked the car, and everyone got out. The current base center was once a convenience store. The shelves are still there, but most of the items are gone. Only some basic daily necessities remain. At the back counter, there are scattered cigarettes and alcohol for sale. Today, there are 3 staff members at the base center. When they saw Jinani walk in, one woman came forward to greet them. "Are you new here today? Do you need a job or a house to rent?" For the south side houses, the old ones cost 5 crystal cores or 10 jin of food per month. The new houses cost 10 crystal cores or 20 jin of food. The woman paused, then looked at Jinani's outfit and continued. In the villa area to the north, small units cost 30 crystal cores or 40 jin of food per month, and large units cost 50 crystal cores or 60 jin of food. "Are there any restrictions on the types of food?" Jinan asked. "Rice and flour are fine. For sweet potatoes and potatoes, you need to add 10 jin more. We will rent a small villa for you. Please wait a moment." Ji Nani glanced at Su Hian, who immediately understood. He left the base center, went to the car, and took down 50 pounds of potatoes. Here, this is 50 pounds of potatoes. You can weigh it, Ji Nani said. Two other staff members also stood up, helped weigh the potatoes, then took a key from a cabinet at the back and handed it to Ji Nani. This is the key to room 13. It only has a bed inside. Water is available at fixed times every day. Of course, if you have water-related abilities, you don't need to worry about water. I suggest you find work inside the base as soon as possible. No one is allowed to be idle here. Everyone must contribute. The three of you men can join the guard team or form a small group to go out and clear zombies. You can exchange crystal cores for rent discounts, food, or supplies. All items found must be handed over at 30%. The rest can be kept. Fighting or stealing is not allowed inside the base. Anyone caught doing so will be expelled immediately. The staff explained the rules of the base to Ji Nani and his group in detail. Okay, we will strictly follow the rules. Thank you, Ji Nani said, thanking the staff. Then he and everyone else left the base center. First, their housing problem was solved. They all agreed to go back first, and then explore the situation later. At this moment, on the right side of the base center, a short woman kept approaching, seemingly checking something. Then she quickly ran away. The villa area was actually just a 2-story small building with white walls and a few beds inside. Everyone didn't complain and chose their own rooms to put their things in. Ji Nani pulled Su Hian into a room. Tia, in the space, said that a dimensional merchant had initiated contact. The two entered the space, and the trading interface was already connected. Looking at the screen, a man dressed in a dragon robe appeared. Ji Nani blinked and confirmed again. He must be an emperor, right? May I ask, which dynasty's emperor are you? Our people, when they reach young adulthood, often become swollen all over and their limbs grow weak. For many years, there was no cure. One of our doctors discovered that when seawater is dried, it becomes salty. Adding the salt to food not only improves the taste, but also helps treat this condition. However, some young adults who are cured end up feeling sick, vomiting, and eventually dying from poisoning. I learned from traders from another planet that Chinese merchants have a special kind of salt that does not cause death. I want to trade some of it with you. The refining process is not perfect, so the dried salt still contains harmful substances. These substances cause poisoning. We know the salt is toxic, but if we don't eat it, our country will become weaker and weaker. We might be divided by neighboring countries. I don't want my people to be displaced or to see chaos and death. I have salt that, when eaten, does not cause poisoning. How much do you need? The Emperor of Daxing's eyes lit up immediately. How much salt do you have? Let's trade. You can choose from our gold, silver, and jewels. When Jinan Yi and Cha-Cha heard about the gold, silver, and jewels, they felt excited. Cha-Cha had already absorbed a lot. The items in those big trucks, which she and Su Hian prepared, had all been absorbed, but her space hadn't upgraded yet. The Emperor of Daxing saw Jinan Yi's interest and quickly ordered some guards to bring several large boxes to the screen, opening them to show her. Look at these gold, silver, and jewels. If you see something you like, we can trade. Jinan Yi was even more tempted. She only took a quick look and saw several valuable items. Cha-Cha was very excited too. Master, the things in the Emperor's boxes are what Cha-Cha needs. Once absorbed, I can upgrade immediately. Upgrade now? Yes, Cha-Cha has already seen several stones inside that are full of energy. They're very rare. Good. Cha-Cha, wait here. I'll go get them for you. After talking with Cha-Cha, Jinani took out a bag of salt and a small bowl. She poured half a bowl of salt into the bowl and sent it to the Daxing Emperor. This is the salt I have that won't cause poisoning. You can check it first and verify the quality. Emperor Daxing picked up a small bowl of knowledge from Jinani, pinched a pinch of salt with his fingers, and looked puzzled. Is this salt? So fine. You can taste it to find out. It's made through a purification process. The Emperor Daching then took a small spoon, scooped some salt, and put it in his mouth. Jinani was about to warn him that it might be too salty when she saw the Emperor on the screen, laughing loudly while patting his leg. My people are saved. This salt is so delicious, fine and salty, unlike those big chunks before. Miss, I see you just poured the salt from that bag. Yes, all the salt I have is like this. One bag weighs 400 grams, and there are 50 bags in a box. Grams? What unit is that? Jinani thought for a moment and continued. One bag weighs 8 taels. I have entire boxes, each with 50 bags. That I understand. Jinani thought to herself, good, as long as he understands. Emperor Daxing opened the other 2 boxes for Jinani to see, then made a gesture of negotiation, looking more commanding. That's more like it. Otherwise, I'd think the emperor is very easy to talk to. Jinani muttered softly. What did you say, miss? Nothing, nothing. I will give you 4 boxes of salt in exchange for your 4 boxes of gold and jewelry, Jinani said, noticing the emperor's brow furrow slightly. She continued, it's better to teach people how to fish than just give them fish. If I say I have a method to purify the salt, I can teach you. Are you really willing to teach me this secret technique, miss? The Emperor Daxing asked with some doubt. Jinani nodded. Although she had enough salt, these resources were non-renewable in the future. Since the Daxing dynasty had the sea, they could use the seawater boiling salt method. Before processing, they could filter the seawater to reduce toxicity. Moreover, ancient seas were unpolluted, making the purified salt even safer. Seeing that Jinani was truly willing to share her method, the emperor immediately sent someone to bring a box of jewelry. This is a gift for you, miss, to thank you for saving my people, he said. Jinani sent all 4 boxes of salt, along with diagrams and instructions for the seawater boiling salt method, to the emperor. After obtaining the method, Emperor Daxing hurriedly logged off. Jinani handed all the gold, silver, and jewelry she had collected to Cha-Cha, then she and Su Hian left the room. They were really, really hungry. Jinani took a table and 5 stools from the space and set them in the empty living room, so they had a place to eat. She checked the time and then took out some food she had stored earlier from the space. There were braised pork ribs, spicy blood tofu, dry-fried cauliflower, and boiled sliced meat. The men all loved meat, but she and Shin Qingqing wanted some vegetables. So she asked Su Hian to call everyone out to eat. Iron Wolf came out and saw the food on the table. His face lit up with happiness, and he happily gave Jinani a thumbs up. You're amazing, sister-in-law. Mao Hao came out and saw the dishes. He was surprised at first, but then remembered that Jinani had space powers, so he thought it was normal and sat down. Sister-in-law, you don't know, I'm almost starving to death. This is so delicious. How did sister-in-law know I like spicy blood tofu? Iron Wolf ate and talked at the same time. Su Hian kicked him. Eat quietly, no need to talk so much. Yes, boss. Iron Wolf didn't mind and grinned happily. Mao Hao felt a bit uncomfortable. When did Iron Wolf become so close to everyone? And so friendly with sister-in-law? After eating, Su Hian told everyone they could do as they liked. They could look around since they were in the base and it was safe. Shin Qingqing heard this and lost interest in going zombie hunting. She thought there was nothing interesting to see in the base. She told Jinani and then went back to her room to enjoy her single-player game. She hadn't finished it yet. Iron Wolf was excited and ran off alone. Mao Hao felt a little awkward. He had wanted to go with Iron Wolf, but Iron Wolf had no such intention. Free to explore. Mao Hao, you can go out and look around too, Su Hian said. Okay, boss. Seeing Mao Hao leave, Jinani pulled Su Hian back to their room, locked the door, and entered the space. Su Hian activated the space, and Jinani used her mental power to scan the surroundings. The 2 of them felt like riding an electric scooter as they started exploring the base. The 2 of them explored the base, but didn't find anything unusual. They didn't find any underground laboratories. The underground storage looked more like a temporary cellar. It seems there's nothing suspicious about this base, she thought. She was a bit disappointed because she had hoped to find the people she was looking for, especially now that the apocalypse had arrived. But she couldn't find anyone. It's okay. We can take our time to look. At least now we know the H-City base is safe, she said. Yes, that's right. For now, these people will be safe, he replied. It seemed the H-City base was built by the authorities. That meant the people living there could survive. Last time, during a large zombie attack. The base held up and kept everyone safe. While she was thinking about this, Soo Hyun called her name. Nan Nan, look. Who is that ahead? She widened her eyes. Would Jun-sung. Looks like we haven't gained nothing after all. Husband, let's go. The man in front hurried forward, and she and Soo Hyun followed behind him. When the man reached the center of the base, the people inside stood up and respectfully called out, "Hello, Deputy Base Leader." She was surprised. That person was already the Deputy Base Leader. Gwa Jun-sung looked worried. Have the base leader and others not returned yet? Yes, they should have come back by now, replied a male staff member. Just then, outside, there was an urgent shout. Quick, tell Bai Ling. The base leader is injured. Send her here for treatment. Gwa Jun-sung's face showed a brief flash of happiness, but he quickly returned to a serious expression and ordered anxiously. A middle-aged man, shot and covered in blood, was carried in, breathing weakly. Gwa Jun-sung anxiously crouched beside him. Base leader, hold on. Bai Ling will be here soon, the staff at the base center also spoke up. At this moment, a woman around 30 years old was pulled in, running. Gwa Jun-sung immediately stood up. Bai Ling, quickly treat the base leader, he signaled to Bai Ling with his eyes, and the two exchanged a tense look. There's something wrong with Bai Ling. Gwa Jun-sung doesn't want the base leader to survive, she said. Soo Hyun nodded and said, the base leader is dead. Isn't he the new base leader now? Ji Nani's eyes twitched and a smile appeared on his lips. Then he will probably be disappointed. Bai Ling squatted down, placing her hand on the base leader's wound, pretending to treat him. So, he's a first-level healing ability user. Ji Nani also squatted down to help treat the base leader. The bullet, which was lodged in the wound, slowly was pushed out, and the wound gradually healed. The nearby staff saw this and exclaimed, the bullet is out. The base leader is saved. Lingjia is amazing. Thank you, Lingjia, for saving the base leader. Bai Ling looked a bit upset. She clearly hadn't used any special abilities. How could she do this? Moreover, with her current skills, she couldn't possibly do these things. Gwa Jun-sung stood nearby, his face dark as he looked at Bai Ling. Does this woman still like the base leader? She didn't follow his instructions at all. At this moment, a small girl with tears on her face rushed in. Old Zhang, how is he? Madam, don't worry. The base leader should be fine now. Bai Ling has already treated him. Yes, the bullet is out. We all saw it just now. Gwa Jun-sung stepped forward. Xiaoning, old Zhang is no longer in danger. I will send someone to take him back soon. He reached out to pat Xiaoning's shoulder to comfort her, but she subtly dodged his hand. Thank you, Lingjia. I'll take old Zhang back now. After speaking, Xiaoning asked someone nearby to help carry the base leader out. The crowd around dispersed, and as they left, they praised Bai Ling's abilities. Gwa Jun-sung glanced at Bai Ling and signaled her to follow. Ji Nani pulled Soo Hyun along closely behind. Gwa Jun-sung opened his home door, looked around to make sure no one was there, then waved to Bai Ling, who was about 5 meters away. Bai Ling quickly ran inside and closed the door. Gwa Jun-sung's deep voice questioned, Bai Ling, how did I tell you to handle this? Don't you want to be the base leader's wife? Zhang Yong isn't dead yet. When will we have a chance to rise? Bai Ling hurriedly argued. Jun-sung, I didn't treat him. I didn't even use my abilities. Whiteling's words directly angered Gwa Jun-sung.
No?
Whiteling, I can work with you or others, but you treat me like a fool. Zhang Yong was healed right in front of everyone and you tell me it wasn't you. Then tell me, who is it? Besides you, is there anyone else in the base with healing powers? Or tell me, is there someone who can silently stand beside us and just now healed Zhang Yong for you? Whiteling was speechless, feeling very wronged inside. She had done exactly as Gwa Jun-sung instructed. Ji Nani raised his hand eagerly in the space. That's right, you guessed it. It's someone who can silently stand beside you. That person is me. Gwa Jun-sung grew angrier the more he thought about it. He had been looking for a chance to deal with Zhang Yong, and today, he finally had a perfect opportunity, but Whiteling had wasted it. Whiteling, if you're still thinking about Zhang Yong, our partnership should end now. But don't forget, Zhang Yong only loves Xiaoning. When you took everything off and stood in front of him, he didn't even react. Whiteling's hatred grew even more. She hated Why didn't Zhang Yong choose her? They had grown up together, childhood sweethearts, best friends. Could decades of friendship really be worth just 2 years with Xiaoning? Seeing White Ling silent, Gu Junxing continued. Don't forget, he spent an entire night messing around with Ningxia, but he showed no reaction to you at all. Enough. Stop talking. I can't like him anymore. His insult to me, ignoring our decades of friendship. My father entrusted me to him to take care of me, but he married that little troublemaker Xiaoning. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Gu Junxing stopped provoking White Ling and instead spoke softly to comfort her. Don't be sad anymore. Next time, I'll plan everything more carefully, and we'll succeed together. White Ling was held in Gu Junxing's arms, and her mood eased a lot. Junxing, trust me, I won't betray you. Yes, Xiaoling, I believe you. Afraid that White Ling would stay too long and be seen by others, Gu Junxing comforted her a few words and then sent her away. Gu Junxing returned to his room and took out a phone from a hidden compartment in the bedside table. Then he dialed a string of numbers. After a few beeps, a male voice came through. How is the plan going? Is it successful? Wow, I can actually use it, Jinani exclaimed in surprise. He turned his head, confused, to look at Su Hian. Weren't the signals cut off a long time ago? Why could he still make a call? It should be a special satellite phone. These people are surprisingly well prepared. Sir, there was a small accident with the mission today. I need a little more time. The voice on the other end showed no emotion. Junxing, you already failed the last mission. We put a lot of effort into getting you in. I hope you won't let everyone down this time. Rest assured, sir, I will succeed this time. I will not betray your trust and support. Looking forward to your good news. Then the call ended. Gu Junxing casually threw his phone onto the bed. Just as he was about to sit down, he was startled and jumped up by a sound behind him. I think you won't succeed. What do you think? Jinani said softly as she pulled Su Hian out of the space behind Gu Junxing.
Who are you?
Why are you in my house? Gu Junxing tried to stay calm, but his voice rose a little. Jinani just smiled silently, looking at Gu Junxing calmly. Gu Junxing's heart grew more anxious. When he saw Su Hian behind Jinani, he shouted in surprise. You are Su Qinghua's son. That's right, Su Hian nodded. What are you here for? Get out now. Gu Junxing's awakened supernatural power was also a strength type. He reached out toward Jinani, trying to hold her back first. But Su Hian moved faster. He struck Gu Junxing's neck with a quick, and Gu Junxing immediately lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Wake up, Jinani said, patting Gu Junxing's face to wake him. What are you doing? Let me go. Gu Junxing found himself tied to a chair and couldn't break free. Su Hian looked at him with a cold expression. Who is the person behind you? What is your plan? Kid, according to your age, you should call me uncle. Is this how you treat your elders? Elder? Su Hian stepped forward and forcefully crushed Gu Junxing's hand bones. Gu Junxing was sweating from the pain but still refused to say anything. Are you conducting human experiments? Does the outbreak of zombies have anything to do with you? Jinani looked down at Gu Junxing and asked. Gu Junxing's eyes showed surprise. It seems you know something, but unfortunately, it's just bits and pieces. A hint of anger appeared in Jinani's eyes. These people are definitely doing human experiments. Su Hian stepped forward, crushing the bones in Gu Junxing's other hand, and grabbed his neck. Gu Junxing's face turned red. He struggled even harder. Just as he was about to faint, Su Hian released his grip. Will you tell me or not? Cough, cough, cough. Gasping for fresh air, Gu Junxing desperately took deep breaths. I'm your uncle. I held you when you were little. You can't treat me like this. Tell me everything you know. Before Jinani finished speaking, Gu Junxing interrupted him. You won't let me go either. A small smile appeared on Jinani's face. I wasn't planning to let you go. I just want you to tell the truth so I can make your death easier. Cough, cough, cough. You're a devil. Kid, I am friends with your father. If he knew there was such a cruel woman around you. Jinani took out a small knife and cut across Gu Junxing's face. Sorry, my father is Ji Kongqing. I heard you three used to be good friends, right? Yes, I didn't know you were Kongqing's daughter. Listen, uncle.
Ah.
Jinani stabbed the knife into Guo Junqing's body, leaving it there. How many experimental bases do you have across the country? How many people are infiltrated? Who is behind all this? Don't bother asking. I won't tell you. If you have the guts, just kill me. You just want to do that, right? Why are you feeding me this? Guo Junqing desperately tried to spit out what Jinani had just put in his mouth, but the substance went down his throat before he could resist. All right, honey, stop talking to him. Just wait for the true speech pill to take effect. Jinani had already traded many different pills with Old Man Whitebeard. Since she recognized him as her honorary grandpa, he would send her good things whenever he had them. Seeing Guo Junsen looking confused, Jinani knew the medicine was starting to work. Who is the person behind you, Mr. William? Does H City have your human experiment base? No, Charlie's men messed up that matter, so I was sent to sneak into the base. Once I gain real power, Mr. William will send people over. How many experiment bases do you have? Mr. William has 2. I don't know about others. Who else is involved? Charlie, Yamamoto, and Ito. Who is behind Mr. William? I don't know. What are your experiments about? I don't know. Is the zombie outbreak related to you? I don't know. Where is your headquarters in China? Which people in this base are your subordinates? Bai Ling. No one else. How do you contact Mr. William? Weekly reports. He gave me a special satellite phone. Mr. Williams said it won't be detected. Do you have other ways to contact him? No. Everything else was taken over by zombies and can't be repaired. Su Hian asked some more questions he wanted to know. About 5 minutes later, Guo Junsen slowly woke up, looking confused at Jinani and Su Hian, not knowing what had happened. You really are terrible. Using your own people as test subjects. Don't you know human experiments are strictly forbidden? Guo Junsen realized he might have said something earlier and stopped replying to Jinani. Husband, just do it. There's no need to keep this kind of person alive. Guo Junsen's expression finally changed and he became anxious. You can't kill me. I'm the deputy base leader. If you kill me, my people will make your lives miserable. Bai Ling, Guo Junqing's eyes flashed with panic. Bai Ling is just a healing type ability user. I have already placed other ability users in the shadows. As long as you... Su Hian didn't want to hear Guo Junqing's voice anymore. He kicked Guo Junqing's leg, breaking it. Guo Junqing slumped in the chair, in a strange position. Su Hian directly broke Guo Junqing's limbs. Jinani took out a small knife and carefully cut through Guo Junqing's tendons in his hands and feet. Then, he pulled out the small knife from his body and stabbed it into Guo Junqing's heart. Guo Junqing's eyes widened as he stared straight at Jinani, full of disbelief. Let me tell you one more thing. The base leader was healed by me. Bai Ling really didn't disobey your orders. Guo Junqing wanted to struggle, but he no longer had the chance. His eyes were still wide open, but he was no longer breathing. Jinani searched Guo Junqing's room thoroughly, took all useful items into his space, including the phone, which he also took away. In an old house at the southernmost part of the base, Mao Hao stood facing a short, dark-skinned, middle-aged woman. Son, it really is you. Mom watched from afar at the center of the base, and it looked just like you. My son, you don't know. Your dad. He's dead. Mao Hao showed no emotion. He listened quietly to what the woman was saying. When he heard that his father was dead, he asked, "How did my dad die?" He was injured. His clothes were all blood-stained, attracting many zombies. Your brother said that only by throwing your dad out to attract the zombies away could we survive. So, you killed him. Mao Hao, how can you say that? If your dad hadn't died, how could I protect my little grandson? Besides, it was what your dad wanted. Whereas Mao Jijun, your brother and sister-in-law are at home. Your little nephew can't be left alone. Mom found a job at the foundation. I was worried we wouldn't earn enough to eat, but now you're here. Jinani and Su Hian came out of Guo Junqing's room, planning to take a walk around the base. They just happened to see this scene. Mao Hao, I see your older brother has some food. Can you get some for Mom? I haven't eaten meat in a long time. Mom, I told you not to ask me to do that. I won't go there to steal anything for you. The woman sharply patted Mao Hao's shoulder. You little guys speak so harshly. When have I ever asked you to steal? Your older brother has so many things. If you just bring me a little, they won't notice. Mom? What are you talking about? Just as she was about to speak, a rough male voice came from behind, looking somewhat like Mao Hao. Mao Hao, what are you doing here? Seeing the visitor, Mao Hao turned to leave. Mao Zejun quickly walked up and stretched out his hand. Since we've met, give me your pension money. You're out all the time not taking care of Mom. I've been helping you, so give me some pension money, right? Get lost. Mao Hao looked at him angrily. Oh, you've been out so long, your temper's gotten worse. Stop bothering me, or I won't be polite. Mao Zejun deliberately pretended to clean his ear and leaned close to Mao Hao's face. Come on, let me see how you won't be polite. Mao Hao suddenly threw him over his shoulder, slamming him to the ground. Mom, look, Mao Hao hit me. The woman quickly ran over, helped Mao Zejun up, and checked his body. My son, did you fall and hurt yourself? Let me see if you're injured. Mao Zejun held his waist and cried out in pain. Mom, Mao Hao hurt me. My back hurts, it's killing me. As he cried, he shot a smug look at Mao Hao. The woman came over to Mao Hao, her face full of blame. Mao Hao, your brother isn't like you. He's been a soldier, full of strength. That's your real brother. You hit him hard and now he's hurt. I told you, Mom. Remember what I said. Hurry and bring some grain and meat for Mom. Go quickly. Your brother is here and I'm with him. Mom. Mao Hao opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. A deep feeling of helplessness suddenly filled him. Mom. What, Mom? Hurry up. Look how thin I've gotten lately, the woman urged anxiously. Mao Hao didn't say anything else and turned to leave. At the corner, he saw Ji Nani and Su Hian standing to the side. Mao Hao immediately felt panicked. Boss, go back and talk, Su Hian said sharply, leaving first with Ji Nani. Actually, Su Hian was not afraid that Mao Hao would betray him. He knew that such a person staying in the team would affect everyone's safety. It was time to make a decision. Ji Nan didn't speak. She understood that Su Hian had already made up his mind. She shared the same view as Su Hian. Keeping such a person around would only cause endless trouble. Back at the villa, Tai Lang had just returned as well. Mao Hao didn't hesitate and spoke first. Boss, I won't steal for them. Trust me. I trust you, boss. Mao Hao wanted to say more, but Su Hian interrupted. But it's only my trust in you. Mao Hao, you should leave the team. Mao Hao looked up at Su Hian in disbelief, eyes full of shock. Boss, Mao Hao, I can't stop you from being filial to your parents, but people must have principles and boundaries. Su Hian took out a bag of 10 kilograms flour, a bag of rice, and 10 crystal cores, placing them in front of Mao Hao. Mao Hao, you have saved my life, and I want to repay you. From now on, I won't be your boss. Take these things and leave the team. Boss, I don't want to go. Mao Hao, from now on, I won't be your boss. Just go. After saying this, Su Hian and Ji Nan went back to their room. Initially, he had kept some things to himself. He didn't tell Mao Hao the full situation in advance. The loyalty pill was given to Mao Hao unknowingly, and now it was actually being used. Brother Lang, please tell the boss I don't want to leave. I want to stay. Mao Hao, just go. The boss won't let you stay. This is the last bit of dignity. Brother Lang, I only met them at the base. My mom pulled me back. I didn't mean to steal. Please believe me, boss. Mao Hao, where did you go during the New Year? Where did the money in your hands go? When everyone was using their money to buy supplies, you pretended to be busy because you had no money at all. Mao Hao was stunned. He didn't expect Tai Lang to know all these things. And the boss. I didn't tell the boss, but Mao Hao, you keep crossing the line. Just go. Mao Hao looked up at the stairs, as if hoping to see Su Hian, but there was no one there. Carrying the things Su Hian had given him, Mao Hao turned and left the villa. Iron Wolf watched Mao Hao's back as he walked away and silently said in his heart, "Goodbye, my comrade." Mao Hao's departure didn't cause much of a stir. When Shun Qingqing noticed one person missing, she didn't ask much. She trusted her friend completely and supported her without question. Time passed quickly, and everyone had already been living in the base for almost a month. They had tried to use Gui Juanqing's phone to contact the outside world, but it didn't work. Ji Nani and Shun Qingqing both started to miss home. On top of that, a cold wave was coming. After some discussion, Everyone agreed to leave the base in 2 days. Meanwhile, 15 kilometers away, in an abandoned factory outside the base, after leaving the villa, Mao Hao really did return home. To improve his life, he joined the base's security team. That week, it was his group's turn to go out and collect energy crystals and search for food. Because of Mao Hao's special ability, they could predict the location and number of zombies, which made him one of the most valued members of the team. However, since Mao Hao didn't know how to keep a low profile, he also attracted some jealousy. Captain Lin, about 50 zombies are coming from the 6 o'clock direction, and there are more at 12 o'clock. Mao Hao shouted, "Captain Lin, we should retreat. We're outnumbered. Everyone fall back. Mao Hao, cover the rear. Return to base." The team ran quickly toward the jeep. Mao Hao covered them and then followed. The zombies were getting closer. Just as Mao Hao was about to jump into the car, one lunged forward and bit his leg. He groaned in pain, and his teammates reacted instantly, pushing him halfway out of the car and slamming the door shut. Mao Hao watched the jeep speed away as his vision blurred. Soon, he was surrounded by zombies. Captain Lin, Mao Hao didn't make it. Reported to the base center and apply for compensation for his family, Captain Lin said calmly as he drove. "Yes, sir," the team member replied, and the car fell silent again. Actually, Mao Hao usually doesn't take responsibility for the rear guard because his special ability isn't very strong in attack. But today, team leader Lin specifically arranged for Mao Hao to cover the rear. Everyone was confused but didn't ask questions. Everyone just wanted to stay alive. If Mao Hao hadn't been in charge of the rear guard today, they might have all been in danger. The jeep successfully returned to the base, just passing by Ji Nan Yi and their car. Team leader Lin instructed the team members to go to the center to add some sacrifice reports, then took proof to get 10 pounds of flour, 10 pounds of sweet potatoes, and 10 crystal cores. He carried these items toward Mao Hao's house. Mao Jijun was standing at the door. When he saw team leader Lin approaching, he hurried to meet him and took the items from Lin's hands. He then happily put a crystal core into Lin's hand. "This is a gift for team leader Lin. Please accept it." Lin didn't say anything. He took the crystal core and left. He didn't originally want to harm Mao Hao, but because Mao Hao was a good leader and had outstanding abilities, he had heard that Mao Hao was going to be promoted to team leader of their group. As a team leader, Mao Hao would receive monthly food subsidies, wouldn't have to pay rent, and could get 2 more crystal cores. This was very important for their family. So when Mao Jijun came to ask him to kill Mao Hao, he didn't refuse. Mao Jijun pushed the door open with the items. Mao's mother saw her son's hands full of food and happily went over, casually taking the items and placing them on the table. "Son, where did this food come from? These sweet potatoes are really good, filling, and can last a long time. Mao Hao went out on a mission today and didn't come back. This is his compensation." Mao's mother seemed a bit doubtful and asked again, "How could Mao Hao be dead? He's so skilled and has abilities." "I said he's dead, so he's dead. Where are all these questions coming from? If you're upset, you can go outside. Maybe you'll find his body," Mao Jejun said impatiently. "Mom just wants to say that Mao Hao is so capable. Why is his compensation so small? You should ask for more. By the way, go find his boss. If it weren't for them kicking Mao Hao out, how could Mao Hao have died? They should compensate us." Mao Jejun thought his mother was right. He left the house and headed toward the villa area. Husband, there's a small group of zombies ahead, about 150 of them. Jinani spoke to Su Hian. Su Hian glanced at Tai Lang, who was driving, and ordered, "Tai Lang, find a good place to stop. There are zombies ahead." "Yes, boss." Shen Qingqing heard Jinani and immediately took out her weapon, ready to get out of the car. "Shen Qingqing, do you have to be so eager? Jinani, you don't understand anything. I've been playing that boring single-player game every day. It's no fun anymore. Just right to kill some zombies and have some fun. Don't try to take my turn." Tai Lang stopped the car, and Shen Qingqing opened the door and rushed out to fight. Her sword shimmered with a faint golden light. The zombies, sensing the power of a special ability user, quickly moved toward Shen Qingqing. The front zombie was cut in half and fell to the ground. Tai Lang got out of the car and saw the scene. He thought to himself, my sister-in-law's friend is just as impressive as her. After feeling amazed, he joined the fight. Nani didn't use the camellia flower but activated her wood-type ability. She whipped out a vine as thick as a whip. The agile vine directly pierced into the zombie's head, extracting a crystal core. The zombie collapsed. 3 more zombies charged from the left. Nani used her vine whip to string them together, took out their crystal cores, and threw the zombies to the ground. Boss, that's Manhwa, Tai Lang exclaimed, looking at the man now with a broken arm, who had turned into a zombie and was lunging at him. Su Hian leapt beside Tai Lang, confirmed that the zombie was indeed Manhwa, and raised his laser sword, piercing through Manhwa's head. The 4 of them quickly dealt with all the zombies. This time, they found many more crystal cores, 26 in total, and 78 first-level cores. It seems some zombies have evolved to the second stage. We need to be more careful in the future. Their speed and hearing are already improving. We should go back and bring more people out for real combat training. Yes, yes. When we get back, I'll take them out to practice. Su Hian looked at Manhwa, whose forehead had a big hole. He took out a shovel to bury him. Tai Lang also asked for a shovel, and the 2 of them dug a grave together. After burying Manhwa, everyone continued their journey. The original 3-hour trip took a whole half-day. Many roads have already been damaged, and some cars that were blown up are blocking the way. There are also scattered zombies wandering along the roadside. Boss, it's snowing. Nani looked outside and saw that it was really snowing. Shin Qingqing took out her phone to start taking pictures and record the scene. Nani estimated the time and thought it was almost the new year, so it should be snowing. But soon, the 4 of them realized something was wrong. The snow was falling more and more heavily, and the roads were quickly starting to accumulate snow. Before long, there was a thick layer. To prevent slipping, Tai Lang slowed down the car. Get out and change cars. Nani communicated with Su Hian through her mind. The small van didn't have snow chains or snow tires, and as the snow got thicker, it became more dangerous. There was a special snow vehicle in the space, which was the best choice. After deciding, they didn't hesitate anymore. Tai Lang slowly stopped the car, and the 4 of them got out. Seeing Nani first summon a car out of thin air, then the small van disappear, Tai Lang closed his eyes, covered his mouth, and said in a muffled voice, Sister-in-law, don't worry, I didn't see anything. Such a fool. Shin Qingqing muttered and was the first to get into the car. If you don't open your eyes soon, we'll leave. Nani looked at Tai Lang and couldn't help but laugh. Only then did Tai Lang open his eyes, glance at the car, and exclaim, Snow tracked snow vehicle. Looks like you know your stuff. Hurry up and get in, or I'll leave you here, Su Hian said. Boss, let me drive. I can do it. Tai Lang is a car enthusiast. Although his financial situation limited his hobbies, he didn't want to miss this chance. While driving, Tai Lang kept flattering, Boss, you're really amazing. Stop flattering and drive properly, Shin Qingqing said coldly. I'm not flattering, these are heartfelt words. Huh? Fool, Shin Qingqing chuckled softly. Next door, a fierce and intimidating man appeared, nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, standing in front of Mao Jiejun. Mao Jiejun, who is 5 feet 9 inches tall, immediately looked quite small in comparison. Feeling the man's strong presence, Mao Jiejun lowered his voice a bit and said, I am looking for someone who lives here, not you. That person has already left. How is that possible? Mao Jiejun wanted to say more, but seeing the impatient look on the man's face, he quickly backed away and left. Mao Jiejun only dared to curse quietly after leaving the villa area. He looked up and saw Captain Lin rushing past in a hurry. He had an idea and quietly followed behind. Captain Lin's eyes flashed with a sharp light. When he saw Mao Jiejun following, he smiled slightly. Sure enough, he's a fool. Suddenly, Mao Jiejun realized the person in front of him had disappeared. He immediately ran out and looked around carefully. Are you looking for me? Captain Lin's voice came from above. Mao Jiejun looked up and saw Captain Lin sitting on the balcony on the 2nd floor. He awkwardly scratched his head. No, I just saw you in a hurry and thought I'd see if you needed any help. Captain Lin jumped down from the balcony and appeared right in front of Mao Jiejun in an instant. Frightened, Mao Zedong took a step back, and his smile looked a little strained. Captain Lin's abilities are really impressive. I admire you, Mao Zedong said nervously. Of course, Mao Zedong's forehead broke out in a light sweat, but before he could finish, Captain Lin knocked him out. Captain Lin looked at the unconscious Mao Zedong and glanced into the shadows, saying, "Come out." Two boys stepped out from the dark and called to Captain Lin. "Take him to Mr. Yamamoto and tell him that the next test sample is ready. I am still looking for it." "Yes, boss." The two boys lifted Mao Zedong and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Having resolved the problem of Mao Hao, who was blocking his way, and the issue of the test samples, Captain Lin felt very happy. He hummed a little tune and returned home. With the snowmobile, Jinani and the others' speed increased a lot. Also, because of the snow, there seemed to be fewer zombies on the road. At 5 p.m., Jinani and his group finally returned home. As they reached the door, it opened automatically. Nong Xian led everyone forward to greet them. "Dad, Mom, we're back." Jinan happily jumped out of the car. Da Zhuang and the others saw the tracked snow vehicle, their eyes shining, and they saw Iron Wolf get out of the driver's seat. Haizi couldn't wait to sit inside. Iron Wolf stood to the side, looking proud. "How is it?" "Pretty impressive, right? I drove it back myself." That feeling, one word. "Awesome." Haizi looked at Su Hian standing nearby. "Boss, next time we go out, I want to drive." "I want to drive too." "Me too. I also want to try." Jinani watched the excited men and thought about the several vehicles in the space. She wondered if, when they saw them, they would get even more excited in the future. At this moment, Lao Jin noticed Mao Hao was missing. He looked at Iron Wolf and asked with his eyes. "Let's talk inside," Su Hian said. Outside, the snow was falling harder and harder. Soon, everything was covered in white. "Let's go. First, go back to your room and have a good talk with Mom about what happened this month." Jinani stored the snow vehicle in the space and then went into the house with everyone. The house was warm. Before leaving, Jinani made sure to fill Mom Shun's space with supplies so they could handle any situation. The living room had a special fireplace. Since it was snowing, the men had chopped a lot of firewood, and the fire in the fireplace never went out. Shin father and Shin mother took Shin Qingqing to the living room. They checked her over carefully to make sure she wasn't hurt before letting go of her hand. Mao Hao sacrificed himself. When Iron Wolf said this, the room became quiet. De Quan was the first to speak. "Did you encounter danger?" "No." Mao Hao met his family at the base. Hearing this, everyone understood. They all knew Mao Hao had been secretly in contact with his family and had sent all his money there. They just hadn't said anything openly. Although they thought Mao Hao should leave his biased parents and vampire brother, this was a family matter, and no one could speak up. I was the one who asked him to leave the team. Life in the end times is full of danger. Although we took the lead, we never know what will happen next. When we gathered everyone, it was because we hoped we could face this disaster together. You are my former comrades and friends from Nan Nan. Since I brought everyone together, I must take responsibility for you all. This is life in the end times, but Mao Hao repeatedly crossed the line. I can't risk my family, and I can't make you all gamble with me. Our leader gave Mao Hao food and crystal cores, and Mao Hao took them and left. He was part of the guard team at the base and was doing well. But today, when we returned, we found him turned into a zombie near the base. My leader and I have buried Mao Hao's body. I hope he is reborn into a better family in his next life. Iron Wolf added, "It's sad. Mao Hao is a good kid, but his parents were terrible. In his next life, he should live for himself." Everyone understood why Su Hian asked Mao Hao to leave. It was Mao Hao's own decision. In the end times, the biggest fear is being overly kind or naive. Mao Hao was too good-hearted. Outside, the snow showed no signs of stopping. Shin Qingqing suggested making dumplings, and everyone agreed. Since it was freezing outside, it was better to stay inside and rest for a while. The three moms thought eating only dumplings was too boring, so they went to the kitchen to cook some other dishes together. The young people took on the task of making dumplings. Wang Xiao and Lan Hua were the best at it. Their dumplings were plump and white, looking very tasty. Tai Lang and Hai Zi had never made dumplings before. Their attempts were terrible, dough and filling mixed together, not even as good as the little kids' dumplings. Everyone disliked their work, but Tai Lang and Hai Zi didn't want to give up. They kept saying practice makes perfect and believed they could do better next time. That night, everyone ate the plump, delicious dumplings. Tai Lang and Hai Zi had salty noodle soup. They didn't waste food and ate happily. The two kids even thought their uncle's dumplings tasted better than their own. The next day, the yard was covered with thick snow, but the heavy snowfall showed no signs of stopping. Old Jean led a few men, wearing raincoats given by Ji Nan Yi, to start clearing the snow from the yard. Little Tuanzi and Wang Mingxian were also dressed warmly, with thick scarves and gloves, building a snowman nearby. We don't know how long this snow will last. The three mothers stood by the window, watching the two children happily playing outside, feeling a bit emotional. I don't know either. Maybe, in our lifetime, we won't see our grandchildren grow up, Mother Shin comforted her. I'm sure we will. As long as we live well, there will be a day. That's right. We need to stay confident. Look at these kids, they don't mind us being old. We can't fall behind, Qin Yu added. Come on, let's not feel sad here. I still have a lot of pearl powder that Nan Yi gave me last time. Since it's snowing, let's relax and take care of our skin. Nan Xin pulled her two older sisters, starting to prepare skincare products. She even asked Ji Nan Yi to bring some spiritual spring water. When building the safe house, Nan Xin and Qin Yu designed a special place for baths, which was off-limits to men. Now it was finally useful. Xin Qingqing wanted to play mahjong, so she pulled Manhwa and Wang Xiao to join. There were only 3 players, so Ji Nan Yi was also invited to fill in. Looking at Su Hian behind Ji Nan Yi, Xin Qingqing warned him, no helping her. This is a women's game, and you, as a man, are not allowed to interfere. Without Su Hian giving advice, Xin Qingqing won 3 rounds in a row, feeling very happy. Wang Xiao and Lan Hua each won 2 rounds, but Ji Nan Yi kept losing. Seeing Ji Nan Yi's pleading look for help, Su Hian was about to step in, but Xin Qingqing quickly sent him back. I finally won a game with your wife, so you're not allowed to interfere. Xin Qingqing wanted to say more, but was interrupted by the sound of little Tuanzi running over. Big sister, Maru and Pang Pang are sick.
Come quickly and see.
Ji Nan Yi didn't care about the mahjong anymore. She immediately stood up and ran outside, with Su Hian following behind. Let's go and see what's going on. Maruko was lying on the living room floor, feeling very difficult to breathe. She kept her mouth open, gasping loudly. Her limbs were completely immobile, and her whole body was stiff. Her eyes looked unfocused. Maruko. Jinani knelt nearby, calling her anxiously. Maruko was limp on the ground, her body stiff. But when she heard Jinani calling, she still tried her best to wag her tail and comfort her. Pang Pang was curled up in the corner of the sofa, not letting anyone get close. She started panting like a dog, her fur standing up. Jinani called Pong Pong's name, trying to get close and pet her, but Pang Pang warned her with a huff. Jinani's mind was a mess. In her previous life, she couldn't protect her 2 precious ones. She had prepared food and supplies early in this life, hoping they could live healthily into old age. Yesterday, when she returned, the 2 little ones had come out happily to greet her. Pang Pang was cuddling her, always rubbing against her hand. How could they suddenly fall ill today? Jinani took out spiritual spring water from her space and placed a bowl in front of Pang Pang, signaling her to drink. But Pang Pang didn't even look at it, staying alert to her surroundings. Because Maruko's body was stiff, she couldn't swallow the water she was given, and it all dripped from her mouth. Jinani became a little frustrated, repeatedly telling herself to stay calm. But seeing the spiritual spring water that she couldn't get into Maruko's mouth made her feel a bit breathless. She could only keep gently stroking Maruko's body, praying she would get better. Su Hian gently patted Jinani's back. Nan, don't worry. I'll check. Su Hian used his special abilities to communicate with the 2 little ones. He found that their bodies were undergoing huge changes, which caused these reactions. He quickly figured out what was happening. Nan, Morocco, and Pang Bang should be fine, but they might be changing into something different. Animals changing? Su Hian nodded. Yes, it might be related to this snowstorm. Ji Nani desperately tried to remember what had changed before the snowstorm in her previous life. But at that time, she hadn't awakened her special abilities. She mostly stayed at home and only had a rough idea of what was happening outside. She couldn't recall any major events happening after the snow. At this moment, several people shoveling snow in the yard suddenly fainted. The sound of shoveling each other drew everyone's attention. Seeing 5 men lying on the ground outside, Wang Xiao and Manhwa were the first to open the door and rush over. Su Hian quickly stepped forward, saying, "First get them inside. Staying out here will cause frostbite." He grabbed Lao Jin with one hand and Haizi with the other, placing them on the sofa. Pang Bang, noticing everyone approaching, immediately let out a warning hiss. Ignoring Pong Pong's reaction, Su Hian then brought back Daquan and Dazhuang. Just as he was about to go out again, he saw Lan Hua and Wang Xiao carrying Iron Wolf back inside. Ji Nani stepped forward, placing her hand on Iron Wolf to sense his body's fluctuations. She was surprised to find that Iron Wolf was about to advance to a higher level of ability. She was very surprised and continued to check the other people, confirming that all 5 were about to level up. However, the ability levels of the 5 people before were very different. How could they all suddenly advance at the same time? Thinking of this, Ji Nani turned and ran to Morocco, squatting down to place her hand on Morocco's body. Strangely, her reaction was very similar to that of the 5 people. This was too strange. While Ji Nani was still lost in thought, Morocco's body began to soften. The originally stiff limbs started to return to normal. Her breathing gradually stabilized. Morocco stood up, licking Ji Nani's hand with her tongue. Startled by the warm, wet sensation, Ji Nani looked at Morocco, who had returned to normal and was lively again. She quickly turned to look at Pang Pang. At this moment, Pong Pong's forehead flattened, and the whole cat relaxed, leisurely licking its paws. This is too amazing," Shun Qingqing said, looking at the scene before her with disbelief. Seeing that Ji Nani was ignoring her, Morocco pawed at her clothes and called out. Suddenly, a burst of fire shot out of Morocco's mouth. Fortunately, Su Hian reacted quickly, grabbing Ji Nani and pulling her away, but her clothes still burned a large patch. Ability? Morocco has awakened a fire-type ability. Gina opened the door and directed Morocco to spray fire at the pile of snow she had just built. Morocco was surprised to find she could breathe fire and was very excited. Hearing Gina's command, she wanted to show off and loudly called out twice toward the snow pile. Then, the snow melted. "Morocco, you're so amazing. Morocco, you're really great." 2 children stood nearby, genuinely clapping for Morocco, with small tears in their eyes. Morocco happily ran around the yard, aiming her fire at the snow-covered areas. Gina asked Su Hian to remind Morocco not to play too roughly, then turned to the chubby dog, who was focused on licking her paws. The chubby dog no longer barked at people. As soon as Gina sat down, she came over to nuzzle her, kept acting cute, and even rolled over to show her belly for Gina to pet. It was like she was apologizing for her earlier behavior. "Chubby, have you also gained special powers?" Gina asked while stroking her fur. "I won't be like that silly dog. Gaining powers is the lowest level of ability. I'm better than it." Gina heard Su Hian translating in real time and almost laughed out loud. Looking at Morocco still excitedly running outside, she seemed a bit silly. Now, Gina felt her worries easing a little and quietly let out a breath. But there were still 5 men unconscious on the sofa. That was a tricky situation. What if these 5 men didn't wake up like the 2 little pets? Gina was worried when Lan Hua and Wang Xiao also fainted. Shun Qingqing couldn't sit still and asked, "What? What happened?" Gina looked at the snow still falling outside and had an answer in her mind. Could it be the snow? But she needed to verify it to be sure. "Nan Hian," Qinu hurried out, looking anxious. Just as she was about to speak, She saw the scene of the men fainted in the living room. What happened? Why did everyone faint? Nan Xian and Shinmu arrived a moment later. Nan Xian saw the scene and quickly ran to the study, calling out the three men playing chess. Shinmu also went to Shin Qingqing to check if she was okay before finally relaxing. When Nanxin brought the three fathers to the scene, Lao Jin had already woken up first. Seeing the people gathered around, he looked confused. I was just clearing snow. Why am I here? You fainted, and so did everyone else. They all fainted, Jinan explained, pointing to the several people lying in disorganized positions nearby. But now I need you to confirm one thing. Has your special ability improved to a higher level? Lao Jin activated his ability and immediately noticed something different. His power had clearly increased, and it had indeed advanced. He was now probably in the late second stage of his ability. Lao Jin nodded. Yes, I've advanced. I was at the peak of the first stage before, stuck there, but now I'm in the late second stage. My ability has grown significantly. Jinani glanced at Su Hian and then said to everyone, "It seems my guess was correct. The reason everyone fainted is because they got caught in the snow, and this snow is also the cause of the ability upgrades. If everything goes as expected, after the snow stops, many animals might mutate or awaken new abilities, and some ability users will also advance. And zombies might also upgrade, becoming harder to fight." Everyone looked worried. This sudden change made them feel a mix of surprise, happiness, and concern.
Haizi, Tai Lan, Gia Zuan, and Gia Quan Ge Gia Do Li Wuk Up.
Haizi, originally a wind-type ability user at the mid-first stage, had now become a low second stage. Tai Lang, who had a peak first stage metal ability, had directly advanced to the peak second stage. De Zhuang, with a mid-first stage strength ability, had also reached the peak second stage. De Quan's earth-type ability, initially at the early second stage, had now become peak second stage. The two who had been worried about their wives quietly stayed by their sides, waiting for them to wake up. So, they just got caught in the snow, and then advanced? Shin Qingqing asked Jinani. Based on what we see now, that's likely true. But we still need to confirm it for sure. Then what are we waiting for? I'll help confirm it, Jinani said, walking straight into the snow, letting the snowflakes fall on her. Jinani followed closely behind. As the leader of everyone, she wanted to do her part in leading. So, just after waking up and feeling a bit dizzy, Wang Xiao and Manhwa were told by Nan Xian to boil some soup to drink. The others all ran outside to play in the snow. Jinani held Su Hian's hand tightly, their fingers intertwined, watching the snow settle on Jinani's head. Su Hian leaned down and whispered in Jinani's ear, "Does this count as us growing old together?" Jinani's heart beat fast, and her face turned a little red. She looked into Su Hian's eyes and said, "If we really grow old together, then it counts." They stood in the snow for about 5 minutes, feeling their hands getting a bit numb. Ji Kongcheng and Su Qinghua hurried everyone back inside. The soup was still steaming on the table, and they looked at the two children lying nearby. Jinani became more certain of her feelings. Just as she was about to speak to Su Hian, she suddenly fainted. Su Hian quickly caught her. He forced himself to stay alert, carried Jinani to the sofa, and then fainted himself. The others behind them also fainted one after another. Wang Xiao and Lanhua used towels to wipe the girls' hair. The snow on their heads had melted, and their hair was a bit wet. Old Jin looked at De Quan and asked his doubts aloud. "We didn't faint when we advanced before, so why did we faint this time? I think after the snow stops, we should go outside to see what the situation is and how the zombies have changed. Yes, I always feel a little uneasy inside. Drink the soup first, then we can keep talking." Lan Hua and Wang Xiao brought bowls of soup for everyone to warm up. After drinking, each person took a packet of cold medicine to recover. At first, some didn't want to, saying that the men could stand the snow without issue. But De Quan and De Zhuang looked at their serious wives and obediently picked up the bowls and drank everything. Old Jin, Tai Lang, and Haizi also had to follow suit. The snow has stopped. Wang Xiao heard Lanhua's voice and looked outside. It was still snowing heavily earlier, but now it had really stopped. However, some people were still unconscious inside, so no one dared to go out. Peng Peng stayed by Ji Nani's side, preventing anyone from approaching. After about half an hour, everyone in the house slowly woke up. Sure enough, their abilities had improved. It seems that the snow was the main reason for the animals' mutations. Ji Nani saw Qin Yu and suddenly remembered her mother's anxious look earlier. Mom, you ran out so hurriedly. Is something wrong? What's the matter? Oh, right. Mom wants to tell you that the plants around us have suddenly changed. They seem to have started attacking. The big willow outside the west wall just killed 2 zombies that were wandering nearby. Animals have also mutated. Ji Nani used her wood element ability to connect with the surrounding plants. When she withdrew her ability, she confirmed that the plants had also mutated. Most plants, due to their nature, only had increased self-protection. But plants that were originally toxic now had awareness and would actively attack animals. Nan, the animals on the back mountain are also a bit restless. Maybe some large animals have gained intelligence. Su Hian communicated with Ji Nani through his mind. Ji Nani used her healing ability to check everyone's health and confirmed there were no other problems. Everyone get ready today. Tomorrow we will go out. The extreme cold weather is coming. There's a reservoir to the east. We'll go fishing. On the way, we can also kill a few zombies to practice. But after the snow, the zombies' fighting ability might have improved. I've prepared purified crystal core liquid for everyone to help recover their abilities quickly. Su Hian stepped forward. Safety is the most important thing. Tomorrow, everyone will go out together. Prepare what you need to bring. We might not come back the same day. Big sister, will Pow Pow Ball and the others come with us? Little Tuanzi tugged at Ji Nani's sleeve and asked. Yes, everyone will go together. In an underground laboratory. Let me go. Let me go. Mao Zedong was tied to a bed in the lab, with his limbs fixed separately. His clothes had disappeared somewhere. 3 people in white coats stood nearby, 2 men and 1 woman. The woman held a syringe filled with green liquid and injected it into Mao Zedong's arm.
No.
I don't want this. Mao Zedong struggled wildly, his eyes filled with fear. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from the restraints. He could only watch as the liquid slowly entered his body. Prepare for the second round of data monitoring. If this subject can handle the second injection, we'll increase the dosage next time. Yes, the monitoring system is ready. It hurts. Let me go. The veins on Mao Zedong's neck bulged, and his skin began to show a strange color. A faint green light seemed to flicker beneath his skin, and he was in unbearable pain. The pain became so intense that he could no longer cry out. He just stared blankly at the ceiling. He felt his life slowly slipping away. He wanted to struggle and call for help, but he couldn't move. The machines connected to him started beeping rapidly. Something's wrong. The subject's vital signs are dropping fast. Prepare for emergency treatment, shouted the woman in the white lab coat. 2 other men noticed the problem and rushed out of the monitoring room to help. They began emergency procedures on Mao Zedong. After half an hour of effort, he finally survived. He's alive. He actually made it. Yoko, go inform Mr. Yamamoto. Tell him the subject has passed the second round and is ready for the third. The 3 researchers were visibly excited. After so many failed attempts, this was only the second person to survive the second injection. The previous one had died during the 3rd round when his organs failed. Now, they finally had another test subject. The 3 of them stabilized Mao Zedong, drew his blood for new tests, and began preparing data for the next experiment. When Mao Zedong woke up again, it was already noon the next day. He tried to move but found himself still tied to the bed, with an 4 tube in his arm. Yoko, the female researcher, walked in holding a notebook and looked at him. Do you feel any discomfort? She asked. Mao Zedong tried to speak, but his throat was so dry that no sound came out. Yoko brought him a cup of water with a straw and let him drink slowly. After drinking a glass of water, Mao Zedong wanted another, but he was refused. We need your body data now. Drinking too much water can affect the test results. Fujihara, come here. Help him draw 6 more vials of blood for testing. He's awake now, so his body data should be most accurate. Yoko comforted Mao Jejun as she quickly finished drawing blood. Mao Jejun, already weak, looked even more fragile, with a pale face. Yoko saw the bruises on Mao Jejun's hand and called Fujihara to look. This is normal for N4. Nothing to worry about. After speaking, Fujihara took the blood samples and left. Mao Jejun, at the back, wanted to speak but couldn't even open his mouth. He disappeared from sight. Thinking about how, in the past, his mother prepared several hot water bags when he was sick to keep the floor warm and prevent discomfort, he now felt his hands stiff and cold, yet they said there was nothing wrong. Tears started to fall from the corner of Mao Jejun's eyes. He wondered if Captain Lin was the one who knocked him out and brought him here. Could it be related to Mao Hao? Could Mao Hao still be alive? Was all of this a deal between Mao Hao and Captain Lin to get rid of him? Thinking of this, Mao Jejun began to shout, "I want to see Lin Jun. It must be him and Mao Hao who set this trap for me. I want to get revenge on both of them." Mao Hao's emotions grew intense, and the equipment on him beeped again. Yoko, annoyed, gave Mao Jejun an injection, and he became quiet. But he kept saying he wanted to see Lin Jun and confront Mao Hao. However, the people in the lab didn't care what he was shouting about. The kid in the lab, is he still causing trouble? Mr. Yamamoto is coming soon. If he keeps making a fuss and affects Mr. Yamamoto, it will be bad. Yoko looked at the two men discussing in front of her with some disdain. She didn't think Yamamoto was so scary. If Charlie hadn't insisted she come here to supervise, she would have preferred staying in City S, where the facilities were complete. There were many test subjects and multiple experiments could be conducted. In City H, the equipment was simple, and these two men, upon seeing Yamamoto, kept flattering him. She really couldn't stand it. Yoko stood up and said, "There are many problems. I will go fix them." She pushed open the door and entered the laboratory. Mao Jejun was still there shouting nonstop. Yoko looked annoyed but quickly composed herself. "Wait, someone will come soon. Be quiet and I will let you see Lin Jun." Hearing Lin Jun's name, Mao Jejun slowly turned his head, asking with doubt in his voice, "Can you really let me see Lin Jun? Okay, I will be quiet." Done. When will Mr. Yamamoto arrive? Almost immediately. Miss Yoko is impressive. You can make the test subject behave well. Miss Yoko, do you want to come out tonight? I will be very obedient. Fujiwara gave a sly wink at Yoko. Smack. Yoko slapped Fujiwara directly across the face with full strength. A red handprint appeared instantly on Fujiwara's face. Next time you speak, think carefully. Wash your mouth out before you come out. After speaking, Yoko turned and went back into the laboratory, ignoring the two men behind her. Fujiwara's eyes flashed with anger. He raised his hand to retaliate but was immediately stopped by his companion. Fujiwara, don't cause trouble. Mr. Yamamoto told us to behave. Just wait. Sooner or later, I'll deal with that annoying woman. She's just Charlie's girl, and that old man is so old. How can he satisfy such a troublemaker? Fujiwara, say a few more words, but be careful she doesn't hear. If she hears, so what? I'm not afraid. Look at how she's shaking her hips. She's not just teasing. What is she doing? Fujiwara, I hope you won't do anything before the experiment results are out. It could cause trouble for Mr. Yamamoto. I know. If it were up to you, I would have already taken her. Can I keep her around to show off? Fujiwara scoffed, then stood up, took out a cigarette, and left the laboratory. He lit the cigarette and took a deep drag. Woman, I'll get you sooner or later. Fujiwara kicked a small tree near the door, threw the cigarette on the ground, and turned to go back into the lab. In the next second, he suddenly fell to the ground. This fall caused his already swollen cheek to scrape and bleed, making it look even more frightening. Blood was seeping from his forehead, and he had chipped a tooth. Fujiwara looked around and saw no one nearby, feeling confused. No, wait, I clearly felt someone tripped me just now. There are no stones or anything on the path, so how could I fall for no reason? Fujiwara was not willing to give up. He walked around again but still found nothing unusual. Only then did he feel relieved and returned to the laboratory. Seeing Fujiwara's expression, Zeichi was surprised and came over. What's wrong with you? I fell. Can't you tell? Yoko chuckled softly and then said with a hint of sarcasm, I've seen people fall, but I've never seen someone fall and look like a pig's head. Haha, you look so stupid right now, shut up. I'll tear your mouth apart today, if you keep talking. Fujiwara was angered by Yoko and raised his hand to hit her. What are you all doing? Is this the experiment result you want me to see? Yamamoto's voice came from the door. Fujiwara quickly lowered his hand and put on a respectful look. Mr. Yamamoto, you're here. We're just joking, right, Yoko? Fujiwara signaled to Yoko with his eyes, telling her not to speak carelessly. But Yoko ignored him and directly said to Yamamoto, let's check the test subject first. This time, he successfully passed the second phase of the experiment, probably because of the data in his body. After speaking, Yoko handed a thick stack of data to Yamamoto for him to review. Yamamoto looked at the data and excitedly said to the three of them, this kind of body data is perfect for experiments. Notify Lin Jun to see if there are any related blood relatives among the 12th test subject and bring them all in. These people are all contributing to our great experiment. This snow has caused mutations in many animals, and we need to speed up our progress. Yamamoto returned the data to Yoko and then said to Zeichi, have Lin Jun catch some more mutated animals. Work together on research. The situation in City S needs our data. We're one step closer to achieving our great dream. Fujiwara, I know what you want. Once the experiment results are out, I'll satisfy you, Yamamoto said as he looked at Fujiwara, who suddenly spoke up. Yes, Mr. Yamamoto, I will work even harder and definitely won't let you down, Fujiwara said excitedly. Before Yamamoto left, he specifically looked at Yoko, Charlie's person. As expected, they are all beautiful people. Even I felt a little moved, let alone Fujiwara. A quiet idea started to form in my mind. When I looked at Yoko's eyes again, my gaze became a bit lecherous. However, Yoko, who was completely focused on the experimental data, didn't notice any of this. Lock the door, we're leaving, Nan Xian instructed, walking at the back with Tai Lang. Nani took out 2 tracked snowmobiles and a camper from the space, just enough for everyone to sit. The men all rushed to drive the snowmobiles, while Nani sat in the camper with her dog and cat. Honestly, the snowmobiles weren't very comfortable, but these car enthusiasts loved them anyway. After assigning the vehicles, Nani gave each one a walkie-talkie for easy communication. Tai Lang led the way, Heizi was second, and Su Hien drove the camper at the end. The 2 kids hadn't been out for a long time and were very excited, their eyes constantly watching outside. From the moment the vehicle started, Qinyu began using her supernatural power to control the surrounding plants, gathering them all together. These plants quickly formed a natural barrier, protecting the safe house inside. Even if someone looked from above with a drone, they wouldn't see the houses below. Nani and her group traveled for about 40 minutes before encountering a small group of zombies. These zombies no longer looked as frantic as before when they saw people. It was as if someone was directing their actions from behind. Nani released her mental power and discovered that behind this group of zombies, there was a second-tier zombie commanding them. It was surprising to see a second-tier zombie so quickly. Nani used the walkie-talkie to warn everyone to be careful of the zombies around them. Just as they opened the door to get out, Fatty suddenly darted out with a whoosh. He leapt into the zombie group directly. The zombies, as if suppressed by Fatty's bloodline, no longer listened to the second-tier zombie giving commands from behind. They stood still, unmoving. The second-tier zombie immediately became angry, rushing from the back to attack Fatty. Then, Fatty was slapped directly, leaving 3 blood marks on his face. The second-stage zombie tried to fight back, but was immediately pushed to the ground by other zombies, and its crystal core was taken out alive. The remaining zombies, as if possessed by a ghost, pulled out the crystal cores from their brains and then fell straight to the ground. Fatty turned around and looked at Maruko following behind. Maruko immediately understood Fatty's meaning, spat out a ball of fire, and the zombies turned to ashes, leaving the scattered crystal cores on the ground. Fatty wagged his tail, walked back to Nani's side, and rubbed his head against her leg, constantly acting cute. Nani patted Fatty's head and said, Our fatty is really amazing. Proud of the compliment, Fatty's tail wagged even higher. He jumped onto the table and proudly licked his fur. Everyone in the car was stunned by Fatty's ability, all staring in shock. Is it still a cat? Shun Qingqing asked. Meow. Fatty responded unhappily when he heard Shin Qingqing. Ji Nani looked at Fatty and Shin Qingqing, then said, clearly, it's still a cat. Maruko nearby barked woof 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 in dissatisfaction, wanting praise too. Fatty looked at Maruko with displeasure and lay down to sleep. Our Maruko is also very amazing, great job. To prove fairness, Ji Nani gently patted the dog's head and praised him. Then she got out of the car, ready to pick up the crystal cores. Nani, it's cold outside, so I won't get out. Mom will show you something. Chinyu stopped Ji Nani from getting out. A vine arm appeared from Chinyu's hand, quickly spreading out countless small vines toward the area just now. The vine was very flexible, curling up and gathering the scattered crystal cores from the ground. Chinyu activated her supernatural power, pulling the vines back. The vines, like human hands, held the crystal cores and placed them on the table inside the RV. There's a blue crystal core here, different from the others. Nanshin picked up a unique crystal core and showed everyone. This should be a second-stage zombies crystal core. I noticed earlier that these zombies are different from the ones that attack wildly at the sight of people. One second-stage zombie is controlling their actions. Ji Kongqing pondered. These zombies are starting to evolve. That's not a good sign. Humans already face many difficulties to survive. Plants and animals are mutating, and zombies keep evolving. It's getting even harder to stay alive, Su Huaqing sighed. Nan, there are people ahead, Su Hian said. Ji Nan immediately walked over and used his mental power to check ahead. There are 4 mutants and 3 ordinary humans. They are probably out looking for food. There's a group of zombies coming from the south, Ji Nan continued, using his mental power to cover 3 cars, reducing the zombies' attention on them. Ji Nan picked up the walkie-talkie. Tai Lang, slow down the cars a bit. A new group of zombies is coming from the south. Let's see how those people handle it. If they run, we can get out and practice. Yes, sister-in-law. The group seemed to be heading toward the base. The man leading them quickly noticed Ji Nan and his group. Just as he was about to greet them, the zombies from the south attacked. The leader, holding a knife, charged into the zombie horde and started fighting. The other 2 mutants created large pits, causing the zombies rushing forward to fall in, while the third focused on killing. There were about 200 zombies. Their powers were running low quickly. The leader looked at the 3 ordinary people hiding behind the rocks, a cruel look flashing in his eyes. He charged straight at them. He grabbed one of the men, cut him with his knife, and threw him into the zombie crowd. The strong smell of blood immediately attracted the remaining zombies, who crazily moved toward them. Second, third, run to that car over there, the leader shouted, ignoring the other 2 ordinary people and rushing toward Ji Nan and his group. Tai Lang, Haizi, lock the car doors. Ji Nan was alert and quickly used the walkie-talkie to warn. Sister-in-law, don't worry, the doors are locked. Sister-in-law got it. The 3 men ran closer, saw the 3 cars, and their greed was instantly visible. The leader, fighting his urges, shouted outside the RV, please, let us get in. There are zombies over there. We barely escaped. We all have special abilities. I have a metal power, the second person has a earth power, and the third has strength. Let us join your team, they said. The man outside was begging desperately. Ji Nani was not moved. She saw clearly what they had done. They used ordinary people as bait to attract zombies. In her past life, she had only heard of blood cows, but had never seen one. Now she saw it clearly and felt a strong sense of disgust. Go away. We don't need you. If you don't leave now, I won't be polite, Ji Nani said angrily. Hearing a woman's voice, the man outside became even more excited. Miss, please let us get on. Our abilities just ran out, and we can't fight now. We'll be bitten by the zombies. Ji Nani ignored the man outside. She picked up the walkie-talkie and said, Tai Lang, move forward a bit. Get ready to get out and deal with the zombies. 1 person must stay on each vehicle. No one is allowed to get out all at once. Understood, sister-in-law, came the reply. Seeing their vehicle move, the man outside was unhappy. He tried to grab the door handle and jump onto the vehicle. Before he could reach the handle, Jinyu's vine whip wrapped around his waist and threw him back forcefully. Trying to die? Keep trying if you want, Jinani warned. The other two people saw what happened to their leader and stayed still, afraid to move. Tai Leng quickly led everyone to deal with the zombies. The two children also got out to help pick up crystal cores. Since there were outsiders, Jinani ordered Fat and Maruko not to come down. The two ordinary people hiding behind the rocks came over, knelt down, and kept kowtowing to Jinani. Please, take us with you.
We don't want to die.
We started with 10 people, now only 7 are left. The 4 with abilities abandoned us when danger appeared, throwing our friends into the zombie crowd and running away. We don't want to die. Soon, their eyebrows, eyelashes, and hair were covered in snow. Jinani didn't say anything. After everyone finished collecting the crystal cores, she prepared to return to the car and continue the journey. Seeing that they were ignored, the two followed behind, trying to get on the vehicle. Jinani looked back at the two people and said, "Head west, 800 meters to the base." "We don't want to go to the base. We want to follow you," one of them said. After speaking, he tried to get into the car but was kicked to the ground by Su Hian. "We are all Chinese. You're so powerful. Why do you need us? We have no special abilities. Just give me a bowl of rice, and that's enough," he added. Exactly. With people like you, we won't lack food. 2 more people won't make a difference," the other agreed. They started talking back and forth like performers in a show. "If you don't leave now, you'll have to face the consequences," Su Hian said angrily. "Look at you people. It's the end of the world, and you still drive such nice cars. What's wrong with taking us along?" The two refused to give up and looked at Su Hian stubbornly. At this moment, 4 other people with special abilities arrived. The leader, supported by his subordinates, walked to the door of the RV. "You're right. You people are so ruthless. We can help you. Taking us along gives you extra protection." "What's wrong with that?" they said, responding to each other like a comedy act. Jinani grew impatient and directly closed the door, telling the driver to start moving. The 4 with special abilities saw that Jinani and the others really wanted to leave. They immediately threw the 2 ordinary people in front of the car, acting as if daring them to drive. The 2 realized their intention and quickly cooperated. "You're crazy, Dad. Step on the gas and go," they shouted. Seeing that Jinani and the others were unaffected, the 2 ordinary people quickly got up and ran to the side. You brat. Just because you're hanging around an older guy, you're so arrogant," one of the special ability users cursed loudly. "I hope you get what you deserve someday and become a public transport vehicle," another added. The leader of the special ability users no longer hid his true nature. He cursed loudly at the departing car. "Big brother, once our abilities recover, I'll go catch those people for you and show her how powerful you are," he said. "Yeah, this woman looks like a troublemaker," another agreed. "Ha ha ha, once Big Brother is satisfied." Ugh. Suddenly, the man felt something pierce his chest. He instinctively looked down and saw blood blooming on the snow at his feet. A fist-sized hole had gone straight through his chest. The other 3 people didn't have time to react and collapsed with a muffled groan. Ji Nan-yi withdrew the vine mat, acting as if nothing had happened. These animals shouldn't have been spared just now. The 2 ordinary people, who wanted to follow Ji Nan-yi and the others' thoughts, completely lost that idea. From their position, they saw clearly a vine-like thing stretched out from the window of that RV. It was very fast. Just as they wanted to see what it was, they saw the man who had been bullying them with a big hole appear in his chest. They were so scared they hugged each other tightly, biting their lips and not daring to make a sound. Only after they couldn't see Ji Nan-yi and the other's vehicle anymore did they loosen their grip and shakily run to the 4 mutants, stripping all their belongings and clothes off. West, 800 meters to the base. The 2 supported each other, repeating what Ji Nan-yi had just said, and headed toward the base. On the way, they didn't encounter any more zombies. Master, a merchant wants to trade with you." "Okay, I'll be right there," Jin and Yi told Nan Xian and then entered the space. The RV was full of their own people. When Shin father and Shin mother saw Jin and Yi suddenly disappear, they didn't ask much, as their daughter had warned them. Help me establish contact. Yes, master. I will set up the connection now. A man appeared on the screen, standing in a forest with a big beard. Master, the person on the other side is a trader from a cultivation world. He has many intelligent plants. Since you have a wood-type ability, this might be very useful for you, TT whispered in Ji Nanyi's ear. Okay, I understand. Thank you, TT. Hello, I am Nan Fengmu. I heard from traders from other planets that you have food with spiritual energy. Thinking about the food Ji and Yi had sold twice from the space, she nodded. Yes, I do. Mr. Nanfeng, are you interested in buying some? Mr. Nanfeng should know that food with spiritual energy costs more than regular food. Nanfengmu looked at Ji Nan-yi and nodded. I am aware of that, but I have what you need. The things I need. If I am not mistaken, Miss Ji should also have the ability to control plants, right? South Wind Mu said calmly. Cha-cha, can this also be seen? Ji Nani was a bit surprised. To the master, South Wind Mu is a powerful plant-type ability user. On their planet, all plant-type ability users are under his control. It's not surprising that he can see through you. Is he that powerful? Yes, South Wind Mu is a master at the divine transformation stage. Of course, he is very strong. There are only a few like him in the cultivation world. After hearing Cha-cha, Ji Nani looked at South Wind Mu with more respect. Trading with such a big expert, she was sure she could get many good things. She planned to find a chance to add him as a friend later. She asked, I wonder what kind of things Mr. Southwind wants to trade? He replied, Is the mountain tea flower your old man gave you still not upgraded? I can help you upgrade it and give you a special seed I cultivated. How about that? He explained, This plant I developed can be planted and will grow quickly. It will produce seeds, and no matter where they are planted, the seeds can stay connected to the parent plant. They can also help with monitoring. Wow, that's amazing! Ji Nani exclaimed. Of course. Everything I cultivate is reliable. There's nothing I produce that isn't useful, Southwind Mu said confidently. All right, Mr. Southwind, how much grain do you need? She asked. Not much, just one bag, he replied. Just one bag? I thought you would need more. Ji Nani was surprised. You heard right, he confirmed. She nodded decisively and handed him a bag of grain. Here you go, she said. He then asked, Would you like to add Mr. Southwind as a friend? If you need anything in the future, you can contact me anytime. I also have other things as long as I have them. Southwind Mu didn't refuse her friend request. After accepting, he sent over the items for the trade. In the box was 5 upgrade pills. After taking one, you would advance at least 2 levels, but you must wait 3 months between each use. Got it. Thank you, Mr. Southwind, she said. The other box contained seeds. She was told to plant them in a safe place and use her ability to help them grow. Each day, she could harvest 6 seeds. Ji Nani had already thought it through. Since she had space, she decided to plant the seed inside it, which was the safest option. Mr. Nanfeng, I want to ask if this upgrade pill can be used by people with plant abilities. Anyone can use it, but it only works for plant-type ability users. And what happens if others take it? They get diarrhea. Nanfeng Mu said just 3 words before logging off. Ji Nani stared at the gray screen across from her. Cha-cha, this person is really cold. Also, he knows Grandpa Gon and is familiar with camellias. When Grandpa Gon logs in, can you ask them what their relationship is? Okay, master. Ji Nani planted the seed in the garden of the space villa. Following Nanfeng Mu's advice, she used her ability to stimulate growth. The seed immediately sprouted. In about a minute, it quickly grew into a small sapling. This is interesting. Cha-cha, remember to collect all the seeds that have formed. Cha-cha rolled over to show she understood. Also, Cha-cha, why do you think he only needs 1 bag of grain? Master, you should know that their planet's plants grow vigorously and have long lifespans. But for some reason, food crops are hard to grow, and the harvest is often small. It said that because those are ordinary grains, they can't compete for spiritual energy with other plants, so they don't grow well. However, seeds with spiritual energy can make up for this deficiency and grow on their land. I guess he only needs one bag of grain to test if he can grow food. That's why he didn't refuse when you added him as a friend. I see. That makes sense. Cha-cha, I'm going out now. Take good care of the cattle and sheep. I think the herd has grown too quickly recently. It's because of you, Master, bringing so many things in. Cha-cha was about to complain, but Jinani had already left the space. Is it done? Su Hian asked as he glanced at Jinani. Yes, and I also got a treasure. I'll tell you about it tonight. Jinani took a pill from the box containing the upgrade pills and handed it to Qinyu. Mom, this is for you. It's exclusive for wood-type ability users. Qinyu was about to speak, suggesting that Jinani keep the food for herself, but then remembered that others didn't know she also had a wood-type special ability. So she decided to hold back and planned to give Jinani some food privately. Understanding Qinyu's intention, Jinani directly put the upgraded pill into Qinyu's mouth. Mom, I still have some here. This one is mainly for wood-type ability users. If you're water-type, you might not be able to eat it yet. Qinyu glanced at Su Hian, confirmed that it was safe, and then happily ate the pill. Soon after, she felt a warm flow spreading through her body, making her feel very comfortable. This feeling lasted about 10 minutes. Qinyu was pleasantly surprised to find that her special ability had improved. She tried to activate her ability again. The vines, which were as thick as a baby's arm, suddenly sprouted many sharp thorns. Mom, you should rest for a while. After upgrading, your energy will be drained. Qinyu indeed felt a bit tired, so she didn't refuse and lay down on the bed in the camper to rest. After traveling for about an hour and a half, everyone finally arrived at the reservoir. Jinani used her mental power to scan the surroundings. There were no zombies or even any people. They had thought there would be many people at the reservoir, but now it seemed that without tools, no one wanted to risk their lives in such deep water. Su Hian found a relatively hidden spot and parked the camper there. Jinani stored the 2 snowmobiles in her space, since they were too conspicuous. Qinyu activated her ability, and soon the camper was hidden behind a few pine trees. Tai Lang led Haizi and Dazhuang to gather firewood. Jinani took out 2 speedboats, fishing nets, and 5 tents from her space, and set them aside. De Quan and Lao Jin used their abilities to quickly clear a large open space. The remaining people started building tents on their own. Soon the tents were set up. 5 tents were arranged in a row, with a fire burning in front of them. The 3 fathers asked Jinani for fishing rods and decided to go fishing. Others prepared to cast nets for fishing. 5 men with 2 boats, and even Shun Qingqing wanted to join in. Su Hian and Jinani voluntarily gave up their spots, told their parents they were going to the mountains, and prepared to explore. A heavy snow fell, covering the mountains in ice. The 2 of them moved from the outskirts deeper into the mountains. Su Hian began to sense the presence of some animals. Hubby, are we in the territory of wolves or tigers? They probably came out to find food because of the snow. It's a wolf pack, Su Hian said. He could sense with his special ability that there were 12 wolves in total. The alpha wolf was in the 6 o'clock direction, watching him and Jinani. The other wolves were also ready to attack at any moment. It's a wolf pack. Jinani also used her mental power to check. Exactly 12. Su Hian nodded calmly, both of them surprisingly peaceful. Start, honey. Try your special ability. Su Hian nodded and activated his power. The wolves that had been snarling suddenly looked a bit strange. Soon, the alpha wolf approached Su Hian, sniffed him, and confirmed once more. Then the wolf howled, and all the wolves around came out, surrounding Jinani and Su Hian. They showed no signs of attacking. Jinani looked at the wolves and thought they really looked like huskies. She reached out to pet the alpha wolf. The wolf, about to growl, was gently tapped on the head by Su Hian, and then it became obedient, allowing her to pet it. Jinani stroked the wolf's head for a while and then stopped. She released a sheep from her space. The wolves saw the sheep appear out of nowhere, their eyes glowing green. Because of the sudden heavy snow, the wolves had to come out of the mountains to find food. Now, seeing a prey, they were ready to hunt, but the alpha wolf was still waiting for Su Hyun's command, resisting its natural instincts. Eat. This is specially for you, Jinani said to the alpha wolf. The alpha wolf looked at Su Hyun and then howled. The sheep, frightened, bleated loudly, but was already surrounded by the wolves. After some tearing and biting, the wolves finished their meal. Husband, what should we do with them? Should they come down the mountain with us? No need. I told the alpha wolf to let them go back on their own. Our backyard is perfect for their life. Jinani nodded. After giving instructions to the alpha wolf, Su Hyun took Jinani down the mountain. Back at the camp, the mothers were already preparing lunch. A few men had set their fishing nets and were ready to pull them in the afternoon. Nan-e, come try the grilled fish made by Mom. Your dad just caught it. Little Tuanzi ran over holding a fish and handed it to Ji-nan-e. Sister, you should try it. It's really delicious. Thank you, Lil Tuanzi. They ate a simple lunch. The men couldn't wait and went to set the fishing nets. Boss, the fish in this reservoir are really big and there are many kinds. Today will be a good harvest. Su Hyun and Ji-nan-e also went to help with the netting. Everyone was looking forward to the catch. They set 3 nets and caught over 8,000 pounds of fish. The biggest fish was more than a meter long. That's so many fish. The moms saw the fish pulled ashore and were excitedly jumping around. Ji-nan-e called Shin's mother to help gather the fish into the space. Since her psychic ability upgraded, her space had expanded to about 3 football fields and now had a preservation function. So, Ji-nan-e first asked Shin's mother to store some fish in the space, then she collected her share, since her space already had many items. Boss, should we cast the nets again? There are still many fish inside. Yes, after night, we should catch even more tomorrow. Alright, let's get to work. After catching so many fish, everyone decided to have a barbecue that evening. Ji-nan-e took out some ingredients from her space, including a sheep. The meat from the sheep was used for lamb skewers, and the ribs were grilled directly. It was like a camping trip, with everyone busy doing their own tasks. Ji-nan-e used her mental energy to cover the area, preventing zombies or passers-by from noticing. Below the reservoir, to the south, there was a factory. When Ji-nan-e arrived, she wanted to check it out. Now, with nothing else to do, she used her mental power to explore. She wanted to see closer, but it exceeded her mental exploration range. She had to withdraw her psychic energy and decided to go see it with Hyun tonight. Mao Jejun's data suddenly started to become chaotic, and his body began to change. His normally ordinary body suddenly grew larger, with muscles bulging out. The medication is starting to work, Yoko said, standing in front of the lab glass, observing and recording. Hopefully, he can hold on through this period, and we can proceed smoothly with the third phase. Approximately 15 minutes later, Mao Jejun's vital signs gradually stabilized. A faint green glow appeared on his entire body surface, but he remained unconscious. Now is the best time to give the third round of medication. Fujiwara, go in and inject it, Zui ordered. Fujiwara put on protective gear, carefully opened the laboratory door, and approached Mao Jejun. He slowly injected the medicine into Mao Jejun's body. Fujiwara wanted to observe Mao Jejun's changes up close, but Zui's urgent voice interrupted him. Fujiwara, come out first. He's waking up. As soon as Zui finished speaking, Mao Jejun suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were blood red, and his eyeballs looked like they were about to pop out. Let me go. Mao Jejun suddenly became very angry. His strength seemed to increase significantly. He broke free from his restraints and lunged at Fujiwara, who was trying to open the door. Fortunately, Fujiwara reacted quickly. At the last moment, he rushed out of the laboratory and closed the door. Mao Jejun started smashing things inside the lab, desperately hitting the glass, trying to escape. His eyes were crimson, and he looked completely out of control, like he had gone mad. Yoko was taking notes in a notebook. Fujiwara, sweating heavily, slumped into a chair. I swear I won't go in again. Why didn't you give him anesthesia? If he bites me, I'll be ruined. Yoko glanced at Fujiwara. Coward. Fujiwara, you know how hard-won this data is. If we had given him anesthesia, the results would be different.
You see, he's out now.
Don't be angry. I'll go next time, Zai comforted him. Someone so weak shouldn't participate in experiments. You're really holding us back, Yoko said disdainfully. Go ahead if you think you're so strong, you little brat. In an instant, Yoko pulled out a small knife, appeared beside Fujiwara, and pressed the blade against his neck, speaking irritably. Say that again. You actually awakened your special ability? When? Fujiwara stammered. What do you think? Am I a useless person like you? Yoko said slowly, full of sarcasm. The knife was still pressed against Fujiwara's neck. He didn't dare move at all. His previous arrogance was gone. Yoko, please forgive me this time. We are all good colleagues. I promise to take care of myself, not to speak carelessly, and to focus only on the experiment. Next time I will go instead. You rest. Yoko, we are all colleagues. Please give Fujiwara a chance. I vouch for him. Zai, standing nearby, also spoke, his eyes flickering as he looked at Yoko. He had always thought Yoko, like them, had no special abilities, which was why she was so focused on this research. Now he realized that wasn't the case. He knew he had to be more careful in the future. Yoko looked at the two people talking, put away her knife, and quietly returned to her original position without looking up. She said softly, Next time, if you can't control your mouth, my knife will take care of it. Okay, Yoko. Don't worry, I will definitely watch my words, Fujiwara promised, panting. At that moment, Mao Jejun suddenly collapsed with a loud thud and fainted. Yoko glanced at the clock. 18 minutes. That's still too short. You two go and clean him up. Then, tie him up again. When Mao Jejun woke up again, he felt as if he had been crushed by a heavy object. Moving his arms was difficult.
What did you do to me?
I want to go home, Mao Jejun, exhausted, weakly shouted. Where is Lin Jun? You promised I could see him, Mao Jejun said, trying to grab Yoko's sleeve as she busily worked nearby. Give him some nutrient fluid. We're preparing for the final experiment. Yoko ignored Mao Jejun's gestures and gave instructions to the two behind her. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something and turned to Zai. Go contact Lin Jun, tell him to hurry, and send the next test subject. We need to test the new drug's effectiveness. I'll arrange it right away, Zai said, and left the laboratory. Mao's mother was searching everywhere for her son. It had been almost a week, but there was still no news. Her daughter-in-law had run off with a man with special abilities, openly moving away with her. Now only Mao's mother and her grandson were left. Because she needed to take care of her grandson, Mao's mother had been dismissed from her job. The only thing left in the house was the food Mao had exchanged for. Mao's mother held her grandson and was about to sit at the entrance of the base when Lin Jun walked over from across the street. Seeing Lin Jun, Mao's mother hurried forward. Captain Lin, have you seen my son Jejun? It's been several days. Lin Jun remembered the recent task he received. His eyes brightened, and he stepped forward. Auntie, Jejun is with me. A few days ago, he said he wanted to go out for some exercise. He got a little hurt and was worried you'd worry, so he stayed at my place for a few days. Mao's mother immediately looked somewhat reproachful. Look at this child. He gets hurt and doesn't come home. I take good care of him. After speaking, she shouted at Lin Jun. Hurry up and take me to your house to bring our Jejun back. Lin Jun's face flashed with anger, but he quickly composed himself and put on a smile. Okay, Auntie. I'll take you to see Jejun now. Mao's mother followed behind Lin Jun, constantly urging him to walk faster. Lin Jun looked impatient but responded patiently. He led Mao's mother to a corner and then stopped. What's wrong with you? Hurry up. I need to see my son. Lin Jun turned his head sternly and looked at Mao's mother. His tone was harsh. Don't worry, I will take you to see your son now. After saying that, Lin Jun knocked her out. Someone hidden in the shadows came out, carrying Mao's mother. They saw a child crying loudly on the ground. Boss, what should we do with this kid? He's so noisy, he'll attract attention. Take him away too. This is Mao Jejun's child. Mr. Yamamoto just wants someone related to Mao Jejun. Yes, boss. One man carried Mao's mother on his back, and another held the child. The two disappeared into the darkness. When Mao's mother woke up again, she turned her head and saw Mao Jejun being blood-drawn. She immediately shouted, "Who are you? Let go of my son. What are you doing to him?" Fujihara, already annoyed by Yoko's fuss, was even more irritated by Mao's mother's voice. He slapped her directly. "Be quiet. You're disturbing me. Let go of my son. Whatever you're doing, do it to me instead." Fujihara looked at Mao's mother and smiled faintly. "Don't worry. It'll be your turn soon, and your little grandson's too." Hearing Fujihara's words, Mao's mother remembered her grandson and started looking around. She saw her grandson sleeping peacefully on the bed on the left, and she felt a little relieved. The next moment, Fujiwara's needle pierced the little grandson's arm, drawing out a tube of blood. The grandson was frightened and started crying loudly. "Let go of my grandson, you monsters!" Fujiwara acted shamelessly, waving the blood-drawing needle in front of Mao's mother. "Choose one, your son or your grandson. Who do you want me to take blood from? You. You're just a child. You monsters are worse than animals." Fujiwara's smile grew more arrogant. "Can't choose? Fine, I'll choose for you. Both of them will be tested." Without hesitation, Fujiwara's needle went into the little grandson's arm again. He drew 6 tubes of blood in a row, then slowly walked over to Mao's mother. "Don't worry, I won't leave you behind." No matter how loudly Mao's mother shouted, it was useless. After finishing the blood test, Fujiwara left the laboratory. Son, wake up." Mao's mother broke free from her restraints and shouted loudly for Mao Jejun, trying to wake him. She called until her throat was sore, but Jejun remained unconscious. The little grandson, exhausted from crying, fell asleep nearby. Mao's mother stared fixedly at the laboratory door, her heart growing more anxious. She thought about Mao Hao. If Mao Hao was still alive and so skilled, he would definitely come back for them. Maybe he could even exchange Mao Hao for Jejun. That would be good too. Her thoughts were interrupted when the door was pushed open. Seeing Yoko walk in, Mao's mother felt a flicker of hope. She tried to suppress her hoarse voice and whispered softly, "Young girl, where are you from? Can you help untie these ropes? My son is very handsome. When you rescue us, I promise to let you marry my son. I will take care of you." Yoko looked at Mao's mother but didn't speak. Instead, she took out 2 vials from her bag. "Don't hurt my grandson, you little girl. Why are you so cruel?" Even such a small child, before Mao's mother could finish, Yoko had already injected medicine into the little grandson. She then turned and injected another vial into Mao's mother's arm. The sudden pain stunned Mao's mother. Soon, a sharp, prickling sensation spread through her body, causing her to cry out in pain. She glanced at Mao Jejun, still unconscious, then closed the door and left the laboratory. The little grandson's crying never stopped. Mother Mao wanted to comfort him, but felt no strength at all. The pain in her body made her unable to think about anything else. After just 20 minutes, the grandson's crying stopped, along with his breathing. Yoko recorded in her notebook. It seems the dosage of the medicine was a bit too much. She didn't think about dealing with the grandson's body. Mother Mao's nails had been scratched raw from her hands, and finally, overwhelmed by the intense pain, she fainted. Yoko glanced at the time and said to Zei, "It looks like it's going well. 40 minutes, so he should be okay. You guys go handle that child. When they wake up, we can move on to the next step of the experiment." After dinner, everyone prepared to rest. Since they were outdoors, the men took turns staying watch. The first half of the night was guarded by 3 fathers. The second half was watched by Iron Wolf, Haizi, and Su Hian. At 3:30 a.m., Dakian, Dazhuang, and Haizi would take over until dawn. Originally, Nani wanted to bring out another RV, but everyone preferred tents. Each person was given a sleeping bag, and they all went to sleep. Nani and Su Hian also chose tents. Since they planned to go out again tonight, they left the RV for the elders. Once everyone was asleep, Nani and Su Hian entered the space. Su Hian activated the space and headed directly to the factory building they had explored earlier. "There are 15 people inside, and 10 of them are mutants," Nani told Su Hian what he found. Should we go in and take a look? Su Hyun asked. Ji Nani nodded. These people clearly lived their long term, as there were signs of daily life around. They used the space to enter the factory. There was a guard at the door, and inside everyone was sleeping. Ji Nani checked inside and outside the factory, but found nothing unusual. It seemed some of these people also had space abilities. Since nothing was obvious at night, Ji Nani and Su Hyun decided to come back during the day. Then they returned to the camp. Knowing there were people nearby, Ji Nani continued to use his mental power to cover the camp so others wouldn't discover it. Everyone was alert outdoors, so they woke up early the next morning. After the Iron Wolves finished breakfast, they couldn't wait to go and set the net again. Ji Nani told everyone briefly and pulled Su Hyun up the mountain. Once sure no one was around, they entered the space. Su Hyun activated the space, and the two of them re-entered the factory. It seemed that the original factory had a stage area for performances, with a chair on it. Sitting there was a man with a scarred face, holding a woman in his arms. The man's hands were not behaving properly, causing the woman to make frequent sounds. Below, several men sat, including 4 women sitting among the men, trying to please the men around them. Big brother, are you interested in pulling off a big job? The scarred man immediately became interested and looked at the man speaking, signaling him to continue. I heard that the neighboring province has turned into a dead city, full of zombies. But there are a few large supermarkets with very rich supplies. If we can team up with the people from the base and share the loot, we could eat well for a long time. You mean working with Lin Jun? Yes. Yesterday, we ran into some of Lin Jun's men. Rumor has it the base is sending people to check if anyone is still alive, but really they're after supplies. The scarred man stroked his beard and thought for a long time. All right. You and Gongzi go to the base and tell Lin Jun that I want to cooperate with him. Ask him to set a departure time and give us a vehicle. When we find something, he gets 6 parts and we get 4. He'll probably agree. Got it, big brother. Gongzi and I will leave right away. Dead City? Should we go see it too? Sure. We'll go tomorrow after we get back home and check out the place. But why do you think these people don't live at the base? Su Hyun shook his head. Ji Nani planted a seed at the factory door, then used his supernatural power to water it, making it grow quickly. This place is now under your watch. Report any situation at any time. Ji Nani touched the leaves of the plant, then left with Su Hyun. The two returned to the camp, where the Iron Wolves had already pulled all the fish nets up. Today, they harvested 1,000 jin of fish, all stored in Shunmu's space. Nan-e, are we going home this afternoon? Yes, but let's take a detour first to see the situation elsewhere, then head back. Okay, I agree. My mom's abilities just upgraded, and I want to see how powerful she is, Chinyu said nearby. The men, knowing they had to fight zombies, became very excited. They moved faster to pack up their tents. To avoid drawing too much attention, they didn't continue using 3 cars on the way back. Ji Nani took out a modified small van from her space. All of them could sit inside comfortably. Tai Lang took on the role of driver again. He decided to follow the road from the south and make a loop back home. Not long after starting, Ji Nani saw a group of zombies chasing 8 people. All of them are ordinary people, not a single person with special powers, Ji Nani said. Stop the car, get out and help, Su Hyun ordered. Tai Lang parked the car steadily. Dakian and Lao Jin got out first, followed by Dazhuang and Haizi. The others stayed in the car, as there were only about 10 zombies, so it wasn't necessary for everyone to get out. In about 5 minutes, the 4 of them finished fighting the zombies, collected the crystal cores, then got back into the car without paying attention to the 8 ordinary people. One man from that group stepped forward and bowed deeply to Ji Nani and the others. Thank you for saving us. I want to ask, how far is the base from here? We are from the neighboring province. We teamed up to come to the safe base in H province. There were over 20 of us when we set out, but some powers users left early because they thought we were holding everyone back. On the way, we encountered 6 groups of zombies. Many of our friends sacrificed themselves, but they told us to reach the base no matter what. We can't let them down. Su Hyun came down from the car and looked at the man leading the group. Are you a soldier? I'm a retired soldier. If I still had some skills, I wouldn't have made it this far. The man replied with some shame.
Go west.
There shouldn't be many zombies along this route. Walk a little faster, and we should reach before dark. The man nodded respectfully to Su Hian. My name is Lu Xiao. Thank you for saving us. If there's anything I can do to help in the future, just ask. All right, we won't delay your journey. Let's try to reach the safe base before nightfall. After saying that, Lu Xiao turned to lead the other 7 people and continued on their way. Jinani looked at the ragged figures of the others and suddenly felt moved. This was the first time since the end of the world that they had met people who didn't manipulate them with morals or cling to them desperately. Jinani couldn't help but speak. Do you have any food? To stay in the base, you need food. There is a temporary shelter, but the environment is poor. Lu Xiao smiled bitterly. Even if it's bad, it can't be worse than what we have now. So, you're out of food. Lu Xiao nodded hard, saying nothing more. Jinani looked at Lu Xiao's face and realized he was still the same as in his previous life. No wonder he could be a good friend of Su Hian. I can lend you some, Jinani said. Lu Xiao was surprised and looked up uncertainly. You're willing to lend us food? Jinani nodded. Yes, you heard me right. Lu Xiao looked at Jinani and made a difficult decision. We won't borrow. In this chaotic world, food is very precious. Many people fight over a single meal. If you lend me food, I can't repay you. That's not right. Aren't you going to the base? We will go there soon too. You can prepare well in advance, and when we arrive, you can help us get in. Think of it as me having someone in the base. Then, you can return it to me later. Lu Xiao still couldn't believe it. Throughout their journey, everyone in the team had fought fiercely over food. Why would this person just want to lend them food so easily? If he ran away now, it would be like a dog chasing after a meat bun. Never coming back. Yes, I'm sure. Husband, give him the food, Jinani said, turning to Su Hian behind him. Then he added mentally, give Lu Xiao a sip of spiritual spring water. The rest is not necessary. Hearing Jinani's words, Su Hian took out a bag of grain, a bag of sweet potatoes, and a bag of potatoes. Keep the grain for yourselves. The potatoes and sweet potatoes can be used to pay rent at the base. Lu Xiao instinctively caught the items Su Hian handed over. The heavy weight in his hands made him feel dazed. Are you thirsty? Su Hian asked. Drink it, Lu Xiao replied, taking a cup of spiritual spring water from Su Hian. Looking behind Lu Xiao, the 8 people who desperately wanted but tried to control their emotions, Su Hian turned back to get in the car. He also took out 2 bottles of water and handed them out, saying, This is for your teammates to drink. Thank you all. The people behind, hearing that they also had a share, knelt down one after another to thank them. Su Hian waved his hand, signaling them to get up. See you at the safety base later. Jinani waved to Lu Xiao and pulled Su Hian into the car. By the time Lu Xiao fully reacted, Jinani and the others' car had already driven away. See you at the safety base, Lu Xiao whispered in response. He sorted out his emotions, then turned to look at the people behind him. Lu Xiao handed out the 2 bottles of water and kindly advised, everyone drink a little at a time. It's been a while since you last drank water. Drinking too much too quickly might make you feel uncomfortable. Also, these foods. We already ate once this morning. Now I'll divide some for each of us, so we can carry less weight. When we reach the base, we'll start a fire and cook some porridge tonight. Lu Xiao will follow your plan. Brother Xiao, I only listen to you. Then let's speed up. We must reach the safety base before dark. After dividing the supplies, Lu Xiao led the way, and the group continued their journey. No one asked why Jinani was giving food to those people. Everyone believed that Su Hian and Jinani had their reasons, and they just supported them. Shen Qingqing was craving snacks, so Jinani took out some, and everyone shared the potato chips. The 2 children each had a lollipop and sat quietly aside. Do you want to play Do Diju? A card game? Jinani took out a deck of cards from his space and waved it in his hand. Wow, sister-in-law, you have this? That's amazing. I want to play. I do too. I'll just watch. Tai Lang, driving the car, shouted, boss, sister-in-law, I want to play too. Drive your car well. When we get home, I'll play with you. Lao Jin patted Tai Lang's shoulder and sat in the front passenger seat, chatting with him. Jinani glanced at Su Hian and communicated with him mentally. Why didn't you ask me why I gave food to that person? Nan Nan's actions must have a good reason, and she will tell me about it. Humph, you're so confident. Of course, Jinani put away his joking tone and seriously said to Soo Hyun, she is your good friend, your comrade from the past life. I didn't expect to meet him here. Although I didn't interact much with him in the last life, you two always fought side by side and completed many missions. When we finally went to carry out that plan, he was there too, blocking zombie attacks for you. Who knew we wouldn't make it out in the end? Soo Hyun patted Jinani on the shoulder and comforted him. Forget about the past. Look, we've met again in this life. This time, we help him. If there's a chance later, we can meet again. Hearing Jinani speak, Soo Hyun felt a bit emotional. During the end of the world period, they fought together and trusted each other deeply. His friends and brothers are all good people. Husband, if we can meet those comrades from your past life again, let's find a way to bring them all back. If not, after we handle our own matters, we should build a base. Okay, I agree. Soo Hyun gently touched Jinani's hair, feeling warm inside. Although Jinani always said she held him back in her previous life, he thought, with such a wife, what more could a husband ask for? His Nani always considers everything for him. Jinani, come here. I want to play against you. Their card skills are too good. I keep losing. Shin Qingqing lost 3 rounds in a row. The joy she felt from finally winning against Jinani disappeared. Jinani walked over, looked at the cards Shin Qingqing held, and showed a disgusted expression. Big sister Shin, your luck is terrible. No wonder you can't win with such bad cards. As the last card was played, Shin Qingqing lost again. Big sister Shin, accept your fate. Your skills aren't much better than mine. I don't believe it. I can definitely win. Shin Qingqing became more determined, even when her face was covered with notes, finally admitting she was not as skilled. Jinani took Shin Qingqing's place. With Soo Hyun making moves behind the scenes, she won 3 rounds in a row. This made Shin Qingqing even more annoyed. Shout loudly, oh no, please give me a boyfriend, someone who is really good at card tricks. Hearing Shin Qingqing's words, Iron Wolf thought about his terrible card skills and immediately felt down. He silently started to think, since the boss is good at card tricks, when I go back, I will ask him to teach me. That's settled. Deciding to learn card tricks, Iron Wolf quietly sped up the car a little because he needed to get home early to practice. Maybe because Iron Wolf was eager to return home, he didn't encounter many zombies on the way. After taking turns going out and dealing with 3 groups of zombies, they finally made it back safely. After dinner, Iron Wolf took a deck of cards, planning to practice card tricks with Soo Hyun, but was ruthlessly locked outside the door. Soo Hyun only left a sentence. Some things depend on talent, and then ignored Iron Wolf. Boss, please don't abandon me, Iron Wolf begged outside the door, acting pitiful. He fussed for a long time, but no one paid attention to him. So he called Hai Zi and Lao Jin out, insisting that the 3 of them play Do Diju together. That night, Iron Wolf lost badly and returned to his room with a sad face. Mother Mao successfully got through the first round of medication injection. The 3 of them were very happy, and even Yoko looked at Fujiwara with more friendliness. Let him rest for a round, then give the woman the next dose. If she can get through it smoothly, we'll do the 3rd round. That way, we'll have comparison data. Fujiwara listened to Yoko's instructions, took Mao Jejun out of Lab 1, and then put on protective gear to inject Mother Mao with the 2nd dose. This time, Fujiwara's speed was much faster, and by the time he left the lab, the medication hadn't taken effect yet. Yoko frowned, feeling puzzled. Could it be that the dose of the drug was too small? About 10 minutes later, Mother Mao's symptoms slowly appeared, but not as strongly as Mao Jejun's. Mother Mao was just holding onto the bed, sweating heavily, as if enduring great pain. 5 minutes later, Mother Mao finally couldn't hold back and completely erupted, causing chaos in the lab. But Yoko was very happy because the blood test data for Mother Mao had just come out. It turns out that women are more resistant to drugs than men and can endure greater pain. Let Lin Jun find a few more women. We overlooked this before. Women can unleash greater energy, which is very useful for our experiments. I need more people to confirm this. Okay, I'll contact Lin Jun now and ask him to handle it, Zai replied, then turned and left the lab. Yoko looked at Mao Mu with shining eyes. The experiment had been going on for a long time, and they had tested 33 subjects so far. They had never considered using women, but from today, she felt she could return to City S soon. The success of the experiment was just around the corner. After Ji Nani and Su Hyun finished lunch at home, they decided to visit the neighboring province a week before the cold snap arrived. The grass planted in the factory had sent a message. The base's people would leave early tomorrow morning. Therefore, Ji Nani and Su Hyun had to arrive today first to gain an advantage. After explaining everything to their family, the two of them drove away. At a bend, both the people and the car suddenly disappeared into thin air. 2 minutes later, Ji Nani and Su Hyun appeared on the roof of the tallest building in Province L. No wonder the city is called Dead City. Everywhere she looked, zombies were staggering through the streets. Ji Nani used her mental power to scan around. Within 1,000 meters, there were no humans at all. This was terrifying. Although Province L has the largest population, the speed at which the zombies spread was almost abnormal. Could it be someone deliberately causing this? Ji Nani turned to look at Su Hyun. Honey, do you think this dead city might have been created on purpose? Su Hyun pondered for a moment. It's possible. Such a large-scale zombie outbreak might really be intentional. Let's go see those supermarkets they mentioned, then carefully investigate the situation. Ji Nani immediately activated the map mode. Su Hyun handled the space manipulation while Ji Nani surveyed the surroundings. Soon, they found the supermarkets mentioned. However, they were already overrun by dense zombies, and very little edible food remained. Most had been destroyed by the zombies. Ji Nani saw that one side of the shelf was neatly stocked with water and drinks. Without hesitation, she stored them in her space, but she left a small part behind. Maybe if someone else reached here, it could save their life. Husband, do you want to stretch your muscles? Su Hyun smiled and said, Sure, this is a good chance to gather more crystal cores. You want to do a lottery in the space. Ji Nani smiled warmly and said, Then get ready. After speaking, she activated the camellia flower. A strange fragrance spread out, causing the zombies nearby to freeze in place, unable to move. Yes, Ji Nani's special ability has upgraded. After taking a level-up pill given by Nan Fengmu, not only did the camellia flower level up twice, but her wood-type ability also advanced. The camellia flowers growing on the vines truly achieved the effect of killing without being seen. Ji Nani can control the size, distance, and desired effect of the fragrance. She can choose to induce sleep, make people feel drunk and forget, or even cause them to explode from within. Moreover, the flowers of the camellia now have healing energy, although still very weak. If Ji Nani applies her healing ability to the flowers, she can directly heal low-level zombie bites and purify them. The zombies stopped moving. Ji Nani and Su Hyun began their actions. They moved among the zombies, and wherever they went, zombies immediately fell down. These zombies all had a common feature: a coin-sized hole right in the middle of their foreheads, passing straight through the brain. Ji Nani held a bag filled with crystal cores and shook it with Su Hyun. A total of 201 level 1 cores and 16 level 2 cores. Not a bad harvest today. It's just that my stamina is a bit low. This really is a stamina-consuming job. Su Hyun handed her the bag and said, 269 level 1 cores and 20 level 2 cores, all yours. Mua. Love you the most. Ji Nani stored the cores in her space, her eyes shining. She could do several draws now. So happy. Su Hyun was about to pat Ji Nani's head but suddenly became alert. Ji Nani immediately used her mental power to scan. About 200 meters away, she found a fully armed vehicle with 2 people inside, wearing full protective suits and holding weapons. The 2 quickly hid in a safe space to observe the situation outside. Those 2 haven't come over. They went down another street. Ji Nani reported the outside scene to Su Hyun in real time. Husband, they are actually catching those zombies, Ji Nani exclaimed. Catching zombies? Su Hyun asked to confirm. Yes, let's follow and see. Su Hyun nodded, activated the space, and the 2 followed the vehicle, watching their actions. As they got closer, They saw that this small modified truck was surrounded by spikes, protecting the people inside. One person was driving, another was shooting. When they saw lone or few zombies, they shot directly with weapons. The back of the truck had mechanical arms, likely added later, which were used to grab zombies and place them into a sturdy iron cage at the back. Those zombies are still alive. His weapon is a tranquilizer gun, but the contents seem to be modified, since the original tranquilizers wouldn't work on zombies, Soo-hyun explained after observing. The truck's noise was loud enough to attract the attention of a small zombie horde, which then gathered around. Seeing zombies impaled on the spikes, Ji-nani finally understood their purpose. It was quick and efficient. Some spikes even had several zombies strung on them. Perhaps used to the scene, the two inside the truck remained unaffected and continued working smoothly. The number of zombies surrounding the truck grew, snarling and clawing at it. Suddenly, the truck sped up, crashing through the zombie horde and heading out of the city. Ji-nani watched the zombies crushed under the wheels, some slowly crawling back up, with intestines spilling out and missing limbs, still struggling to move. Only those zombies shot in the head were truly dead. Ji-nani used her supernatural power to collect the zombie cores, then quickly caught up with a vehicle that had just left. The truck traveled for about an hour before stopping at an abandoned building. Two people in protective suits came out of the building and helped the two on the truck unload the zombies. All the zombies were pulled into the building with a trailer, and the modified truck was also stored in the space by the driver. It seems they also have special ability users. We need to be careful, Soo-hyun warned. The two of them followed closely behind and entered the room together. This house has a very large underground basement with a complicated layout, and there are many zombies below. Ji-nani used his mental power to look down and suddenly saw many red dots. They were all zombies. He continued to scan further. There are a total of 22 ability users and 2 ordinary people, all on the east side. The west side is full of zombies. They are conducting experiments. They are using zombies for experiments, Ji-nani told Soo-hyun. Let's go and see what's happening. Soo-hyun grabbed Ji-nani's hand, and they followed the 4 people ahead. In front of an old, broken door, the 4 people stopped and operated it. The elevator opened. This is an elevator. It's very well hidden. The basement has 2 floors. On the lowest floor, for some reason my mental power can't reach further. There must be something blocking it, hiding it. No worries, let's follow and see. Sure enough, the 4 people only stopped at the first basement level. When the elevator door opened, 2 people outside were waiting to handle the zombies. The 4 people handed the zombies over to those 2 and then headed east. The 2 pushing the carts went straight to the west. Which side are they going to? Let's go to the east first. We'll check the west side later. Ji-nani and Soo-hyun followed the 2 pushing the carts. After about 2 minutes, rows of small rooms appeared on both sides of the corridor, separated by glass doors with zombies inside. The zombies seem to have been injected with drugs. They look like wilted eggplants, hanging their heads and not moving at all. Each small room holds 1 zombie, standing fixed in place. They walked down a corridor about 200 meters long, and what they saw next shocked them. A huge pool filled with zombie corpses, all missing their heads. The strong smell of decayed blood hit their noses, making Ji-nani. Soo-hyun handed Ji-nani a glass of water to rinse her mouth and gently patted her back to soothe her discomfort. This scene and smell almost made him lose his composure. Back then, when they carried out missions, they also crawled out of pools of blood, but nothing felt as disgusting as this. Ji-nani eased his discomfort and pulled Soo-hyun to follow the 2 people ahead. The dozens of zombies on the trailer were all piled on a track, with a machine in front of them. The zombies came out from inside, their heads missing. Another track led straight to the zombie pool he had seen earlier. The decapitated zombies were thrown directly into it by the track. What kind of experiment are they doing? Ji-nani asked, feeling confused. Soo-hyun shook his head, and the 2 continued to move forward. In the room ahead, there are 10 mutants, Ji-nani said, describing what they saw around them. The door was opened, and the 2 people pushing the cart entered the room. Ji-nani and Soo-hyun followed inside. It was a large laboratory. In the middle, there was a round track with the heads of the zombies they had seen earlier. Although only the heads remained, the features were still moving. The large mouths tried to bite the mutants in front of them. Inside the round track was a glass cylinder filled with red liquid. "Is that zombie blood inside?" Jinani asked. "Yes, from the smell, it should be," Soo-hyun replied. The mutants in protective suits were removing the zombie heads. It looked like a perfect assembly line. Someone was responsible for opening the skulls, and the still-moving zombies were handed to the next person. Failed ones had their crystal cores removed. The heads were sent along another track, and the cores were thrown onto the track. Someone was dedicated to collecting them. Most of the others focused on the heads that were thrown aside. Although the zombie heads were opened, they were still alive. They showed no pain, with mouths still open, trying to bite. "Are they studying the brains of zombies?" Jinani asked. "Probably," Soo-hyun replied. "There's another room behind with 2 people inside." Jinani pointed at the wall ahead, indicating there were more people inside. "That should be where the main researchers are. The outside area is just a screening process," he added. "Let's go see." The 2 quickly moved behind the wall. Inside, there was about 200 square meters of space. One side of the wall was lined with many bottles of blue liquid. On the other side were some lab equipment and a special area for storing zombie heads. Because the space was small, the zombies were biting each other with their mouths, and the smell of rotten blood filled the air. "These people don't even seem to find this disgusting," Jinani said with disgust. On the table, there were some notebooks. Jinani saw one open page with writing on it. "Zombies have bodies that do not age or die. They don't feel pain. Even if they go 3 months without eating, they can still stay alive normally. Current research shows that besides the zombie virus infection, the main reason for this is that zombies have evolved brains with genetic mutations. However, the side effects caused by these mutations are still unsolvable. The zombie serum, made from refining zombie flesh, can instantly boost a zombie's fighting ability and help it evolve. But if humans take it, there is over a 90% chance they will turn into zombies. The serum still needs more purification. Lab results from Lab 6 show that purified zombie serum can directly awaken special abilities in ordinary people. But it requires 3 rounds of injections. Only after the body fully absorbs the serum can the side effects be minimized. Husband, look. They are probably researching a serum to awaken special abilities. From this page, it seems they have at least 6 labs. Do you think the 6th lab they recorded might be nearby? Since the serum here is refined and sent for experiments on humans, it wouldn't be across several provinces, right? That's possible. Later, let's check nearby cities in Province L to see if we find anything. Okay, but first, we need to deal with this place. It's too disgusting. As long as this place keeps providing zombie serum to other labs, more ordinary people will be captured for experiments. Soo-hyun nodded. "So, what does Nan want to do? Let's take all their research data and then burn this place down. At least the zombies here will have a proper place." "Good. We can't undo everything, but at least we can stop their current experiments." After discussing, the 2 of them decided to return along the same path. They still didn't know what was on the other side, or what might be in the basement beneath that they couldn't explore. Jinani and Soo-hyun went back the way they came and walked about 50 more meters. Suddenly, everything in front of them became clear. Seeing the scene before them, Jinani couldn't help but exclaim, "Are these people really so extravagant?" There was a large reception hall decorated very luxuriously, with a wall of wine cabinets filled with rare wines from different countries. A big oval table was placed on one side, with genuine leather sofas and a crystal chandelier. The whole reception room had a light luxury style. Behind the 3 doors on the left are 3 storage rooms, totaling about 1,000 square meters. They are filled with various resources. The 2 doors on the left lead to a corridor, with single rooms on one side, probably where these people live. Husband, most of the items in those 3 storage rooms are similar to what we collected at the H province base. The packaging is the same. They must be connected. These people are definitely part of a bigger conspiracy, Soo-hyun said seriously. Jinani pointed to a large portrait behind the main seat in the reception hall. "And there's another room behind that. There's a regular human inside. but I haven't found an entrance to the next level, and I can't detect what's below. However, I know the space underneath isn't smaller than this level, it might even be larger. Let's check that room first and then decide what to do. Yes, okay. At this moment, noisy sounds came from the corridor. Jinani and Soo-hyun turned to look. Did they find the person? Mr. Yamamoto, we searched the entire base but couldn't find that group. They probably left. Hearing this, Jinani was surprised and looked at Soo-hyun. Are they from that small island country? Soo-hyun nodded. Yes, their language is definitely the same. Cha-cha, stop slacking. Get up and translate what they're saying. Yes, master. Cha-cha translated the conversation between the two people for Jinani. What are they looking for in the base? Jinani felt a sudden doubt in her heart. Cha-cha, keep translating, she said. After finally discovering the traces of those people, you guys didn't seize the chance, she added. Mr. Yamamoto, we could have gotten some clues from the person who was kicked out of their team, but Lin Jun, that fool, ended up killing him, said the man, sounding annoyed. What's the use of talking about this now? I already told you to go search for those people. After so long, you haven't brought back any useful information. If it weren't for Lin Jun, you probably wouldn't even know that those people visited the base, Yamamoto said, looking unhappy. The Holy Maiden said we must find that person, or we will all be punished, another voice said. I'll send people out immediately to keep searching, Yamamoto promised. The Holy Maiden said that the woman named Jinani must be brought back alive, no matter what method we use, he added. Yes, I will do that now, she replied. Jinani's confused eyes looked at Soo-hyun. Are they looking for us? I think so, he replied. And that Yamamoto? The person Gui Junsing contacted. He's called Yamamoto, right? Soo-hyun's eyes were full of worry. How could these people know Nanan's name? And who is the Holy Maiden? Nan, don't worry. Whoever dares to come, I will make sure they don't get to go back alive, Soo-hyun said coldly, giving off a dangerous vibe. Husband, don't worry. I'm super strong now. Remember, we have an advantage, she said, holding Soo-hyun's hand to comfort him. Jinani felt the cold pressure from him, making her feel a bit chilly. It seemed that something was wrong somewhere. Maybe someone else had also come back to life? Could it be the Holy Maiden that Yamamoto mentioned? Jinani suddenly remembered something and pulled at Soo-hyun's sleeve. Are my parents in danger? No, they should have been looking for us for a long time. Mao Hao was probably set up and betrayed by their people, he reassured her. Your parents are probably safe. Don't worry, Nan, he said. Okay, Jinani nodded. Yamamoto tapped a few times on the painting, and it disappeared, revealing a door in front of him. Such a mysterious setup. There must be something important behind it. Yamamoto pushed open the door, which led to a bedroom. Jinani and Soo-hyun also entered behind him. Inside, there was a woman with all white hair. This is that ordinary human. No, she's not human, Jinani shouted. As they got closer to the woman, the green representing her human spirit energy mark, which was part of her mental power, subtly started to turn red. Cha-cha, what's going on? Master, she has a zombie virus inside her, but it hasn't fully spread. Because of her special constitution, the virus only made her age quickly, without causing poisoning. But if the virus isn't purified within a year, her organs will fail rapidly and she will die. Yes, Master. If I'm right, their main goal with these experiments is to detoxify her. Extracting pure zombie fluid from a zombie body can not only clear the virus in her but also modify her genes, helping her awaken special abilities. But their experiments probably won't succeed. Why not? Pure zombie fluid requires a certain plant to purify it, but the climate on Blue Star isn't suitable for growing that plant. What plant is that? Blue spirit grass. If you're interested, you can ask Nanfeng.
Moo.
The planet he's on has a climate perfect for growing blue spirit grass, and there should be plenty. Jinani shook her head. I'm not really interested. I just need to know they won't succeed. Master, the poison on this woman can actually be cured by you. You mean the camellia? Jinani asked uncertainly.
Yes.
Since the camellia was upgraded, it can easily detoxify this poison without any side effects. So the camellia my grandpa gave me is really powerful. One day, I'll get a good bottle of wine for Grandpa to enjoy. Yamamoto eagerly approached the white-haired woman and gently said, Ame, wait a little longer. My experiment is about to succeed. Once it does, you'll be able to return to normal. Yamamoto, please give up. So many lives have already been lost. We can't continue to do this. I don't care. They are just insignificant insects. As long as you are alive and not in pain, I am willing to do anything. Yamamoto's eyes showed a bit of obsession, and his whole body looked a little twisted as he spoke. Ame wanted to say something, but waves of pain swept through her body. She clenched her teeth, trying not to make any sounds, but she couldn't hold back a muffled groan. Ame, does it hurt again? Yamamoto anxiously picked up Ame and laid her on the bed, gently covering her with a blanket. Don't worry, Ame. I will find a way. Those people, last time it could last 3 days, but this time, it only took 1 day to start hurting again. Yamamoto tried to leave, but Ame grabbed his hand, her eyes full of pain. Yamamoto, don't go. Punishing them won't help. I will be fine soon. I can endure it. Cha-cha, what's going on? Didn't you say she was just aging? Yes, master. She was just aging, but because she stayed in the basement for a long time, with poor air and no sunlight, the zombie virus inside her became very active, causing her severe pain. I see. Jinani continued to watch the two in front of him. I didn't expect Yamamoto to be so caring, but bad people are still bad people. The truth can't be changed. The pain gradually faded, as if it drained all of Ame's energy. She fell into a deep sleep. Yamamoto gently stroked Ame's face. Little May, don't worry. I will save you. Our great experiment is about to succeed. This is your greatest work. If not for the accident in the experiment, you wouldn't have become like this. Rest assured, I will make it work. It will be a great achievement to save all humanity. Jinani was originally thinking that their love story seemed quite touching. But now he realized that this woman was the mastermind behind everything. Because of the accident in the laboratory, were these zombie viruses created by this group of people? Yamamoto took out a notebook from a nearby drawer, carefully flipping through each page, then treasured it and put it back. He tidied his clothes and left the room. Jinani directly put the notebook from the drawer into the space, checked that there was nothing else, and left the room with Soo Hyun. Yamamoto was still sitting on the sofa, lost in thought, when a man came in. Mr. Yamamoto, our experiment is about to enter the 3rd round. If this round is successful, it will prove that the dosage is right, and we can send it to City S for the next stage of research. Would you like to come and witness it personally, Mr. Yamamoto? The speaker was Zei. After the successful 2nd round of experiments on Mao Mu, their confidence in the 3rd round grew. They all believed this time would definitely succeed. Yes, at such a moment, I must witness it myself, Yamamoto said excitedly, pounding the table. Realizing he might have been a bit too excited, Yamamoto cleared his throat and said seriously, you go back first. I will go early tomorrow morning. Understood, Mr. Yamamoto. We'll follow this person and then come back to deal with this place and these people. Want the experiment to succeed? With me here, it's absolutely impossible not to succeed, Jinani said to Soo Hyun. Soo Hyun activated his space ability and followed Zei. Today is the day we eliminate these pests. We will wipe them all out. Zei left the house in a modified pickup truck, with Soo Hyun closely behind. Jinani thought about the notebook he just collected. He took it in his hands and started to look through it. Why? 10 Project Follow-Up Manual. The cover had a handwritten title, with elegant handwriting that looked like it was written by a girl. The first page had only one line. The arrival of the gods. I will use the power I have gained to save all living beings. I think this person definitely has a serious illness, Jinani said firmly. This says, save all living beings. That must be a joke. She can't even save herself, let alone save all living beings. Jinani flipped through the notebook, growing angrier the more he read. How could these people think they are the ones in charge? The notebook recorded that, a year ago, an environmental monitoring team was set up by the U.S. in a small island nation. They frequently detected environmental changes. When the unusual monitoring team noticed something strange, they immediately reported it to the U.S. authorities. Country M sent a special team to handle this project. During their work, they discovered a strange substance. After many tests, They found that this substance could cause animals to mutate and become stronger. A small white mouse with cancer cells was surprisingly cured by this substance. The proud scientists became obsessed and started more experiments. As they made some progress with animal tests, they became impatient and secretly began testing on humans. They hired a biological expert to help with the research. Coincidentally, Amy, who also discovered this phenomenon, reported it to her country's government and asked to join the research team. However, human trials kept running into problems. Without accurate data, they had to rely on trial and error, which caused many unnecessary deaths. Some researchers quit, and the experts sent by country M also gradually left. But Amy never gave up. After 6 months, she finally achieved some initial results. 30 people were forced to be part of the experiment. Half of them survived, and their health data showed significant improvements. Some even became much stronger. Country M learned about this and returned forcefully, forcing more people into the experiments. The experiments then went out of control. The first group of injected individuals became completely uncontrollable. Soon, the second and third groups also lost control. Country M took the core technology and left the others to fend for themselves. After the disaster, Country M contacted them again, claiming there was a new breakthrough and inviting them to join as key researchers. These people were then secretly sent to different countries for further experiments. Amy and Yamamoto were supposed to be separated, but Amy was infected with a virus and abandoned. Yamamoto found her and took her to China. Nani wanted to see what happened next, but the story ended there. The pages went blank. Are these people really researching how to fight cancer cells? The notebook says that as it goes on, it's mostly emotional expressions, and there's little about their experiments anymore. And I feel like behind these experiments, there are secrets that can't be told. Soo-hyun nodded slightly and looked at Ji-nani. From what we see now, they are not studying medicine but poison, something that can drive people mad. Soo-hyun thought for a moment, then looked seriously at Soo-hyun. Nan, I want to talk to you about something. Are you thinking of investigating this matter? I agree. I will join you. This has already involved us, even if we are still in the shadows. But since they already know our names clearly, we can't hide anymore. People will fight back if they are attacked. The book mentions the power of gods, right? I want them to know that human strength can still defeat them. Ji-nani spoke fiercely, clenching her fists. Okay, we do this together. Whoever blocks our way, we will deal with them. Yes. Ji-nani nodded heavily. Yoko looked anxious. Inside Lab 1, the monitoring devices were sounding alarms. His heart rate is dropping. His vital signs are failing. Give him an adrenaline shot quickly. Get the ventilator. Hurry. He can't breathe on his own anymore. Mao Jejun was still unconscious, in a coma. Suddenly, his condition worsened, and he was close to death. Mao's mother watched as Yoko and the others inserted various tubes into Mao Jejun, losing control and shouting. Let go of my son. Let go of him. Come at me if you want. You already killed my grandson. I only have this son left. You too, let go of him. If you keep talking, I'll throw him outside to feed the zombies. Thinking of the zombies outside, Mao's mother immediately shut her mouth and stopped speaking. Yoko and Fujiwara struggled to save him for 30 minutes, but Mao Jejun still couldn't be saved. Prepare for an autopsy. I want to see what's really going on inside his body. All his vital signs were stable. Why did it still fail? Hearing Yoko say it failed, Mao's mother looked at the monitor. The curve had turned into a straight line. Despite her lack of experience, she had seen this on TV before and knew her son was dead. Mao's mother suddenly became furious. Give me back my son. Give me back my son. You bunch of animals. The restraints on Mo suddenly broke free. She burst with a strong force, tearing off all the monitoring devices attached to her. She stood up straight and rushed toward Fujiwara, who was turned away from her. Be careful, you. Yoko saw Emomu break free and immediately tried to reach the door. Half of her words were spoken when Emomu already tackled Fujiwara to the ground, tightly choking her. Her face flushed red. Let go. Let go. I need to go. Fujiwara desperately slapped Emomu's hand and pushed her away with all her might, but Emomu was too strong for her to resist. Fujiwara could only lie on the ground, helpless. When she heard the door close, Emomu suddenly twisted Fujiwara's neck. Fujiwara's eyes nearly bulged out, and her body was thrown aside like a rag doll by Emomu. Emomu quickly ran to the door, trying to force it open with brute strength. The door remained unmoved. Watching the monitor, Yoko breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it was made of bulletproof glass and a bulletproof door. Otherwise, she might have been caught here too. Looking at Fujiwara lying motionless on the ground, Yoko felt deep fear. It was just a matter of 3 seconds. Otherwise, she might have ended up like Fujiwara, just a lifeless body. The door to the control room opened suddenly. Yoko was startled and quickly turned around. She saw Zei, then confirmed that Emomu was still trying to break the door. She patted her chest to calm down. What happened? Zei asked with confusion. Why did this woman look so scared? You're going to scare everyone to death. Walking around silently like that, Yoko, still trembling with fear, spoke very sharply. Zei knew he couldn't win against Yoko and didn't mind her attitude. He glanced at the monitoring room and saw Fujiwara was missing. He asked, "Where's Fujiwara?" "Inside." "She's dead." Yoko's voice trembled as she spoke. She still vividly remembered seeing Fujiwara's neck being strangled. "What?" Zei exclaimed, quickly walking to the monitor. He saw Fujiwara lying on the ground, her body twisted. The man suddenly experienced complete failure, just now. We worked together to save him for half an hour, but he couldn't be saved. When she found out her son had died, she suddenly released her inner energy. Since Fujiwara was nearby, Zei looked at the monitor, where Mao's mother was still banging on the door. He suddenly realized something and turned to Yoko, asking, "So, does this mean the experiment was successful on her?" "That's how it seems for now. We need to see her future health data, various indicators, and her own reactions." Yoko replied calmly, her expression returning to normal and her tone becoming colder. Zenon and Su Hyun followed Zei into the control room. "There are no zombies here, but there is a person in a half-human, half-zombie state," Zenon explained while looking around, but he noticed Su Hyun staring at the monitor screen and turned to look as well. "What's wrong?" "That is Mao Hao's mother and his brother," Su Hyun said with a frown. "It seems the base still has their people. I remember Mao Hao's mother and brother don't have special abilities, right?" Zenon asked. Su Hyun nodded, his brow furrowed. "Yes, unless the base forces them to leave, they wouldn't be outside. But now they are here. Her mother is the half-human, half-zombie one, and the brother nearby has stopped breathing." Zenon pointed to the person on the ground. At this moment, Mao's mother, who had been frantically banging on the door, finally slowed down and looked very weak. After nearly 5 more minutes, Mao's mother collapsed to the ground, completely exhausted. She muttered, "Bring back my son, bring back my grandson. You bunch of monsters." She is fully turning into a zombie. Her organs and various data are changing rapidly. The drug they developed has obvious flaws. It can awaken people's abilities and instead causes them to become zombies indirectly. These zombies are different from those outside. Outside, they feel no pain and have lost all reason. She is a zombie with a fully functioning human mind. She can't control her actions, but she knows everything she does. Jinani repeated exactly what Cha-Cha told her to Su Hyun. Both of them fell into silence. However, Yoko suddenly became very excited. "Record the data quickly." She has been holding on for almost an hour. Now is the time to draw blood and do a data test. Yoko was no longer afraid and eagerly pulled Zei into the laboratory. Together, they lifted Mao Mu back onto the bed and restrained her limbs. Yoko focused only on drawing blood, wanting to continue testing Mao Mu's blood data. Jinani stood behind Yoko, watching Mao Mu's fingers suddenly move. "She is about to fully turn into a zombie," Jinani said, pointing at Mao Mu. "I'll control her first," Su Hyun said. At that moment, time seemed to stop. Zei and Yoko both froze their actions, including Mao Mu, who was turning into a zombie. Jinani used her supernatural power, releasing a strange fragrance into the air. The hypnotized Yoko slowly opened her eyes, her gaze vacant, as if her soul had been drained. Nani looked coldly at Yoko and spoke slowly. What is the purpose of your experiment? To turn more ordinary people into supernatural beings and provide potions for their advancement. Who is your boss behind this? Charlie, Mr. Charlie. Is there anyone else behind Charlie? Yes, there are. Who? Hearing this, Nani's tone grew sharper. I haven't seen them. I don't have the qualification to meet Mr. Charlie yet, Yoko said, then tightly covered her head with her hands, curling up in pain. Master, someone has used hypnosis on her. As long as you ask about the Forbidden Zone, she will suffer a terrible headache and be unable to answer. Cha-Cha explained to Jinani. Is there a way to solve this? Master, currently there's no way. The person who hypnotized her probably used a family secret technique that requires a specific trigger to break. There are countless possibilities for this trigger. Forcing it open would only cause harm to both sides. Jinani nodded and continued to look at Yoko. Who sent the people to these bases? How many of your people are still inside? Lin Jun, it's Lin Jun. The people in the base are managed by their direct supervisors. They are not allowed to contact each other freely. Mr. Charlie's base contact person has died, so now Yamamoto and I share the same contact. Isn't that the name of the zombie squad leader? I remember Iron Wolf mentioned that the squad leader's name was the same. Jinani turned his head and asked Su Hyun behind him. Su Hyun nodded. Yes, that's him, exactly. Having received a clear answer, Jinani continued to turn and ask Yoko, how do you all communicate? Fujihara and Zei are responsible for contact. I only handled experiments. After Yoko finished speaking, Su Hyun knocked her out with a strike. The two looked to the side at Zei, whose eyes were equally vacant. How do you contact Lin Jun? Yozawa and Ishikawa handle communication. One has wind powers, the other speed powers. They can freely enter and leave the base without being noticed. How many of you are still in the base? The list is with Mr. Yamamoto. Before it was activated, no one knew each other's identities. Where are your experimental data? All detailed records are in Yoko's notebook. Do you have other laboratories? We don't know. Only Mr. Yamamoto knows. We have no right to ask. Jinani looked at Zei with some disdain. Knowing what he knew, he couldn't say, and what he said was the same as not saying anything. It seems that dealing with Yamamoto should be on the agenda. Jinani withdrew his supernatural power, and the two returned to the space. Inside the laboratory, everything looked as if nothing had happened. Zei pushed open the door fully, walked in, and handed the blood collection tube to Yoko. They each took one side. The two, focused on drawing blood, didn't notice that Mother Mao's eyes had already opened, glaring fiercely at the two. Before Yoko could put down the blood tube and turn to draw another, she coughed. Cough, cough, cough. Let me go. Let me go. Yoko struggled hard, but Mother Mao's grip on her neck was tight. In just a few minutes, red marks had appeared. Hurry. Let me go.
Ah, Kug.
Cough. You. This. Crazy person. Yoko used her powers to try to escape from Mother Mao, but she was tightly held and could only get a little air to breathe.
Shi.
Help. Help me. Hearing Yoko's voice, Zei ran out of the laboratory without looking back. Yoko is a person with special abilities, but she couldn't escape, and Zei, being an ordinary person with no strength, was even less able to do so. Mother Mao realized Zei was running away and bit Yoko's neck. Blood splattered instantly. The smell of blood made Mother Mao more excited. She staggered to her feet. The laboratory door was suddenly smashed open. In the monitoring room, Zei stood at the door, covering his mouth tightly to prevent any sound from escaping. He stared at the monitor screen, watching Mother Mao get closer and closer. She was covered in blood, her eyes bulging, looking very frightening. She has completely turned into a zombie now, like a walking corpse, but her mind is still clear. To be precise, she is now a level 2 zombie, but her abilities are a bit stronger than a typical level 2 zombie. Jinani and Su Hyun followed behind Mother Mao, with Jinani explaining to Su Hyun. Originally, they wanted to fight and deal with these two people directly, but since Mother Mao appeared, it saved them some trouble. Although there aren't many people in the laboratory now, there are quite a few rooms. Mother Mao sniffed Zei's scent as she moved from room to room, finally stopping happily in front of the monitoring room door. She repeated her previous actions, smashing the door open. Zai still had some hope, thinking the door might not be broken, but Mother Mao's strength easily knocked him flying. He crashed into the wall of the monitoring room, feeling like his internal organs were out of place. A bitter, metallic taste filled his mouth, and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Mother Mao, like a demon descending, slowly approached Zai. Zai instinctively backed away, but there was no way out behind him. He could only face Mother Mao's fierce eyes with fear. Mother Mao slowly took a blood-drawing syringe from her pocket. She raised it high and stabbed it forcefully into Zai. Before Zai could even shout for help, the syringe was forcefully inserted into his neck. If you look closely, the needle has already bent and deformed, forcing its way through the neck with great strength. Jinani instinctively touched her neck. Such force is really a bit frightening. Husband, compared to her strength, who is stronger? Thinking about Su Hian taking a strength-enhancing pill earlier, Jinani couldn't help but feel curious. If I didn't have that pill, it would be her, Su Hian honestly replied. The strength of Mao Mu exceeded his expectations and still surprised him. If these people truly turned everyone into monsters like this, the planet would be even more chaotic. Moreover, these people have the courage to research but lack the bravery to face the consequences. They are all selfish and cowardly. Yoko is out, Jinani reminded Su Hian to look back. Yoko, who was bitten by Mao Mu, has now also turned into a zombie, and a respectful one at that. Yoko's neck is exposed with bones showing, blood has dried, and her body smells of rotten blood. She sways as she walks obediently behind Mao Mu. Seeing this scene, Jinani was a bit shocked. Cha-cha, what's going on? Master, as you can see, anyone bitten by Mao Mu will turn into a zombie and will be completely obedient to Mao Mu, only listening to her. Isn't that like recognizing a master? In some ways, yes, but there is a clear difference. The poison in her body has reached her heart. If she isn't treated within 3 days, she will truly become a zombie. I've never seen such a power before. Yoko leads the way ahead, with Mao Mu following behind. Mao Mu is now completely out of control. The moment she realized she had become a zombie, she started planning. She wants revenge on these people. It was their constant pressure that turned her family into the state, especially Su Hian. If he hadn't driven Mao Hao out, her family wouldn't be like this. She wants to find Su Hian and bite his neck. Jinani looked at the 2 zombies preparing to leave and felt a bit headache. She first activated her powers and took Yoko's crystal core. Yoko was pierced through the head by vines and collapsed straight to the ground, with a large amount of rotten blood flowing out. Mao Mu instinctively started searching everywhere for people, but found no one. I checked each room carefully and found no problems. Mother Mao was shouting loudly, trying to make Jinani and Su Hian, who were hiding in the dark, come out. Jinani looked at Su Hian for a long time, tilting his head to the side. She must be eliminated, or if her blood and genes spread through various means, it could infect others. Based on the current abilities of mutants, if a zombie like Mother Mao is cloned, it would cause a huge, destructive disaster. Su Hian looked seriously at Jinani and asked, Nan, are you worried I might show mercy to Mao Hao's mother? Jinani shook his head. I'm just thinking whether we should split up and act separately. There are supplies, some experimental data, and medicines that haven't been injected yet in those rooms over there. We should take everything back, just in case they might be useful later. Su Hian nodded. Okay, but stay safe. I'll be quick and come back soon. After speaking, Su Hian headed toward Mother Mao. Jinani also smoothly reached the basement where the medicines and supplies were stored, waving his hand to put everything into his space. Mother Mao staggered out of the laboratory, her body covered in blood, and the strong smell immediately attracted nearby zombies. However, as these zombies approached her, they all instinctively took a step back and stopped advancing. What happened next shocked Su Hian even more. After stepping back, the zombies all bowed respectfully toward Mother Mao. Mother Mao had tamed all these zombies. The zombies followed behind her, shuffling toward the road. Su Hian didn't expect that Mother Mao, now a zombie, would become so powerful. He quickly appeared in front of Mother Mao, staring at her steadily. Almost instantly, Mother Mao sensed Su Hian's scent. The smell of fresh human blood and the aura of mutants attracted her, causing the zombies led by Mother Mao to go wild. But Mother Mao didn't move. The zombies behind her also stood still, unmoving. Mother Mao stared at Su Hian for a long time. It was like suddenly recognizing Su Hian. Zhang opened his mouth wide and roared as he lunged forward. The zombies behind him also started moving. Mother Mao's eyes seemed full of hatred as she stared fiercely at Su Hian. In just a few seconds, Mother Mao was close to Su Hian. With long claws and a mouth stained with rotten blood, she was about to pounce on him. At the moment Mother Mao was about to make contact, Su Hian's laser sword pierced through her head. The zombies behind froze for a moment, then continued to attack Su Hian. Su Hian moved quickly among the zombies, taking them all down. When Jinani came out, Su Hian had already picked up the crystal core and was playing with the sky blue crystal inside Mother Mao's head. This crystal core was much larger than others, but it was very cloudy inside, making its surface look dull and gray. "Is everything done?" Su Hian asked Jinani. Yes, we got a lot. There are many medicines and some special drugs. It seems these people from the US are willing to spend a lot. That shows how much they value this experiment, Su Hian said. We should go back and find Yamamoto. She can probably give us useful information. Su Hian nodded, pulled Jinani into the space, and they used the space again to return to where they had just been. They returned to the same room and saw the white-haired woman was still sleeping. Jinani continued to use his mental power to explore the lower level, but after many tries, he still couldn't see what was below. Su Hian comforted Jinani, saying, "No rush. We will find a way. When Yamamoto comes back, we can ask her." Okay, Jinani nodded. About half an hour later, Yamamoto pushed open the door. Seeing Ami still sleeping, a hint of affection appeared in her eyes. She sat by the bed, gently stroking Ami's cheek. "It will be soon. You just have to wait a little longer for me." Jinani and Su Hian suddenly appeared behind Yamamoto. Yamamoto sensed something strange around her, turned her head to see the two of them, and was about to shout when she was overwhelmed by a strange scent and fainted. Amy was lying on the bed and woke up at this moment. Seeing the two strangers suddenly appearing, she screamed in fear, "Yamamoto, Yamamoto, shoo." Chinan-e looked at Amy, making a shushing gesture, then spoke softly. "I can remove the poison from your body." Hearing Chinan-e's words, Amy froze in shock and asked blankly, "Are you telling the truth?" Wanting to confirm the answer, Amy quickly scrambled out of bed and crawled over to Chinan-e. "Please save me. I beg you. Do you want me to save you?" Chinan-e looked down at Amy. "Yes, please save me." Amy nodded heavily, her eyes full of hope. Chinan-e took out a notebook and waved it in front of Amy. Seeing her notebook, Amy immediately became excited. "Here, this is mine. Give it back to me. I want to know everything beyond this notebook," Chinan-e said to Amy. Amy instinctively shook her head and muttered, "I don't know. I don't know anything. As long as you tell me, I will save you," Chinan-e repeated. "They all died. I told them to stop the experiments, but they didn't listen to me." Amy's mind started to seem a little crazy, as if she saw something frightening. She backed away desperately, then hid under the blanket, trembling uncontrollably. "I said no, it can't go on. I told you so. I told you. I told you." Amy seemed to have lost her mind. No matter how much Chinan-e asked her, she only muttered the same words, with no other response. Chinan-e tried to hypnotize Amy again, but it was useless. The two had no choice but to give up questioning her. Su Hian, annoyed by Amy's noise, knocked her out. In an instant, the room returned to its previous quiet state. Chinan-e took out a rope from the space and asked Su Hian to tie up Yamamoto. Then Su Hian kicked her hard to wake her up. Yamamoto was startled awake by the pain, reaching to rub his calf, only to find himself and unable to move. Yamamoto looked at Jinani and Su Hian with a fierce expression, and a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. "Does it matter how we got in?" Jinani sat down casually and looked at Yamamoto. Seeing the notebook in Jinani's hand, Yamamoto became even more excited. Put that down. Who told you to take my things? What exactly is recorded in this notebook? What are you researching? How many bases do you have in China? The H City base, and how many of your people are there? Ha ha ha, so your goal is this? Yamamoto suddenly burst into loud laughter after hearing Jinani's words. Yamamoto's face twisted with anger as he stared at Jinani. Dream on if you want to know about our experiments. This is the greatest experiment of this century. If we succeed, our big dream will come true. You insects, you don't understand anything. I guess you found me because you got some news. I advise you to untie me quickly, or I'll make sure you regret it. Jinani kicked hard at the spot where Su Hian had just kicked. He said fiercely, "Everyone, so be honest. Answer my questions properly, or try your luck." Jinani took out a small dagger and lightly cut across Yamamoto's face. Just as he was about to raise the dagger again, he turned the blade, leaving a blood mark on Yamamoto's face. Stupid woman, Yamamoto didn't expect Jinani to really attack. Feeling the pain on his face, he cursed out loud. Slap. Su Hian slapped Yamamoto across the face. Yamamoto's face instantly swelled up, looking very frightening. Keep your mouth clean, Su Hian said with a harsh tone. Jinani immediately activated his powers, no longer planning to waste time talking with Yamamoto. Yamamoto smelled the fragrance and looked at Jinani with some confusion. He was not hypnotized. Jinani realized that Yamamoto was not hypnotized by the scent of the camellia flower. He quickly asked TT what was going on. Master, his body has been cursed. These curses protect him. To be precise, he is now immune to all poisons. Yamamoto, what kind of people are behind him? Master, based on my initial guess, I think it might be an old family that holds some secret traditions passed down through generations. After all, China has a history of thousands of years, with many mysterious things that are hidden from the public eye and hard to understand. Before Jinani could speak, Yamamoto started talking first. What, you think just by spraying some new perfume, you can me? Haha, dream on, slap. Jinani slapped Yamamoto's face and said disdainfully, you really should check if your brain is working properly. So, what do we do now? Jinani turned to Su Hian and asked. He initially hoped to get some information from Yamamoto, but now it seems their enemies are not to be underestimated and are hiding in the shadows, requiring them to find each one carefully. Su Hian signaled to Jinani to stay calm, then looked at Yamamoto and pointed to Ame, who was knocked out on the bed, and spoke calmly. Do you want to save her? A flicker of strange emotion crossed Yamamoto's eyes, but he quickly returned to normal. Don't tell me you have a way. We've been researching for so long and haven't found anything. Why should we believe you? Moreover, the antidote I am working on is almost ready. You can't threaten me with it. Oh, really? How do you know we want to threaten you and save her? Aren't you afraid I might just kill her instead? After speaking, Su Hian directly threw Ame in front of Yamamoto. With a loud thud, Ame's head hit the ground. Yamamoto's eyes immediately filled with pain as he looked at Su Hian with a more fierce expression. Try moving her again and see what happens. This is my territory. Jinani looked at Yamamoto, who was still shouting wildly, feeling a bit speechless. This person really does have a problem with his mind. Jinani squatted down, placed his hand on Ame's, and activated his special power. After about 2 minutes, Ame's grayish hair surprisingly started to show strands of black hair mixed in. Yamamoto saw this miraculous scene and stared at Jinani without moving. Are you Jinani, right? So you are Jinani. No wonder the Holy Maiden said you have powerful healing abilities. If we catch you, we can use your blood for further research. It will definitely work. So that's how it is. No wonder the Holy Maiden wants to get your power. Jinani withdrew her psychic ability to help Aim heal, then looked at Yamamoto with a meaningful gaze. Now, are you willing to tell me some things about your experiment? Yamamoto was about to speak but suddenly seemed to be choked, his face turning red and then bluish in an instant. What's wrong with him? Jinani looked at this strange scene with confusion. Master, he's going to die. The curse in his body is taking effect. Once he has thoughts of betraying his master, He will suffer great pain, and then die painfully. What? Speak quickly. Where is your main base? Who is the Saintess? What is the real purpose of the experiment? City S. Saintess. Saintess. Yamamoto's words were not finished before his eyes exploded, and he instantly lost all vitality, slumping in his chair. Su Hian stepped forward, checked his breath, then turned to Jinani and said, "He's dead." Jinani felt a bit disappointed. They hadn't even finished asking questions, and he was gone. Leaving behind a frantic aim was useless. Su Hian hugged Jinani to comfort her. They can't hide in the dark forever. They will come out sooner or later. First, let's deal with this place, then go home. Since it's cold, we can find a way to improve our abilities. Don't worry, Nan Nan, we will definitely find and deal with all of them, Jinani nodded. She now understood that this matter was much more complicated than she had thought. She immediately used her psychic power to put everyone in the basement to sleep. Su Hian quickly took care of them all, leaving no one alive. The zombies, whose heads were still barely moving, were also taken care of. After finishing everything, the two opened the storage room and went inside. The supplies here were more abundant and complete, even with a small warehouse for medicines, neatly arranged. They worked together, each responsible for one side of the supplies, and began collecting everything into their space. Jinani didn't feel like caring about what was inside anymore. She simply gathered everything into her space all at once. Nan Nan, come look. Originally, in front of Su Hian, there was a pile of mineral water bottles. After Su Hian stored them in his space, a new space appeared along with the door. Su Hian tried to open the door several times but couldn't open it. Jinani looked at this dark, ugly door and wondered why it wouldn't open. Husband, do you think this is the door to the next level? Could it be that because of this door, I can't explore what's behind it? Master, I'm here. Look at this door. What material is it made of? Not only can I open it, but I also can't see what's behind it. It's black crystal. It's black crystal, Cha-Cha exclaimed. Black crystal? What is that? Master, black crystal can change magnetic fields and create a new magnetic environment. It's because of the energy inside the black crystal that I can't see what's behind the door. Black crystal? Does Su know about this? Jinani asked Su Hian. Su Hian shook his head. Never heard of it. Master, it's normal that you don't know. Black crystal isn't originally from Blue Star. To be precise, it's similar to a meteorite, but it contains much more energy. If a black crystal falls on Blue Star, it looks like a big stone. Someone must have discovered its use and brought it here. So, what should we do to open this door now? Jinani asked. Master, it's actually very simple. A strong magnetic iron magnet can solve this. A magnetic iron magnet. Yes, the magnetic force inside the magnet can temporarily drain the energy from the black crystal, allowing the door to open. Jinani suddenly remembered the strong magnetic iron magnet he found earlier in Yamamoto's room and suddenly understood. I was just wondering why there was a magnet in that room. Now I understand. Su Hian returned to Yamamoto's room, took out the magnet, and when it touched the door opened from one side. Master, take this opportunity to break off the black crystal. I want to absorb all its energy. After the conversation, Su Hian had already broken off a large piece of black crystal and stored it in his space. Cha-Cha, can you also absorb the energy from here? Yes, Master. You might not know, but this kind of stone, which isn't found on Blue Star, contains more energy and is better for upgrading. Jinani nodded and said, From now on, any stones we find will be yours. Thank you, Master. Love you. Since such stones are available here, it means other bases might also have them, which could help upgrade her space. Naturally, Jinani wouldn't miss out on that. The door opened, revealing darkness behind it. Su Hian took out a flashlight from his space and gently led Jinani forward. Nan Nan, watch your step. Okay. Don't worry, Su. Jinani released her mental power and quickly started scanning the surroundings. Su, there are people below. It might be a different kind of laboratory. Su Hian pulled Jinani into a space for safety. That's safer. Okay, Jinani nodded. Although her mental power could already scan this area, The long-term influence of the black crystal limited her range and caused some obstacles. She could sense that there were people on this level, but whether they were mutants or zombies, she couldn't tell. In an unknown environment, staying in the space is definitely the safest choice. Soo Hyun activated his space and moved forward, and the area soon became brighter. Seeing the scene ahead, Jinani instinctively covered her nose and mouth. Fortunately, she was inside the space. Otherwise, the overwhelming stench of rotten blood would have made her. The zombie bodies she thought useless before were being reprocessed here. It was reprocessing. The zombie bodies were placed into a huge crusher, along with their useless heads, and all were fed in together. The bodies and heads of zombies were chopped into pieces, with bones shattered as well. The resulting mixture was then fed to zombies in a glass room behind. The flowing rotten blood and various liquids were collected, and after some unknown process, they turned into a glowing green liquid. In a large pool, this green liquid shimmered eerily and terrifyingly. There are 6 people wearing protective suits, pouring green liquid into white plastic gasoline drums. What are they doing? Soo Hyun shook his head. The green liquid in that bottle is probably the medicine we saw in another lab, meant to be injected into the body. These things should go through more steps before use. Refining zombie oil. Master, they are actually making zombie oil. Zombie oil? What's it used for? By refining the corpse oil and injecting it into a person, it can cause a supernatural ability user to rapidly increase their powers in a short time. The higher the purity of the oil, the faster the ability upgrades. But this method has never been successful. Countries on other planets that had zombie outbreaks tried it secretly, but they all failed in the end. People injected with the corpse oil either die or mutate, leading to the evolution of zombies and irreversible consequences. Master, I'm sure the people behind these individuals must have a system linked to the apocalypse. Otherwise, they wouldn't know such a twisted way to refine zombie oil. Also, Master, we need to upgrade quickly. I don't know the level of that person's apocalypse system, but once they use the refining method, it means their system doesn't follow the universe's rules. These systems tend to use cruel and extreme methods to conquer planets. If they succeed, Blue Star will be completely destroyed. An apocalypse system? Yes, Master. They are a group that controls the bound person by linking minds. They can only act according to their demands. They don't follow the system rules and act arrogantly. When they find an opportunity, they forcibly establish contracts and gradually control the bound person. What about Cha-Cha and you? Cha-Cha looked a bit upset. Master, we are regular systems that follow the rules. We won't interfere with your decisions. Our goal is to protect and guard you. Cha-Cha, if we encounter someone with an apocalypse system, can you tell? If they use their system in front of me, I can detect it. But if they don't, I won't be able to sense it because systems have self-protection modes and can't detect each other. Jinani nodded, realizing that this matter needed careful planning. For now, their first step was to create a distraction. Since they had already been exposed publicly, they decided to give these people a lesson and show them their strength. Jinani used her special abilities without hesitation and quickly dealt with everyone inside the house. She collected all the prepared corpse oil into her space. As for the remaining items, Jinani decided to burn them all as a way to disinfect and clean the place. After confirming nothing was left behind, Soo Hyun took a bucket of gasoline from his space and poured it around, ready to ignite. He then led Jinani out of the laboratory and threw a match inside, setting everything on fire. The fire burned for a full hour. The basement, which was originally there, collapsed completely as the flames consumed it. All the dirty things inside were buried beneath the rubble. Fortunately, the laboratory was in a remote area near the dead city, so no one noticed what was happening. Let's go home now. The outside temperature is dropping more and more, and a cold wave is probably coming soon. We should go back, so our parents won't worry. Jinani nodded and looked back at the ruined site before pulling Soo Hyun into her space. Using her powers, they quickly returned home. When they arrived, Nan Xian and Shin Yu felt relieved to see them back. Since the afternoon, the thermometer had been dropping steadily. Although they wore temperature-controlled suits and couldn't feel the change directly, The water freezing in the yard clearly indicated the temperature was falling. Nan Xian remembered Ji Nani mentioning that the cold wave would drop temperatures below -50 degrees, freezing the land. Many people, lacking warm clothes, had frostbite, and some even froze to death. Worried about herself, Nan Xian was comforted when Ji Nani gently held her arm and said, "For the next month of extreme cold, Heian and I won't go out. We'll stay at home and be good, not wandering around. That's better. Mom knows you're capable now, but the outside is still cold and dangerous. If possible, it might be best for us to stay here forever." Knowing Nan Yi's expression darkened slightly. "Mom, it will be fine. You, Dad, Aunt Shen, and Uncle Shen can enjoy your retirement here. If you get bored, there's little Tuanzi and Ming Xian. Think of it as helping to take care of the grandchildren. Go on, Dad. And I still need to work out. We might have to go out and fight zombies someday, so we won't hold you young people back." Nan Yi buried her head in Nan Xian's shoulder. "Who says you're holding us back? My mom is really amazing. Tonight, what do you want to eat?" "I'll cook for you myself," Nan Xian asked happily. "Hot pot. Let's have hot pot. The weather's cold, and sitting together to eat hot pot will be very cozy. All right then. Mom will prepare everything. Think about what you want to eat, and I'll clean and get it ready." Nan Yi, like a treasure chest, kept pulling out food. There were quite a few of them, so she grabbed several boxes of beef rolls. The men here all love meat and eat a lot. Manhwa and Wang Xiao saw what was happening and came over to help. Looking at the green vegetables on the table, although it wasn't the first time seeing them, in this situation, each time they saw them, they still felt amazed. They thought that if Nan Yi and Su Hian hadn't been willing to bring their family along, they might now be like most people in the base, living every day with fear, eating carefully, worried that food might run out. Maybe they would be a little better, but in such a harsh environment, how much better could it really be? Thinking of this, their hands moved faster. With Lan Hua and Wang Xiao helping, everything they needed was quickly prepared. On the long table, there were 3 copper hot pots. In the middle, red charcoal burned, and the water inside was bubbling hot. "This is just too happy." Iron Wolf picked up a lamb roll, put it in his mouth, and the seasoned sauce combined with the lamb flavor exploded in his mouth, making it hard to stop eating. As Nanny expected, all the men here were only interested in various kinds of meat. The vegetables they washed were ignored completely. Iron Wolf saw Shin Qingqing only took 1 beef roll, so he quickly added a whole bunch to her bowl, smiling foolishly. "Eat up." These men are so quick to grab food. Old Jean and Zhuang looked suspicious and stared intently at Iron Wolf, but Iron Wolf's eyes were only on Shin Qingqing, not noticing the brothers' eager glances. Jinani was nearby, observing everything. She noticed that Shin Qingqing didn't mind Iron Wolf sharing food with her, even though her best friend usually had slight cleanliness habits. Jinani nudged Su Hian at the waist, signaling him to look at Shin Qingqing and communicated mentally with him. Qingqing must like Iron Wolf. They will probably end up together. Su Hian looked confused and stared at Iron Wolf for a long time. Before he could speak, Jinani continued. "It's obvious. Look at Iron Wolf's flattering face. No wonder he insisted on playing cards with you last time." Qingqing lost her game and said she wanted a boyfriend who was good at cards. Su Hian thought about Iron Wolf's card skills and felt a bit worried. Maybe he should teach him someday, since this is about a lifelong matter, and as the leader, he should help. "I'll teach Iron Wolf how to play cards someday." With his skills and Shin Qingqing, he would definitely lose badly. "Su Hian, do you look down on my sister? Our card skills are pretty good." Su Hian smiled silently and looked at Jinani. She turned her head. "Well, maybe just a little, but I have you, so I'm not worried." They enjoyed a lively hot pot dinner. Seeing the good atmosphere, Jinani took out a few bottles of beer and allowed everyone to have a drink. The men, who hadn't had alcohol in months, held their cups, sat in a row, eagerly waiting for Wang Xiao to pour wine into their glasses. Jinani couldn't stand it anymore and discussed with Su Hian. She took out several boxes of wine. Since there was nothing urgent, everyone had been tense lately. Today was a good chance to relax. The men saw the wine, and their eyes lit up. Shin Qingqing was also very eager. Jinani secretly pulled her back to the room, handed her a bottle, her favorite red wine. Shun Qingqing saw the wine and immediately hugged Jinani, giving her 2 big kisses. Xiao Nani, I love you so much. Do you know how much I missed this over the past few months? Do you know how hard I've been holding back? Jinani knew that Shun Qingqing liked to have a small drink before bed. These past few months had been tough, but she managed to find 2 of Shun Qingqing's favorite tall glasses from her space and waved them in front of her. Wow, Jinan, I really love you. Shun Qingqing eagerly poured herself a glass of red wine. She took a small sip, then squinted happily, enjoying the moment of comfort. Shun Qingqing and Jinan secretly shared a few drinks in the room. Before leaving, they heard loud voices outside. They thought something was wrong. Shun Qingqing hid her wine, and they quickly left the room. In the dining area, everyone was already drinking and joking around. The 3 dads were leaning on each other's shoulders. Tai Lang was crying while hugging Lao Jin, and everyone was trying to comfort him. What's going on? Jinan asked, confused. These people are encouraging Tai Lang to confess, but he's too scared, Su Hian said, turning to hold Jinan Yi's hand and pulling her into his arms. Sniff sniff, boss, you're still showing off your love, and you. Just then, Tai Lang saw this scene. He was about to shout, but when he saw Shun Qingqing behind Jinan Yi, he quickly shut his mouth and hurriedly wiped his eyes. Seeing Shun Qingqing looking at him, Tai Lang felt a bit embarrassed. Let's keep drinking, keep drinking. Tai Lang grabbed his glass and took a big gulp, almost choking. He kept coughing. Cough, cough, cough. A strange look flashed in Shun Qingqing's eyes. She looked at Tai Lang and said, "Fool." The light in Tai Lang's eyes dimmed. He looked at Shun Qingqing with a hint of sadness in his eyes. Heizhi saw Shun Qingqing arrive and grabbed Tai Lang, who was about to leave, and shouted, "Shun Qingqing, Tai Lang has something to say to you. What is it?" Shun Qingqing stopped and looked at Tai Lang, standing still. No, Qingqing, go back to your room and rest. They're talking nonsense. Tai Lang hurriedly waved his hands. Oh, okay, then I'll go back to my room. You guys keep playing, Shun Qingqing said and left without looking back. Jinani shook her head and said to Su Hian, "Your men are not good enough. They don't even have the courage to confess. Qingqing likes someone responsible. If you like her, just go for it. Only then can you win Qingqing's heart." Jinani looked at Iron Wolf with disappointment, gave a quick explanation to Su Hian, and then returned to her room. She wanted to see if there was anything worth trading, like equipment or supplies. She needed to be well prepared because they might face unknown dangers and had to stay alert. Seeing Shun Qingqing go back to her room, Iron Wolf stopped talking and started drinking alone. Su Hian walked behind him, patted Iron Wolf on the shoulder, and asked, "When did you become so indecisive? Where did your fierce spirit and drive go?" Iron Wolf looked up at Su Hian and said, "Boss." Su Hian patted him again but said nothing. He turned around and went back to his room to find Jinani. Iron Wolf sat on a stool, stunned for a long time. Then he picked up a bottle of wine on the table and drank several big gulps. Suddenly, he stood up and headed straight for Shun Qingqing's room. Old Jean and Heizhi, worried that Iron Wolf might do something impulsive, also stood up and followed closely. Iron Wolf knocked loudly on Shun Qingqing's door, shouting, "Qingqing, come out. I need to talk to you. I must talk to you today." Shun Qingqing quickly opened the door and faced Iron Wolf, who was about to keep knocking. "Anything you want to say, just say it." Iron Wolf withdrew his hand, stood at attention in front of Shun Qingqing, his face already dark but now showing a red flush that spread to his ears. "Qingqing, I like you. From the first time I saw you, I liked you. I know I might not be good enough for you, but that doesn't stop me from liking you. I want to ask you, Qingqing, will you be my girlfriend? I don't know when this end-of-the-world life will be over, but I will risk my life to protect you. Please trust me, give me a chance." After speaking, Iron Wolf stared intently at Shun Qingqing, waiting for her answer. Old Jean and Heizhi quickly came up, shocked speechless by Iron Wolf's words. They looked at Shun Qingqing nervously, just like Iron Wolf. Honestly, if it weren't for the coming disaster, these people and Shun Qingqing would be worlds apart. They probably would never meet in their lives. Both of them silently worried for Iron Wolf. Shin Qingqing didn't speak, but quietly watched Iron Wolf with a gentle smile. Iron Wolf felt more and more guilty under Shin Qingqing's gaze. Summoning all his courage, he spoke loudly again. Shin Qingqing, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? What if I say I don't want to? Iron Wolf felt more disappointed but still firmly said, Then I will keep trying and working hard until the day you like me. Rest well. I will take him. Shin Qingqing quickly kissed Iron Wolf on the corner of his mouth, then happily looked at him and said 3 words. I do. Before Iron Wolf could say the words, leave, he was stunned by Shin Qingqing's action. He instinctively reached out to touch the spot where Shin Qingqing had kissed him, still warm from her lips. He was so overwhelmed he couldn't speak, just staring blankly at Shin Qingqing. Behind him, Heisey nudged Iron Wolf, bringing him back to reality. Did you agree? Iron Wolf stammered, wanting to confirm Shin Qingqing's answer. Then I don't agree. Shin Qingqing teased, playfully looking at Iron Wolf. No.
Don't.
You agreed. You're my girlfriend now. Shin Qingqing is my girlfriend. Iron Wolf hugged Shin Qingqing tightly, spinning her around in circles, holding her waist close. Shin Qingqing's parent heard the noise and came over to see what was happening. Seeing their daughter being hugged by Iron Wolf, Shin Qingqing's father looked displeased. Put me down first, Shin Qingqing said, noticing her father's stern face, and patted Iron Wolf's shoulder. I won't let go. You're my girlfriend and I want to hold you. Cough, cough. Shin Qingqing's father cleared his throat. Iron Wolf realized something was wrong. Turning to look at Shin Qingqing's parents, he immediately became nervous. He quickly gently put Shin Qingqing down and bowed to her parents. Dad. Iron Wolf instinctively called out to his parents, but seeing Mr. Shin's stern look with a knife, he quickly changed his words. Uncle Shin, Aunt Shin. Shin Qingqing walked over to Shin's mother, linking her arm with her, and watched as Shin's father, with a gloomy face, approached Iron Wolf. Do you want to pursue my daughter? Yes, I like Qingqing and want to date her with the intention of marriage, Iron Wolf said firmly, as if reporting to a leader.
Shin's mukha shuklat.
Enough, old Shin. Don't act so serious. Who are you trying to scare? Shin's mother said, pulling Shin Qingqing to stand beside them. A few days ago, some people were praising Iron Wolf for being capable and responsible. Why the change now? Praising him. That's because they see he's capable and responsible. But who knows? This kid just wants to steal my precious daughter. Iron Wolf hurriedly said, Uncle Shin, I have no parents. I am willing to become a son-in-law and take care of Qingqing and you in the future. Get lost. Who wants you to be a son-in-law? Shin's father looked at Iron Wolf with disdain, pushing away his hand that was holding his arm, and smiled at his daughter standing nearby. Shin's mother pulled her husband aside, signaling him not to speak, and said to Shin Qingqing, Your dad and I agree with you. But you need to treat him well, and don't. Shin Qingqing quickly held her mother's arm. All right, my dear mother. Please take my dad to rest. Afraid her mother might say more, Shin Qingqing shot a quick glance at her father, signaling him to take the person away. Shin's father pulled Shin's mother away. Shin Qingqing looked at Lao Jin and Heisey still standing behind Iron Wolf, giving them a warning look. Lao Jin, understanding the signal, hurriedly ran away. In an instant, only Iron Wolf and Shin Qingqing were left in the corridor. Seeing no one around, Shin Qingqing pulled Iron Wolf into a room, stepping closer and pressing her body against his. When did you start liking me? Shin Qingqing asked softly, her breath warm and blowing on Iron Wolf's neck. At first sight, I saw you, and I liked you, Iron Wolf said, his face turning redder and his ears flushing. Really? Shin Qingqing took a step forward and placed her hand naturally on Iron Wolf's waist. Feeling the warmth of her palm on his waist, Iron Wolf looked quietly at Shin Qingqing. In the next moment, he grabbed her restless hand at his waist and pressed her against the door, then kissed her. Shin Qingqing tried to struggle, but she felt Iron Wolf was very strong. His kisses were unskilled, so she took the initiative to guide him. As they kissed, their body heat increased, and Shin Qingqing's face turned pink. Feeling Iron Wolf's body change, she was a bit surprised. She wondered how she would react if he suddenly pounced on her. Iron Wolf then withdrew himself, resisting his body's reactions, and kissed her on the forehead. You should rest early. They are all drunk. I'll go check on them and tidy up the bottles. After speaking, Iron Wolf opened the door and left, leaving Shin Qingqing alone in the room. Watching his back, she silently gave him a point in her mind. Good performance, able to resist temptation. No wonder he's the one I like. Saintus, our experiment base in H City was destroyed by someone and Yamamoto is dead. All the medicines are gone. The Saintess looked at Charlie and asked, Your people? Did you bring back any news? My people are also missing. I don't know why. What? The Saintess's voice rose several times louder in anger. So, all the people left in H City are unreachable. Did the people I sent to find? Any news? Charlie stood up, lowering his head. No, not yet. After so long, what have you been doing? Not a single message. You know how important the H City base is to us. Now we have no news at all, delaying our plans. Who can take responsibility? At this moment, a burly middle-aged man entered. Seeing him, Charlie lowered his head even more. The Saintess withdrew her arrogant attitude, quickly walked over to the man, and leaned on him naturally, her tone becoming gentle. Brother Jiang, you're here. These people are about to make me angry. The lab in City H is gone. We put so much effort into building a lab near the dead city, but it was burned down in a fire. Nothing is left. We also can't contact the people we placed at the base. What? The man called Brother Jiang's face instantly turned serious and cold. He sat down heavily in the seat where the Saint Girl had been sitting. The Saint Girl leaned weakly against Brother Jiang, no longer acting proud or arrogant. Charlie, where is Yamamoto? Yamamoto is dead. The spiritual talisman also destroyed itself. It seems someone is investigating us. Has Gigi heard anything? Brother Jiang sat up straight and leaned forward to ask. Not yet, sir. But it's possible that the base was destroyed by these people. Send someone. Charlie, your team has been resting too long. It's time to use them. Yes, sir. I will arrange it immediately. Charlie nodded and prepared to leave. He looked carefully at the Saint Girl and spoke cautiously. Saint Girl, your mother really misses you. She hopes you can visit her when you have time. The Saint Girl looked annoyed. I know. I'll go see her another day. All right. I'll tell your mother when I go back. She'll be very happy, Charlie said before leaving. The large reception hall was now empty except for the Saint Girl and Brother Jiang. Gigi, come here. Brother Jiang patted his leg, signaling the Saint Girl to sit. The Saint Girl blushed shyly and obediently sat on Brother Jiang's lap, pouting playfully. Gigi, can your system give me some more weapons? I want them to start making more. Also, can you give me more details about the secret formula for the supernatural liquid? We've tried many times, but it keeps failing. If we had more accurate data, the chances of success would be higher. Brother Jiang, the weapons will be ready next month. The level 2 crystal cores are still too few. If we had more, we could exchange for more weapons. As for the supernatural liquid, the system hasn't upgraded, so I can't get the next level of data, the Saint Girl said, feeling frustrated. Brother Jiang hugged her waist tightly and looked into her eyes as if trying to see through her. Gigi, don't lie to me, okay? The holy maiden gently kissed Jiang Ji's lips, tears welling in her eyes, looking sad and upset. She looked up at Jiangge and said, Jiangge, you don't believe Gigi. Gigi is really sad. I told you everything about myself, but you still don't believe me. Sniff, sniff, Gigi is so sad. Jiangge patted her back softly and spoke gently. How could I not believe Gigi? It's just that the experiment has been failing, and I feel a little worried. Gigi, you said that if we find that woman named Jean and E, the experiment might succeed. Is that true? Of course, it's true. The holy maiden replied eagerly. Jiangge looked at her with suspicion and asked, Did Gigi know Jean and E before? The holy maiden's eyes flickered briefly but quickly returned to normal. She turned her head to look at Jiangge and said, Gigi doesn't know her. The system space told me. The system said she is the key to success, so we must find her. Okay, I will send people to H City. Maybe the recent incident at the experimental base is related to them. As long as they leave any clues, I will make sure to find them. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. "Come in, master." The temperature outside suddenly dropped sharply. Many people at the base are gathered at the main gate, trying to exchange crystal cores for warm clothes. Sister Hua asked me to check with you if we can take out some of the clothes from the warehouse for exchange. This small matter doesn't need to be brought to me. Let Chun Hua handle it. Not everyone can exchange for clothes. Temperature dropping? The holy maiden whispered. A voice from the system sounded in her ear. Master, this cold spell will last for a month. Many people at the base will die. You should let Jiangsheng distribute the ability-enhancing liquids to those who don't have crystal cores to exchange for clothes. Once they turn into zombies, you'll gain many crystal cores. Wouldn't that be too cruel, Master? Great things require sacrifice. That's what people on Blue Star say. You know better than I do. Only with crystal cores can I upgrade. That way, we can become the strongest in this apocalyptic world, have abundant resources, and control everything. Master, you forgot. Jinani looks down on you so much. If it weren't for her, your previous experiment would have succeeded. If it weren't for her, you could be with Su Hian. And if it weren't for him, would you have to suffer under Jiangsheng? The holy maiden remembered the day she was forced to sacrifice herself to Jiangsheng, and her hatred instantly surged. All right, I'll listen to you. System, you must help me. Don't worry, Master. I will always be by your side to help you. Whatever you want, I will help you get it. If Nani were here now, she would see the truth. The holy maiden is actually Lu Qiaoji. After being taken away by Chenjun and Lu Meili, Lu Qiaoji followed them to City S, where Chenjun offered her to Jiangsheng. At one point, she was so distressed she wanted to commit suicide, but suddenly a mechanical voice echoed in her mind. A person claiming to be the end-of-world system kept talking to her. It said that if she made a contract with it, she could not only take revenge, but also survive easily in the future apocalyptic world. Fearing Lu Qiaoji wouldn't believe it, the system showed her scenes of life in the end times. After watching, especially seeing Su Hian beside Jinani, she became convinced and immediately made a contract with the system. Lu Qiaoji repeatedly asked Lu Meili where her father was. Lu Meili was vague, saying Chenjun was actually her biological father. But Lu Qiaoji didn't believe her. When she was in high school, she always wanted to know who her mother was, so she secretly took a paternity test with Lu Yong. The test showed Lu Yong was her biological father. She suppressed her doubts and began to serve Jiangsheng. With the help of the system, she learned about Jiangsheng's experiments and what he planned to do. With the system's encouragement, Lu Qiaoji started revealing her own system to Jiangsheng. After helping Jiangsheng several times, Jiangsheng began to trust her. To make herself seem more mysterious, Jiangsheng made Lu Qiaoji the Holy Maiden. With the system's help, Lu Qiaoji accomplished several major tasks, making everyone believe in her more and more. In the end times, once people have faith, they are easier to control and manipulate. Jiangsheng quickly built a base in City S. The surviving humans, along with their families, rushed to the City S base. Many more ability users also came because of the good benefits offered there. Soon, the City S base became one of the 4 major bases. Lu Qiao used the system to exchange for some medicines that could control ability users. Jiangsheng used these medicines to quickly gain control over many ability users, making more people work for him. In the post-apocalyptic world, many experimental bases were established across different areas, and he also placed his people in other bases. Jiangsheng sent people away and held Lu Qiao's hand, comforting him. Jiji, once the cold spell ends, I will send someone to City H. Don't worry, I will definitely bring those people back for you. Lu Qiao snuggled in Jiangsheng's arms and sweetly said, Okay, Brother Jiang. I believe in you. Lu Qiao took out a temperature-regulating suit from the system's storage and handed it to Jiangsheng. Brother Jiang, this is a temperature-regulating suit I exchanged from the system. When the cold weather comes, wearing this will keep your body at a comfortable temperature. Hearing Lu Qiao's words, Jiangsheng's eyes lit up instantly. He took the suit from Lu Qiao and quickly took off his clothes, ready to change. Brother Jiang. Lu Qiao looked at Jiangsheng, who was only in his underwear, and deliberately turned his head with a playful pout. Jiang Sheng was very pleased with Lu Qiao's behavior. He didn't rush to test the suit's effectiveness, but instead walked over and picked Lu Qiao up. He kissed Lu Qiao affectionately and said, "It's been so long and you're still not shy? It's all because of Brother Jiang." Ugh. So annoying, Lu Qiao pouted and lightly hit Jiang Sheng's chest. Jiang Sheng pressed Lu Qiao onto the table, and everything was understood without words. Enjoying Jiang Sheng, Lu Qiao lay charmingly on the table, watching Jiang Sheng start to put on his clothes. These clothes? Jiang Sheng was surprised by the effect after putting on the suit. He had collected many supplies, and he had a few temperature-regulating suits. They worked in very hot weather, but above 45 degrees Celsius, they lost their effectiveness. However, this suit made him feel a faint warmth when he wore it, quite different from the ones he had. Watching Jiang Sheng's satisfied smile, Lu Qiaoji no longer cared about dressing up. Instead, he walked over to Jiang Sheng, pressed close to him, and slowly said, "Brother Jiang, those without crystal cores can't exchange for winter clothes. In this cold weather, it's better for them to drink our special ability liquid. Later, after we eliminate the threats together, we can get many crystal cores. Then, we can exchange for many things you need. Isn't that a perfect solution? That way, they are also repaying your kindness for taking care of them. It's a way to help you," Lu Qiaoji said while watching Jiang Sheng's expression. Lu Qiaoji's words made Jiang Sheng laugh out loud. He pinched Lu Qiaoji's and praised, "Our saint girl has the best ideas. I believe they are willing to contribute to our base. Leave this task to you and your father." Hearing Jiang Sheng's words, Lu Qiaoji's eyes darkened with determination. When he looked at Jiang Sheng again, he quickly returned to normal. "Brother Jiang, you're so kind." Jiang Sheng finished dressing and gave Lu Qiaoji some instructions before leaving. Lu Qiaoji dressed up, took a contraceptive pill from his system storage, and swallowed it before heading out. Seeing Lu Qiaoji return, Lu Meili quickly got up to greet him. "Daughter, you're back. How is it staying with the base leader? Has he bullied you?" Seeing Lu Meili's worried face, Lu Qiaoji felt a bit ironic. He looked at Lu Meili with a stern tone. "Do you think he bullied me? When you and Chun Jun sent me to his bed, did you ever think about whether I would be mistreated?" Lu Meili looked at Lu Qiaoji with a hurt expression, her caring eyes making Lu Qiaoji feel disgusted. "Why did you call me back? If there's nothing important, I'll go back. I have things to do and no time to stay with you, Qiaoji." Chun Jun came from behind, looking at Lu Qiaoji with some anger. His tone was displeased. "How do you talk to your mother? What's your attitude? If the people in the base find out that the saint girl is like this, what will they think? Don't use the saint girl to pressure me. What are you anyway? What am I? Today, I'll tell you what I am." Chun Jun suddenly became very angry, grabbing Lu Qiaoji's hair. Lu Meili wanted to help, but was scared off by Chun Jun's fierce look. Chun Jun pushed Lu Qiaoji onto the dining table, tore open her top, and saw the marks of intimacy on her body. His eyes turned red with anger. "How is it? After becoming you still want to pretend to be innocent? These marks on your body, I think you didn't mind at all. In fact, you seem to enjoy it. Tell me, who is better, me or Jiang Sheng?" Chun Jun touched Lu Qiaoji's face, then slowly moved his hand downward, teasing her. "Imagine if Jiang Sheng saw you happily with me, how would he react?" Lu Qiaoji stared at Chun Jun in shock, saying nothing. Chun Jun's hand kept wandering over Lu Qiaoji's body. Lu Meili wanted to step in to stop him. "Are you trying to join in too?" Chun Jun looked at Lu Meili with a cruel expression. Lu Meili, scared from previous encounters with Chun Jun, instinctively stepped back and didn't dare to speak. She could only cover her mouth and watch Chun Jun act recklessly on Lu Qiaoji. Lu Qiaoji clenched her teeth, trying not to make a sound. Chun Jun didn't care. After about 10 minutes, he finally got off Lu Qiaoji, looking at her with a happy mood. "I heard Jiang Sheng asked me and you to handle this. It's so cold today, just do your job well and report back. If you dare to talk back in front of Jiang Sheng, you know what will happen. Also, your performance this time was pretty bad, worse than your mother. Next time, try harder. If you can't even please him, you're useless. Chinjun turned to Lu Meili and said, take some time to teach your daughter properly. Make sure she learns how to serve Jiangsheng. He looked at Lu Qiaoji with mockery. Learn from your mom. Don't let Jiangsheng kick you out again. If that happens, you'll be completely useless. After saying this, Chinjun turned and went upstairs without another look. Lu Meili hurried over to her daughter, nervously helping her put on clothes. Don't touch me. Qiao Qiao, it's mom's fault. It's all mom's mistake. Don't touch me, don't touch me. Okay, I won't touch you. I won't. Lu Meili looked at Lu Qiaoji with tears in her eyes, reaching out her hand, then pulling it back. Li Qiaoji dressed carefully, looking at Lu Meili with a cold expression. He said, if you really want me to accept you as my mother, then steal the video from Chinjun for me. Hearing Li Qiaoji's words, Lu Meili's body trembled uncontrollably. If you can't do it, don't come to me. Stop showing your rare motherly love and make me feel sick. Li Qiaoji pushed Lu Meili away and headed straight for the door, leaving Lu Meili crying on the spot. System, when can you help me get the video from Chinjun? Master, just 2 more levels to unlock the invisibility cloak. Then you can sneak in and steal the video. 2 levels, 2 levels. That will take a long time. Can you find a way to help me get it now? Master, if you turn Chinjun into a zombie and kill him, you can directly retrieve the video. Kill him, kill him. Besides knowing how to kill, what else do you know? That Chinjun probably has a backup. He's not afraid I will kill him. Once he's dead, it will be harder for me to get the video. If the video gets out, everything we've done will be ruined. They will no longer trust me, the Saintess. Master, I will think of a way for you. Rest assured, Li Qiaoji clenched his fists, recalling his humiliating past. His palms were pierced by his nails, but he felt no pain. Chinjun not only destroyed her, but also repeatedly humiliated her. She originally thought that by staying close to Jiangsheng, she could find a chance to get rid of Chinjun. But that Chinjun recorded a video. She clearly remembered that she was planning to come back and deal with Chinjun, even prepared to kill him. But Chinjun played those videos. If she hadn't reacted quickly, Jiangsheng's men would have seen them too. Chinjun held the video and threatened her. Her lips were bitten until they bled, but she still couldn't escape Chinjun's grasp. And that so-called mother she had been hoping for just watched her suffer humiliation, saw that bully her, and only cried afterward. Crying. All she did was cry. Thinking of this, Lu Qiaoji clenched her fists tighter. Master, you're bleeding. Hurry and tend to your wound. If Jiangsheng sees it later, it will be hard to explain. System, only you care about me now. Master, don't worry. I will stay with you always. Yes, thank you for staying with me. Lu Qiaoji took out a medicine from the system medical box and applied it to the cut caused by the fingernail. The wound healed quickly and disappeared. Jiangsheng hadn't returned yet. Lu Qiaoji took out a constant temperature coat from the storage box and put it on. Thinking about how much crystal cores he could get from those people, Lu Qiaoji's mood improved. He took out paper and pen, wrote an announcement, and posted it on the main gate of the base. The Saintess has announced. Everyone, come and see. Many people at the base center were already queuing to exchange for cotton clothes. Those who didn't have enough crystal cores to trade for clothes also came to find out if there was a way to get them. As soon as Lu Qiaoji appeared, he immediately attracted a lot of attention. Free cotton clothes? Saintess, can we get free cotton clothes? Lu Qiaoji put on a sweet smile and looked at the crowd. He answered gently, yes, anyone who meets the conditions can register to receive the clothes. Don't worry, the base leader and I will take care of everyone. Although the cold weather has arrived, we will do our best to prevent everyone from freezing. That's wonderful, Saintess. Saintess is so kind. Long live the Saintess. Thank you, Saintess. Thank you, Saintess. Someone must have spoken first. The people waiting nearby started cheering and thanking the Saintess. Some elderly people even knelt and bowed to Lu Qiaoji, continuously expressing their gratitude. Lu Qiaoji looked at the scene in front of him. His vanity reached its peak at that moment. He smiled and spoke more softly. Everyone, please don't rush. Wait in line patiently. Everyone will get one, don't worry. Lu Xiaoji left the base center far behind, but could still hear the people thanking the saintess. The praise never stopped. Jiangsheng appeared from the side and hugged Lu Xiaoji around the waist. Lu Xiaoji was about to call out but recognized Jiangsheng. He immediately shyly hit Jiangsheng's chest. "You're so annoying. You scare me to death." "Where did I scare you?" "I'm just here to give you a massage." "Are you afraid?" While speaking, Jiangsheng's hand mischievously reached out to Lu Xiaoji. The people following Jiangsheng instinctively turned their heads away and slowed down their steps. "Stop bothering outside. Don't move around. Okay, let's go home." Jiangsheng hugged Lu Xiaoji and headed toward their house. Listen to their shouts. "Doesn't it feel very satisfying, my noble lady, brother Jiang?" "Why do you say that?" "What noble lady? It's all because of you that I am who I am today. Without you, I wouldn't be like this. Once they finish registering, we will know how many crystal cores we can get this time." Lu Xiaoji knew Jiangsheng cared most about how many crystal cores they could exchange for what they needed, so she spoke up. Jiangsheng's hand was still not behaving properly on Lu Xiaoji, but he spoke very caring words to her. "This time, how many crystal cores can we exchange? Also, about the thermal clothes you gave me today, can you get me a few more sets? With this weather, zombie activity will slow down. I want them to go out and gather more level 2 crystal cores, and you can exchange for more weapons. Also, with this weather, we can't really go outside. But with your clothes, I can send people to scout different bases, especially H City. We can take the opportunity to send more people there. H City is an important base for us, and we must keep control of it." Lu Xiaoji still had 8 sets of thermal clothes in her storage. She had exchanged these last time using crystal cores. There were 10 sets in total, but she didn't want to give all of them away. After hesitating, Lu Xiaoji looked into Jiangsheng's eyes and said, "Brother Jiang, I only have 3 sets left. When I go back, I will give all of them to you." Jiangsheng saw Lu Xiaoji hesitating but didn't say anything. Instead, he held her tighter and said, "Gigi, you are truly my precious treasure." Lu Xiaoji handed over the 3 sets of thermal clothes to Jiangsheng. He immediately smiled and handed them to the person beside him, giving instructions. "Take these 3 clothes to Chinda and the others. You 3, pack up and go to H City. Find out the situation there in detail and report back promptly. Remember, use retreat as a strategy. If you encounter those people, don't fight them head-on." Jiangsheng turned to look at Lu Xiaoji and spoke slowly. "Once the base center finishes counting the personnel today, you should start implementing the first plan tomorrow. With so many people, we can't make them all disappear suddenly. Take your time, but also make sure to exchange the weapons quickly." "Okay, I understand. Don't worry, brother Jiang. As soon as the crystal core arrives, I will exchange the weapons immediately." Jiangsheng exchanged a few words with Lu Xiaoji before leaving. Lu Xiaoji sat alone in the living room. "System, find Su Hian's photo again and give it to me." "Yes, master." As soon as the system responded, several photos appeared in Lu Xiaoji's hands. He stared at the photos obsessively, gently touching Su Hian's face in each one. "Brother Hian, you belong to me. In the last life, you were mine, and in this life, you are still mine. I won't let go of you. Once I find you and them, I will kill Ji, Nan Yi. Then nothing will stand in our way." The last photo was a picture of Ji Nan Yi and Su Hian together. In the photo, Su Hian looked at Ji Nan Yi with affection, gently stroking her hair. Lu Xiaoji's eyes became a little wild. He tore the photo apart fiercely. "Brother Hian, only I can be by your side. Only I. In the last life, that foolish girl Ji Nan Yi thought you were dead. She even blew herself up. Ha! That stupid woman. I love you so much. How could I bear for you to die?" Lu Xiaoji tightly clutched Su Hian's photo to his chest, his whole body in a state of madness, muttering to himself, "Brother Hian, don't worry. Before I see you, I will clean all these people out. Only when they are all dead can I become the purest, most innocent girl again. Brother Hian, you must wait for me. I will definitely rescue you from that bad woman." Lu Xiaoji kept muttering when suddenly the system's voice sounded in his ear. "Master, someone is coming in." He quickly put Su Hian's photo into the storage space, wiped away his tears, put on a gentle expression and looked up just as Manhwa entered. "What's wrong?" Lu Xiaoji asked softly. "Saintess, this is the list of people who came to register today. We have already filtered out those who don't meet the criteria." Lu Xiaoji took the list from Manhwa and casually looked it over. "Tomorrow at 10 a.m., have the top 100 people on the list come over first." "Yes, Saintess. I'll take care of it right away." Jiang Sheng was still planning how to rebuild a new research base in H City. Meanwhile, Jinani and his group were enjoying a relaxed winter life at the safety base. The pack of wolves that Su Hian had tamed earlier had long been settled on the mountain behind the safe house, waiting for Su Hian to return. A few grown men couldn't stay inside and decided to go hunting on the mountain. Before they could catch anything, the alpha wolf offered them a wild deer. Watching Su Hian communicate with the wolves and seeing the wolf pack nuzzle him affectionately, the men's admiration for their leader deepened. Su Hian noticed that 2 female wolves in the pack seemed pregnant. He confirmed this with the alpha wolf, who gave an accurate answer. Su Hian then threw 2 fat pigs from his space into the forest, signaling the alpha to lead the wolves to take the pigs away. The alpha wolf looked at the pigs with bright green eyes. Further into the mountain, there were 2 tigers, and their territory had already been taken over. The alpha could only lead the wolves around the outskirts. As the weather grew colder, prey became scarcer. After informing Su Hian about the 2 big tigers, the alpha wolf led the pack to share the pig meat. All the wolves waited until the 2 pregnant female wolves finished eating before they started to eat. "Boss, I think these wolves really respect the elderly and love the young. Even when eating, the pregnant females eat first. That's truly admirable. Of course, wolves are animals that value unity. Female and young wolves are protected. All right, let's go down the mountain. Bring that deer along. We'll roast it for dinner." "Got it, boss." Haizi immediately carried the deer and prepared to descend the mountain. Su Hian activated his supernatural power, sensing the location of the 2 tigers. They were still quite far away, so he decided to wait for another opportunity to come back. Walking at the back, Su Hian watched his friends chatting happily in front of him. It felt just like the time when they were soldiers on a mission, hunting on the mountain and gathering to roast rabbits and wild chickens. Looking at the distant white snow, his thoughts grew even stronger. The desire he hoped to achieve reached its peak at this moment. Back at the safe house, Wang Xiao and Orchid saw the deer on Haizi's back. They brought out 2 large basins and asked Haizi to place the deer in the yard for processing. Su Hian returned to his room and couldn't find Jinani, so he went directly into the space. "Grandpa gone, you should drink less alcohol. I have a lot here, but you're old and drinking too much isn't good for your health. You little kid, what do you know? Grandpa gone doesn't drink much, just a little every day. It makes me happy and joyful." The old man with a white beard took out a bottle. "Look, this is a pill I just developed. Can you guess what it does?" Jinani looked at the porcelain bottle on the table and grinned at the old man. "Grandpa gone, stop testing me. Just tell me what it does." "This is the pill you've been wanting. Do you remember I asked for your blood? This pill is made from your fresh blood. Anyone who takes it will obediently listen to you. If they ever think of betraying you, they'll feel the pain of countless insects biting their heart. If they try to reveal anything about you, they will die instantly." The old man with the white beard looked proud. "What do you think? Grandpa Gone is amazing, right? Amazing. I knew Grandpa Gone was the best. Then hurry up and bring me some good wine." Just as Jinani was about to speak, Su Hian came in carrying 2 bottles of wine. "See, my daughter-in-law understands me. Hurry up and bring the wine to Grandpa Gone." Su Hian placed the wine on the teleportation platform, and Tata perfectly handed over the 2 bottles to the old man with the white beard. The old man with the white beard, holding the wine, smiled happily. "Good granddaughter, this is a pill for you. Grandpa named it Protective Pill. Use it well." He placed the protecting pill on the teleportation platform, then looked up at Su Hian. "Good son-in-law, give me some of your blood too. I want to study it. Blue Star is very dangerous now. You must protect my good granddaughter." "Okay, Grandpa Gone." After taking Su Hian's blood, the old man with the white beard looked at the 2 lovey-dovey people and waved his hand. All right, you young people can date. Grandpa is going to enjoy some fine wine now. Jinani snuggled in Su Hyun's arms, playing with his fingers. Su, have they found the pack of wolves? Yes, they found them. They even sent us a wild deer. Wang Xiao and the others are preparing it in the yard for tonight's roast. Also, 2 female wolves are pregnant. I gave them 2 pigs. There are 2 tigers deep in the mountains, but they can't hunt in the inner areas. Feed them, too. There's plenty in the space. Eating will also help lighten TT's management burden, and those 2 tigers in the mountains, we should find time to tame them. Then they can play with Fatty. I just wonder if Fatty will be scared. Plus, TT told me that in the next 2 or 3 days, the space will finally upgrade. The most important part of the space upgrade is that the level of the dimensional trade will increase. We can then trade with merchants of level 4 or 5 and get more good things. Jinani chattered on happily with Su Hyun, but noticing he wasn't moving much and looked lost in thought, she looked up at him. She paused her actions. Su, is there something you want to tell me? Caught off guard, Su Hyun stammered. Seeing her worried look, he took her hand, placed it in his palm, and gently rubbed it before slowly speaking. Nan, I want to build a small team for our base. Although we already have Haizi and Lao Jin compared to the zombies outside, we are still far from enough. I want us, a few of us, to gather some mutants and train them. Then we can form small squads to go out and fight zombies. Also, the experiments on those people might create more zombies. To stop that, I want to do my part to reduce the number of zombies in Huagua. Maybe, one day, we can see the end of this apocalypse. Su Hyun finished sharing his thoughts and looked quietly at Jinani, waiting for her reply. He had decided that his family could live quietly, away from the chaos, occasionally killing zombies. But Huagua is his country. The bad people are causing trouble now, taking advantage of the chaos. As a soldier, it's his duty not to just wait and do nothing. He knew he had to do something now. Jinani turned to look at Su Hyun, holding his hand. Su, I support you. I will be with you. Jinani placed the pill given by the old man with a white beard into Su Hyun's hand. And look, the pills that Grandpa has already researched. That way, we won't be afraid of those who are undercover among us. Nan, you agree? Su Hyun looked at Jinani. Yes. What Su wants to do is what I want to do. In the past life, I was too weak, and many people could bully us. But this life, that will never happen again. We not only want to defeat all the bad people and drive them out of Huagua, but also do our best to eliminate more zombies. Yes. Okay. Su Hyun nodded and held Jinani's hand. But we also need to talk with everyone and our parents. After all, we are one now, Jinani said. Yes. After we finish the barbecue tonight, we will tell everyone. Okay, Jinani nodded. Su Hyun turned over and pressed Jinani down, just about to kiss her when TT's voice suddenly sounded nearby. Master, I didn't see anything. Su Hyun sat up on the sofa, looking at the chubby TT at his feet, clearly looking very annoyed. Master, there is a level 5 merchant from a different dimension who wants to trade with you. Level 5 merchant. Yes, master. Jinani jumped up from the sofa, tidied her hair, and said, Help me connect. Thank you, TT. Hello, Blue Star Girl. I am Rin from Dundastar. Hello, I am Jinani from Blue Star. Jinani looked at the handsome man in front of her. She was a bit starstruck. With such cold, sharp features, clear contours, sapphire blue eyes, and silver hair, he looked really handsome. Seeing Jinani staring blankly, Su Hyun nudged her arm, bringing her back to her senses. Hello. Haha, indeed such a cute girl. Su Hyun suddenly pulled Jinani into his arms and looked at the man across from them. Miss Ji, it seems your partner has a strong possessive streak, just like the men on our deng-taxing planet. Realizing she had lost her composure, Jinani gently squeezed Su Hyun's hand and softly said in his ear, Husband, you will always be the most handsome in my eyes. Haraha, adorable Blue Star Girl, I have a batch of weapons that are perfect for fighting zombies. I wonder if you need any. When she heard the word, weapons, both Su Hyun and Jinani's eyes lit up. They both looked up at Lin. Of course we need them. Lin, what kind of weapons do you have? I'm not sure. Miss Ji, have you ever heard of the principle of a perpetual motion machine? Perpetual motion? Yes. On Blue Star, we haven't been able to create a perpetual motion machine because we're missing a special raw material. Only our Dengtaxing planet has this material. This batch of weapons uses that material to achieve perpetual motion. They don't need bullets or any other parts. The weapon can keep working forever, and the bullets inside will never run out. Jinani saw Lin take out a weapon slightly larger than Bibi's wooden gun, which then transformed into a smaller, rifle-sized weapon in Lin's hand. This is our weapon. It has a special energy storage system that can directly pierce a zombie's brain, ensuring a one-hit kill. After all this time, Miss Shi, you've probably noticed that any weapon on Blue Star used for fighting zombies will wear out over time. It wastes a lot of energy to use. But this weapon doesn't. Plus, if you like close combat, it can turn into a long knife. As Lin finished speaking, the weapon in his hand transformed into a long, sharp knife. Jinani looked at the weapon in Lin's hand. It was really like someone handing you a pillow when you're sleepy. Just as she and Hien had been discussing forming a zombie-killing team, the weapon was delivered right to her. I wonder, Mr. Lin, how many of these weapons you have available for trade. Jinani felt a bit disappointed with the number. Only 10. If possible, she wanted 100 or even more. Lin saw her wish and calmly said, as long as Miss Ji can provide me with what I need, I can supply you with 10 of these weapons every month. Mr. Rin, what do you need? Soil, seeds, and salt. Master, Dunda Planet is a high-tech planet, but its environment is seriously polluted. The land is heavily contaminated, either with strong acids or strong alkalis, making planting impossible. All the families on the planet are working hard to restore its ecological environment. Also, their oceans are polluted. Dunda Planet used to rely on sea salt, but now the ocean pollution has made salt production a luxury. So, weapons are common on their planet, but the items you mentioned are rare. I see. That makes sense. Mr. Rin, I have all 3 things you need. Jinan Yi looked at Rin across from him, appearing sharp and clever, which suddenly made him more alert. Probably what Mr. Rin needs is also the most needed thing on your planet right now. I can provide all of them. I can add 10 weapons each month, totaling 20 weapons per month. How does that sound? As long as Mr. Rin agrees, I will immediately ask my manager to calculate the value of an equivalent amount of goods, and on that basis, give you a little extra. 20 weapons. Rin shook his head. That's too many. How about 15, 18 weapons? We can make the deal immediately. I believe Mr. Rin has looked for many traders, but none can meet your needs like I can. Tacha whispered ideas to Jinan Yi, who then realized that Blue Star is the most resource-rich and diverse planet in the universe. Traders from all planets want to trade with Blue Star's merchants. However, Blue Star has very few traders because its unique environment allows only one trader at a time. This makes Jinan Yi's position as a merchant very advantageous. Rin looked troubled and hesitated for a long time before agreeing to Jinan Yi's 18-weapon offer. They also added each other as friends for future trades. Jinan Yi converted goods of equal value into 3 parts and asked Tacha to send them to Rin. Rin looked at the items he received, very satisfied, and confidently promised Jinan Yi that he would send the next batch of weapons on time next month, then eagerly logged off. Seeing the situation on Lin's side turn gray, Jinani took the weapons delivered via teleportation and handed one to Su Hien. Su, distribute these weapons to everyone for testing first. Once we have more, we can give each person one. Su Hien held the weapons and played with them for a while. He still found it hard to believe. He had seen many weapons before, but none like these, completely unconfigured, and this was the first time. Nan, for these weapons, we need to find some specialized people to guide us. Otherwise, when more people come, it will be hard to explain things. Think about it. Are there any trustworthy friends from the past that we can find now? Jinani thought for a moment and suddenly looked up. Actually, yes. Professor Wang and Lu Lin. They are part of your zombie squad. From what you told me, Professor Wang is mainly responsible for weapon research, and Lu Lin is his top disciple. There's also Xiao Hong. He used to be a doctor at the Research Institute, but was kicked out because he hadn't awakened his special abilities. When you go on missions, he's the one who treats everyone's minor injuries. Also, I always thought Xiao Hong was extraordinary. Later, he awakened his abilities and kept working on developing a zombie vaccine, but without a lab, progress was slow. Once the cold weather ends, we'll go to different bases to look for people. I'll also think about the places you mentioned where you met them to see if we can find everyone. Yes, Nan, thank you. Ah, Sue, there's no need to thank us between friends. All right, since we've decided to do this, let's take advantage of the weather. I'll bring Heizi and Lao Jin to clear the open space south of the house and set it up as our squad space. When we gather everyone, we'll arrange for them to come over. Our parents and family members should also have some tasks. I've noticed everyone's been pretty bored lately and wants something to do. Hearing Nen Xian calling outside, Jinani pulled Su Hien to prepare to leave the space.
Let's go.
Mom is calling. After we finish eating, we'll discuss this matter with everyone. Jinani opened the door and saw Nen Xian still at the entrance. She linked her arm with her mother's and went downstairs together. Su Hien followed behind. Older sister-in-law, come quickly. I must say, this deer meat is really tender. Big brother, you should try some too. Heizi handed over a piece of deer leg meat. Su Hien caught it, tore it into small pieces, and casually offered some to Jinani. Wife, I'll feed you too, Dazhuang said as he cut a piece of meat and held it out to his wife. Take it yourself, I can eat alone. Wang Xiao glared at Dazhuang and ignored the meat in his hand. At this moment, Wang Mingxian also held a piece of meat and offered it to Wang Xiao. Mom, here, this is really tasty. Thanks, my good baby. Daquan quietly placed the cut meat onto plates in front of Manhwa and the little one. The little one looked at the small pieces of meat, then looked up sweetly at Daquan. Thank you, Dad. You eat first. I have enough. Tai Lang was nearby, initially wanting to act cute in front of Shin Qingqing, but seeing Shen's parents beside him, he could only transform into a gentle little lamb. He instinctively fed Shin Qingqing, hugging and cuddling her, but he was really timid and didn't dare to do more. Feeling wronged, Tai Lang looked at Shin Qingqing like a big dog needing comfort. Shin Qingqing pulled him closer and kissed his face. Tai Lang's eyes immediately lit up with happiness, and he grinned as he helped Shin Qingqing serve food. Jinani looked at Shin Qingqing with a gossiping expression, exchanging glances with her. Is it already taken down? When did that happen? Your sister's charm. You still don't know. Shin Qingqing replied. Jinani gave Shin Qingqing a thumbs up, then looked at Tai Lang and said to Su Hien, Look at your subordinate. He was easily taken by my person. Su Hien whispered to Jinani, quietly saying, Well, the boss didn't resist either. It's normal for him to be taken. Watching the two whisper, Nen Xian and Qin Yu both smiled with squinted eyes. Jinani sipped her warm millet porridge, watching everyone barbecue and enjoy hot pot. She comfortably nestled beside Su Hien, watching everyone have fun. The two kids were busy too, eating their own food while also feeding the dogs and cats. Pang Pang had been back for a while and would go out now and then. Outside, he gathered many little cat brothers, usually bringing back dozens of crystal cores each time. Maru was reluctant but still wanted to go out. But faced with Pong Pong's active wall jumping, there was nothing they could do. The dog could only wag its tail and lean against the wall, looking pitifully at the chubby one running outside. After eating, the chubby one curled up beside Jinani. When Jinani reached out to pet the cat, the dog also came over, but was immediately slapped by the chubby one. The dog looked sad and whined at Jinani, gaining her attention. Once everyone had mostly finished eating, the men began to pack up their things. Jinani invited everyone inside. Although they had temperature-regulating clothes, the weather was indeed cold. The wind outside was biting, and she hadn't felt it earlier while playing, but now she clearly did. The men quickly finished packing and followed her inside. At the dining table, everyone sat in their usual spots. Knowing that Jinani and Su Hien would probably say something important, the two children sat obediently, listening quietly. Jinani sat next to Su Hien, and everyone looked at him expectantly, waiting for him to speak. Su Hien looked at everyone and slowly said, I talked with Nan. We plan to build a small base on the empty land to the south of our house, and surround the area. I think we can recruit some people with special abilities and strong skills to form a small team dedicated to fighting zombies. Our base will be different from others. We only support capable people. In the end of the world, the most dangerous thing is the saintly type, so we only do the jobs of clearing zombies. We won't get involved in anything else, Jinani added. If people don't try hard to survive on their own, saving them won't help at all. When our base is built, we will assign everyone their responsibilities. Today, we gathered everyone to ask if you have any opinions or if you're willing to join us. Boss, sister-in-law, that's not right. We'll follow you no matter what we do in life. Tai Lang spoke first. Yeah, boss. We've been your soldiers for a day, and we'll always be your soldiers. Whatever you want to do, we'll do it. Exactly, boss. You don't need to ask us. Just tell us what to do, others agreed. Nand, we support you too. If you need anything, just tell me and Wang Xiao. Yes, we are your backup team. Orchid and Wang Xiao also showed their support to Jinani. Nan, what are your plans with Hien? Dad supports you. If Dad can help in any way, I will do it unconditionally, Ji Kongqing said. Su Huaqing sat nearby, waiting for their answers. We plan to clear out the empty land to the south. Since it's very cold now, we want to build a small base there and surround our area. When the cold weather ends, we will start going out to fight zombies. We can also explore other bases. If we meet good people, we will invite them to join us. As more people join, we can form teams. Everyone can lead a small group to regularly go out and clear zombies. Our main goal now is to eliminate zombies in the H-City area. Tai Lang and Haizi heard Su Hian's words and got very excited. That's great. We've been resting for a while and it's time to move around. Boss, I told you before, you're born to lead a team. Whatever you say, we'll do it. Yes, let's do it. The men were full of enthusiasm. If Su Hian gave the order now, they would probably rush out immediately and show their skills. All right, we'll start tomorrow afternoon. First, clear out the land in the south. But for now, I want to show everyone a new weapon. Get familiar with it. Tomorrow morning, we'll practice with it in the field. Jinani handed out the new weapons to everyone. Su Hian showed them how to use them. Everyone kept quiet about where the weapons came from. Most of them had been soldiers before, so they weren't unfamiliar with guns. They loved having such weapons, they didn't want to put them down. Boss, is this really that amazing? Try it tomorrow and you'll see. Su Hian looked at Haizi but didn't answer his question. Tai Lang looked outside. The sky was still bright. Excited, he asked Su Hian, Boss, it's still early. We want to go for a run now. Is that okay? Hearing Tai Lang, De Quan, and De Zhuang looked at Su Hian with anticipation. Su Hian deliberately remained silent, lost in thought. Several people grew anxious and stood up. Tai Lang stepped forward, ready to hold Su Hian's hand. Permission granted, but you must return before dark. Got it, boss. I promise to be back before nightfall. Tai Lang checked the time. It was only 2:01 p.m. Although it gets dark early, it would still be at least 5:30 p.m. before nightfall, so there was plenty of time. He then turned to Jinani. Sister-in-law, arrange a vehicle for us. Huh? Jinani responded with a flattering tone, but looked quite annoyed. She poked Shen Qingqing sitting nearby. Take care of your man. He's too lazy. He's adorable. Shen Qingqing didn't agree with Jinani and retorted, then nudged her shoulder. Hurry up and get a car ready. I don't want to miss my chance to show off. Are you going too? Jinani asked. Shen Qingqing nodded. Of course. With my skills, I can't stay at home while those zombies are out there. That would be a waste. All right. What kind of car does Mission want? That one we drove last time. Jinani parked the car in the yard. Su Hian gave a few instructions and handed over some crystal core liquid before letting Tai Lang and the others go. The mothers didn't join the fun. Nand Xian led everyone to soak in the hot springs. Su Hian pulled Jinani, and the two headed up the mountain. Jinani wanted to see the wolves and also planned to tame the two tigers directly. Both of them couldn't wait and headed up the mountain. Let's go. Shen Qingqing sat in the passenger seat, excited beyond words. She was naturally restless. She used to travel around different countries, but recently she had been confined, so she wouldn't miss any chance to go out. She used to be a shining designer, but now she wanted to become a protector of their home, making zombies fear her. Su Hian pulled Jinani, and they entered the space, instantly appearing near a tree in the deep mountains where two tigers were resting. Looking at the two big tigers cuddled together below, Jinani wanted to go down and pet them. They were much larger than her chubby tiger, and touching them would surely feel amazing. The two tigers seemed to sense the presence of the two people, suddenly becoming alert. Their relaxed mood disappeared instantly. The larger one stood up and began to look around. They have such a good sense of smell that they can even sense us, Ji Nan-yi said with admiration. Soo-hyun pointed to the smaller tiger and said, "That one is pregnant, so it's normal for it to be more cautious." "I see," Ji Nan-yi nodded. Soo-hyun activated his special ability. The two tigers below became restless and started walking around, as if they were searching for Ji Nan-yi and Soo-hyun, sniffing everywhere. "Let's go down now. They are about the same size as Fatty," Soo-hyun said. He pulled Ji Nan-yi into the space, and suddenly they appeared in front of the two big tigers. The male tiger was about to growl but smelled Soo-hyun and immediately retracted his fierce expression. Without any threat, the female tiger came over and rubbed against him, acting cute. Ji Nan-yi really liked the scene. She took a pig from the space and threw it in front of the tigers. The pig had just been in the space, lying comfortably after eating. In the next second, the environment around it changed. When it looked up, it saw two big tigers and was so scared it almost fainted. "This pig is too timid," Ji Nan-yi complained. The two tigers were stunned to see the food suddenly appear in front of them. How could food just appear out of nowhere? "Eat it, eat it. This is for you." Ji Nan-yi reached out and petted the big tiger's head, signaling it could start eating. Once they confirmed the food was for them, the male tiger immediately lunged at the pig and bit it. He let his wife eat first. After the female tiger was full, the male tiger started eating. Watching the female tiger lick her fur, Ji Nan-yi thought, she's just like Fatty. After eating, she needs to lick her fur to clean herself. One day, I should find a chance for Fatty to meet these two tigers. Maybe they could become friends. "Are they here?" Ji Nan-yi asked Soo-hyun, turning to look at the male tiger, which was about to finish the pig. "Yes, they are waiting outside. Once it's done, I'll let them in," Soo-hyun replied.
Okay, 全員何乗って
Then she thought for a moment and asked, "What if we let the mountain range be managed by them? Should we release some food for them? Since we're not sure when we'll go up the mountain again." "That's possible, but those animals in the space might be scared to see this scene. Never mind. Let them learn to take care of their own food. After all, once we start moving, zombies won't be afraid. Human nature is the hardest to predict. They can better protect our home. Yes, yes. Later, TT will give those animals a lesson in thinking. Haha, that's a good idea." After the tiger finished eating, Soo-hyun used his special power. The alpha wolf led the pack to walk slowly over. The tiger looked up but didn't react. It just focused on licking and cleaning itself. "It's really amazing." Ji Nan-yi watched the scene. Two animals with the strongest territorial instincts, now peacefully staying close, less than 50 meters apart. The alpha wolf stood at the front. The other wolves protected the pregnant female wolf and the little wolves at the back, waiting quietly for Soo-hyun to give orders. When the big tiger finished grooming, Soo-hyun led the alpha wolf to it. They had a friendly chat. Soon, the pregnant tiger and the three pregnant wolves seemed to become good friends. Ji Nan-yi found this truly amazing. After Soo-hyun finished explaining everything, Ji Nan-yi released about a dozen pigs from the space. As soon as the pigs appeared, they were immediately surrounded by the wolves and the big tiger, trembling and huddling close together for comfort. Not sure what TT did, but the pigs weren't scared to death. Still, their fear was uncontrollable. They all trembled. Ji Nan-yi really wanted to laugh, but held back. He silently mourned for the pigs for 3 seconds. When Ji Nan-yi and Soo-hyun went down the mountain, Shun Qingqing and her group hadn't returned yet. Nan Xian saw Shun's mother was a bit worried about Shun Qingqing, so she pulled her along to soak in the hot springs. Before they finished, the three dads were relaxing in the living room, drinking tea. Seeing Ji Nan-yi and Soo-hyun return, Ji Kongqing waved and called them over. Nan, your decision, Dad supports it. But are you sure? Maybe your secret will be exposed along with this. Ji Kongcheng was still a bit worried, even though he knew he could protect Nani. As parents, they didn't want their child to be in danger, even a little, and they felt uneasy about it. Yes, Nani, this isn't a small matter. Su Huaqing also spoke nearby. Dad, don't worry. Huan and I are ready. We've also figured out how to get the things out safely. But our decision now goes against our original plan to build a safe house and live quietly. Nani turned to Shin Fu and said, Uncle Shin, we originally wanted you to come with us and stay safe through this end-of-the-world situation. Now, Nani, what are you talking about? Do you think Qingqing is someone who can just stay put? And Uncle Shin believes that what you've decided is a good thing. In this world, rules no longer matter. It's a society where the strong eat the weak. We are one with it. The stronger we become, the safer we are. Just go ahead and do it. The three of us old men support you. Okay, thank you, Uncle Shin.
Thank you, Dad.
We trust you. Then go ahead and do it. Huan, I'm leaving Nani's safety to you. Protect her well, Ji Kongqing said to Su Huan. Dad, don't worry. Ji Kongqing handed over a cup of tea. Nani took it, took a sip, and was about to praise the tea when suddenly, he heard TT's voice in his ear. Master, quick. Find a safe place. I need to upgrade. This upgrade will cause me to be unconscious for 2 days. You need to prepare in advance. Su Huan also heard TT's voice. He suddenly stood up with a whoosh, startling all three fathers. Seeing Su Huan's anxious look, the father's emotions also started to stir. What's wrong? Did something happen? Nani quickly spoke to comfort them. It's okay. Dad, I might soon fall into a coma, just like last time. But this time, it will be 2 days. I have some vegetables and food here. I know Uncle Shun's space still has some, but it's better to have more for safety. As he spoke, food and some self-defense weapons like bullets appeared in front of Nani. Nani had just finished these things when suddenly her body went limp and she collapsed to the ground. Su Hian quickly stepped forward, caught her, and prevented her from falling directly onto the floor. Although he understood what was happening, Ji Kongqing's heart missed a few beats. No matter how many times he saw it, seeing his daughter suddenly faint in front of him still made him feel scared. Quickly carry her back to the room, Su Huaqing ordered. Su Hian carried Nani into the room. Su Huaqing comforted Ji Kongqing, who was frightened, while Shen Jiaming hurried inside to call out his wife. There was a lot of stuff in the living room, which looked a bit obvious. The women had finished their baths and felt tired. They were about to come out to prepare something to eat when they saw Shen Jiaming rushing in anxiously. What's wrong with you? Qing Xiao asked her husband. Nani fainted. There's a lot of food left in the living room. You go put it away in the space. What happened to Nani? Why did she faint? Nan Xian hurried to the living room. Hearing Ji Kongqing's words, her heart was pounding hard. She sat on the sofa to calm her nerves. This kid really. All right, Nani is fine, Ji Kongqing reassured his wife. Qing Xiao looked outside and saw it was getting dark, but Shen Qingqing and the others hadn't come back yet. She was a bit worried and quietly asked Shen Jiaming, why do you think Qingqing and the others haven't returned yet? Don't worry. They're a group, they'll probably be home soon. Thinking about the group coming back later, Wang Xiao and Manhwa went to the kitchen to boil a big pot of soup and cooked a pot of plain rice porridge. It was just enough to go with the leftover dishes, so everyone could have a simple meal. Su Hian carried Nani into the room and placed her on the bed. He tried to contact Cha-Cha but failed after several attempts. He then covered Nani with a blanket and left the room. On his way downstairs, he met the group, who had just returned. Tai Lang wanted to tell Su Hian how good the new weapons were, but Shen Qingqing stopped him from stepping forward. What's wrong? Shen Qingqing quietly asked her mother. Nani fainted. Everyone is quite worried. Upon learning this, Shen Qingqing relaxed a bit. She then said, when I just returned to the room, I felt something was wrong. Nani had told me about this before, so I knew what was going on. She let go of Tai Lang's hand and walked over to Nan Xian. Auntie, I'm so hungry. Has the family cooked soup? I can smell it. Let's go have some. Nan specifically asked me to take good care of you.
I'm worried.
If Jinani wakes up and then kicks me out, what should I do? Haha. Nan Xian chuckled and pointed at Shin Qingqing's nose. If she tries to kick you out, Annie will scold her. Okay, Auntie, it's a deal. We also cooked plain rice porridge, reheated some leftovers, and prepared some small salted vegetables. Everyone, come and eat, Wang Xiao said from the side. Wife, how do you know I'm hungry? That's so sweet of you. Dazhuang immediately tried to pour himself some from Wang Xiao, but she gave him a disapproving look. Papa, you're so shy, Ming Xian added with a smile. Everyone gradually got caught up in the cheerful atmosphere. Ji Kongcheng called out to Su Hian on the stairs. Let's go. We'll have some porridge together. Okay, Dad. The weather was cold, and it was getting dark quickly. After everyone finished their porridge, it was completely dark outside. The men washed their bowls, and everyone went back to their rooms. Today, the group went out for a trip. They decided to finish the work at the southern base tomorrow and then have a good, satisfying fight afterward. So, everyone agreed to rest early to save strength for the next day's work. Su Hian returned to his room and saw the dog lying on the mat beside Jinani. The cat was curled up on the other side, dozing with its tail wrapped around itself. He quietly lay down on the other side to rest. Nan, maybe when you wake up, we can finish clearing the foundation, Su Hian murmured softly. Little Tuanzi had just finished eating and followed behind Wang Mingxian, saying, Yes, Mingxian, and I will work hard today. Iron Wolf picked up a bun, eating as he walked. All right, Uncle has finished eating. Let's go work together. Little Tuanzi watched Iron Wolf eat and speak, using a childish voice. Uncle Wolf, shy face. Mom said we shouldn't talk during meals, but since Uncle Wolf still has a bun in his mouth, he can talk. Iron Wolf's face instantly turned red. Shin Qingqing pulled him to sit down and handed him some porridge. Drink quickly, then we can work. Okay, dear. After everyone finished breakfast, they left Fatty to watch the house and headed out. Old Su, such a big piece of land in the south, and no one has built a house or farmed here before. Shun Jiaming looked at the vast white land in front of him, thinking that if this were in the city, it would be worth a lot. Well, I haven't had time to come back before, so this land has just been left empty. What? Old Su, are you saying this land belongs to your family? Yes, this whole area, including several connected hills, was left by my ancestors. But now it's in my hands, and it's been neglected, Su Huaqing said with some emotion. Old Su really has a big family legacy. Enough talking, let's start working, because a heavy snow had fallen before the extremely cold weather arrived. Most of this land was still covered in snow and ice. Su Huaqing and Dog were responsible for clearing the way. Large flames burst out, melting the ice on the ground quickly. Wow, Maru, you're really amazing. All the snow has melted. Daquan and Lao Jin, I leave it to you too. Su Huaqing turned to speak to them. Due to the melting snow, the ground had become sticky. Daquan and Lao Jin stood to the side, using their abilities to gather the sticky soil into piles. A large area of land was quickly cleared. There were still many branches and roots on the ground. Qin stepped forward, using her powers to pull out the plants by their roots. Qing Xiao took the building materials from Ji Nani and piled them on the side, waiting for everyone to clear the area. Once Qin finished removing all the plants, Daquan and Lao Jin started digging holes on the ground to prepare for building the foundation. The men all stepped forward to help, and everyone began to work quickly. Ji Nani lay on the bed, with Fat quietly standing nearby, feeling Ji Nani's condition. Suddenly, Ji Nani frowned. Fat immediately stood up alertly, checking around for any unusual signs before lying down again. Pain, Ji Nani softly whispered, a bead of sweat forming on her forehead. Stay away from me. Let me go. Let me go. Ji Nani's whole body started to tense up, and she curled herself up. Fat pressed close to Ji Nani, snuggling tightly and making soft snoring sounds, trying to comfort her. After about 5 minutes, Ji Nani's tense body slowly relaxed, but Fat's snoring continued, without stopping. Cha-cha, the space upgrade is finished. Why can't I wake up? Master, the space has finished upgrading, but it hasn't fully merged yet, so it still needs some time. Stay inside the space for a while. Also, a new small pharmacy appeared. You can check it out, and you can also trade between different worlds. Now I am a level 4 world merchant, so trading is easier. And, Master, that camellia flower has also upgraded. It might not be very useful on Blue Star, but on some planets, it's a rare medicine that can cure many illnesses. You can also use it for trading. Is it really that amazing? Of course. Master, I need to go merge now. Take your time to think it over. After saying this, Cha-Cha walked away on her short legs. With the space upgrade, Cha-Cha grew limbs and features. Although she was still a round ball, her appearance was much more lively. Nani activated her supernatural power. The camellia flower immediately started to grow, transforming into a lush big tree right in the yard. Scattered flower buds hung on the branches. She used her power again, and all the buds burst open instantly, revealing not only white flowers but also pink and bright red ones, blooming beautifully on the branches. Nani collected all the flowers. When she finished picking the last one, new buds appeared on the branches. This is really amazing, Nani murmured softly. Carefully storing the flowers, Nani walked into the newly appeared small pharmacy and found a surprising scene inside. On one side were some medical books, and on the other side was a wall of traditional Chinese medicine cabinets, each filled with herbs and ingredients. There was also a door, directly in front. Nani pushed it open and discovered a hidden space behind it, a small patch of land. Could this be used for growing medicinal herbs? After TT finishes merging, I should ask it about this. Nani explored the space briefly. Nothing else seemed to have changed. Since she couldn't leave for now, she opened the dimensional marketplace to see if there were any interesting trades. After leveling up, she could see more trading options and more types of items available. Ding! Your friend has come online and sent a request to connect. Do you agree? A transparent panel suddenly appeared in front of Nani, displaying a message. Seeing that Grandpa Whitebeard was trying to contact her, she clicked agree. The panel disappeared and the original screen reappeared. Dear granddaughter, have you missed Grandpa? It's been a while since we last saw each other. Do you have any new good wines? Grandpa, why are you always thinking about wine? Well, I've achieved some success now, so I should be able to enjoy wine freely. Grandpa, could you give me some bone cleansing pills? I was just about to ask you for some. Bone cleansing pills? Of course I have those. But good wine is also important. You should bring some over for Grandpa. Got it, got it. It's all for your sake. Whatever you want to drink, I'll bring it to Grandpa. Grandpa Whitebeard sent a whole bottle of bone cleansing pills over to Nani. She put the ceramic bottle into her pocket, then got up to fetch some wine. She remembered the cocktails she bought earlier, each with a different flavor, and took one of each. Here, try this. It's my favorite wine. Give it to Grandpa to taste. Are all these colorful bottles filled with wine? Of course. Nani placed the cocktails on the teleportation platform and sent them directly to Grandpa Whitebeard. He received the drinks, eagerly uncorked one, and took a sip, savoring it carefully. This is good, this is good. The fruit flavor is strong, and the wine is smooth and warm on the palate. Very nice. I like it, I like it. My granddaughter is drinking this wine. Next time, I will give her more bottles. Whatever my granddaughter wants, I will get it for her. Now I need to go tell those old men to envy me. Alright, if my granddaughter wants to drink, I always have some here. Nani wanted to ask the old men more questions, but they couldn't wait and quickly logged off. Seeing the screen go dark instantly, Nani shook her head and smiled. This old man really is like a playful old child. Nani left the villa and wandered around. After several upgrades, many places looked different. There were tiny on the beach, showing that sea creatures now existed there. A few coconut trees also grew along the shore. She used her special power to pick a coconut and broke it open to drink the coconut water. This taste was much sweeter and fresher than before, quite interesting. She returned to the small pharmacy she had been in earlier, but found she couldn't enter. Just as she was about to call TT, a transparent screen appeared in front of her again. Would you like to study medical skills? Nani thought for a moment, then tapped yes. Suddenly, 2 books appeared out of nowhere in her hands. Please study these 2 books carefully. Passing the basic exam will allow you to advance. Looking at the 2 books in her hands, Pharmacology Knowledge Encyclopedia and Herbal Tasting Notes, she wanted to shout out loud. These books are so thick. It seemed TT would need quite some time. Jinani took the 2 books and curled up in a hanging chair in the garden to read. After a while, she put down the books, stretched lazily, and then realized that TT had already fallen asleep beside her. Has she fully merged now? Jinani wondered. Then, suddenly, her consciousness left the space. She opened her eyes and saw a cat rubbing against her, purring and acting cute. She patted its head, then got up, put on her shoes, and went downstairs. Juan, Dad, Mom. Is no one home? Jinani glanced at the time. Everyone was probably busy in the southern field. Feeling a bit hungry, she took out some breakfast from her space and ate. After finishing and tidying up, she went out to find Su Huan and the others. Jinani fainted for almost 2 days. The open space in the south has changed a lot. Little Tuanzi and Gosher were the first to see Jinani. They hurriedly ran to her side. Little Tuanzi threw herself into Jinani's arms and sweetly said, "Sister, you're awake."
Little Tuanzi was so worried about you.
I'm fine. Jinani patted little Tuanzi's head. Gosher kept jumping around her. Jinani looked around but didn't see Su Hien. Nan Xian came over and held Jinani's hand. Don't worry. Hien and the others went out to find some building materials. There's a building materials market in the town. Your dad and the others went to see if they can find anything useful. Then I'll go find them. If I find anything useful, I can bring it back directly. But we can't contact them now. How can you find them? Maybe it's better to wait at home for them to come back, Nan Xian said, a little worried about Jinani going out alone. Jinani whispered mysteriously to Nan Xian, Mom, the space has upgraded. I can now directly find Hien's location. Don't worry, I can contact him through the space. Then I'll be at ease. But you still need to be careful, Nan Xian replied. I know, Mom, Jinani said. She walked back home and, at the corner, slipped into her space to start contacting Su Hien. Su, where are you?
Can you hear me? I want to find you, she said.
At the building materials market, many zombies had gathered. Su Hien and his team were busy fighting them. The men looked a bit crazy, all of them fighting zombies that had fallen to the ground. Suddenly, Jinani's voice came into Su Hien's ears. He thought he was hearing things, so he casually chopped the zombie rushing toward him, and the crystal core dropped to the ground. Husband, where are you? Cha-cha, can he really hear my call?
Don't worry, Master.
The male master can definitely hear it, someone reassured. When Su Hien heard Jinani's voice again, he was sure he wasn't imagining things. Nani, you're awake? Yeah. The space has upgraded. Now we can communicate through it no matter how far apart. Su, where are you? I want to find you. Just as Su Hien was about to answer, he saw a zombie appear behind Ji Kongcheng, about to pounce from behind. He shouted, Dad, crouch down. When Ji Kongcheng heard Su Hien's voice, he instinctively crouched down, and then felt blood splatter on him. A zombie collapsed at once, shot in the head by Su Hien. Ji Kongcheng looked at the zombie that Su Hien had shot down and quickly remembered the scene just now. He spoke to Su Hien. These zombies are starting to learn how to attack from behind. Hien, you should be careful too. Don't worry, Dad, Su Hien replied. Ji Kongcheng nodded at Su Hien, then picked up his weapon and continued fighting the zombies. He originally came to see if there was anything useful at the building materials market, but he didn't expect so many zombies to be here. Su, what's wrong? Jinani sensed something was off. After Su Hien finished speaking, she immediately asked, It's nothing. I didn't expect there to be so many zombies here. We're dealing with them now. Master, we have confirmed the exact location of the male owner. Should we go to him? Before Su Hien could answer, Jinani simply said, Yes. The next moment, she appeared beside Su Hien. Seeing Jinani suddenly appear next to him, Su Hien was still a bit surprised. This space is really amazing. Has the upgrade been completed? Su Hien asked Jinani. Yes. It's finished. I'll tell you the details when we get home. Jinani took out the weapon she had modified for Ji Kongcheng from her space and walked over to him. The zombies trying to attack Jinani were immediately pierced through the forehead by vines and slowly fell to the ground. Dad, your weapon. Ji Kongcheng heard his daughter's voice and turned to look. Nani, why are you here? Are you feeling unwell? No, don't worry, Dad. It's your weapon. Ji Kongcheng took the weapon from Jinani's hand, a smile spreading across his face. His weapon was here. These zombies will be trembling with fear soon. Iron Wolf and Dazhuang saw Jinani suddenly appear, nodded, and called her sister-in-law, then continued fighting the zombies. Why are there so many zombies here?
Jinani wondered.
This is the largest gathering of zombies they've seen since the end of the world. Su Hian pointed to the factory buildings. These buildings are made of metal, which blocks the wind well. Plus, when the sun is out, they can gather heat. I think that's the reason. I see, Jinani nodded. Su, I want to show you my new power upgrade, Jinani said excitedly. She thought about how the camellia had grown into a big tree and the changes it brought. She couldn't wait to show Su Hian. She activated her special ability. Many vines shot out from her palms. Looking closely, the vines had tiny thorns. Jinani controlled the vines to fly toward the zombie in front of her. In an instant, a red camellia bloomed on the zombie's forehead.
The zombie fell to the ground, dead.
The crystal core was carried back to Jinani's hand by the camellia. The camellia can grow directly into a big tree in space. Whether it's alive or dead, I can control it with my mind. But Cha-Cha said that because of the special nature of Blue Star, it doesn't have enough power yet. It's easy to deal with zombies now, Jinani explained to Su Hian also. The camellia can purify the dead zombies. The virus inside their bodies won't spread anymore. After hearing Jinani's explanation, Su Hian also admired how powerful the camellia was. They didn't have time to talk more, because more zombies were coming toward them. Jinani used her ability again and fought them off. Su Hian was sure Jinani was safe, so he picked up his weapon and joined the fight among the zombies. Soon, they finished dealing with the zombies in this area. Ji Kongcheng sprayed his weapon at the zombie's body. The zombie's body was burned like it was cremated, leaving only the crystal core behind. Ji Kongcheng looked proud as he said to Jinani, "This weapon is really useful. I think that zombie dared to come close, so I would have burned it to ashes. But Dad, you need to be careful. Don't use up all your power. Remember to refill the crystal core liquid. By the way," Jinani suddenly raised her voice. The four of them turned to look at her. "What's wrong, Nan? It's nothing, Dad. I just thought of something. I'll do it when I get home today and tell you tonight. Still keeping it a secret? Okay. Dad will wait to hear about it tonight." Dazhuang and Iron Wolf weren't very curious, so after hearing Jinani, they didn't think much more about it. Instead, they started collecting crystal cores. These are valuable. Every single one counts. Ji Kongcheng turned to Jinani and said, "You two go see if there's anything useful.
Just take it.
I'll stay here and pick up crystal cores with these two kids. There are so many crystal cores on the ground. It will take some time to gather them." Jinani wanted to say he could quickly gather the crystal cores, but Ji Kongcheng had already gone over to Dazhuang and Tailang and started collecting with them. "Forget it, let Dad and the others do it. Let's go inside first." "Okay." Jinani nodded and followed Su Hian inside. It looked like this place had been searched several times. There was almost nothing useful left. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't move everything, I guess these metal factory buildings would be empty too. Su Hian looked around and saw that most of the items were gone. It seemed other bases had come through during their construction, leaving only some very difficult to retrieve items. There wasn't much left. It's okay. We have everything in our space. The remaining items here can be left for others who are lucky. When we go out, we'll tell Dad and them that we've already collected everything. Yes. Su Hian nodded in agreement. He and Jinani had bought many things abroad with no money, including building materials. It was easy to build several large buildings, so there was no need to fight others for resources. They could just wait until the path was clear. Su Hian took Jinani for another quick look around, then they headed back to the original spot. The three of them moved very quickly. Jinani, who had initially wanted to help, found there was no place for him to do anything now. Let's go. I've already collected everything useful inside. We can use it when we get back, Jinani said to Ji Kongcheng. Okay, let's go home. Home. We had porridge this morning. Now that we're active, I'm really starting to feel hungry, Tailing said, rubbing his stomach. In the car, Jinani took out some braised meat rolls from his space and handed them to the 3 people in the back seat. Sister-in-law, you're really a treasure chest. I won't hold back then. Tailing took the braised meat roll and started eating. Jinani also took out a few energy drinks and handed them over. Ji Kongcheng took one, twisted it open, and started drinking. I'm not hungry, just thirsty. Me too. Dezhuang picked up a bottle and drank. Jinani helped Su Hian open a bottle cap and handed it to him, since he was the driver, and it was a bit troublesome for him to open bottles. Are you hungry? Would you like me to take over and speak? Su Hian handed the bottle to Jinani and said, I'm not hungry. We're almost home, so it's fine. Without traffic rules, there were no zombies on the road. Su Hian's car sped up quickly, and they arrived home in less than 30 minutes. Everyone was already home. With nothing else to do, preparing 3 meals a day became the main focus for the mothers, and they aimed for the food to be tasty, fragrant, and visually appealing. Jinani watched the 3 mothers heading to the kitchen. Remembering the private wedding dishes stored in her space, she pulled all 3 of them out and laid out a table of food. Today, we're not cooking. The 3 of you can rest and we'll order takeout. Takeout. Heizi came in and heard these unfamiliar words, looking confused. This. Dezhuang entered, saw the food on the table, and, holding Heizi's shoulder, stammered. Wow, sister-in-law is amazing. Today, we're going to eat well. Tailing pulled Shin Qingqing into the room, saw the dishes on the table, and immediately helped her sit down. Is it because my usual cooking doesn't suit your tastes? Qinyu came over with a rice cooker. No, I love Aunt Qin's cooking the most. Tai Lang hurriedly got up and took the rice cooker from her. Let Aunt Qin handle these heavy chores. All right, you kids, sit down quickly. Dinner will be ready soon. Jinani finished eating and told everyone to eat and wait for her in the living room before rushing back to her room. Cha-cha. Master, if you keep calling, Cha-cha's ears will get calluses. Just tell me directly if you need something. Help me check if there are any merchants from the cultivation realm. I want to trade for storage bags or rings so that when we go out, everyone's weapons and crystal core liquids have a place to be stored. I want to be able to use weapons even when I'm not around. Just this small matter? Cha-cha, I think your attitude at work has been a bit careless lately. Master, I was wrong. I'll handle it immediately. The master found a second-level merchant from a cultivation realm. He wants to trade grain for storage rings. Connect me to him. Okay, master. Jinani looked at the screen in front of him, where a middle-aged man with a rough face and a fierce appearance appeared. Master, don't be afraid. This person looks tough on the outside but is different inside. Blue Star Merchant, hello. Do you have grain infused with spiritual energy? Yes. Jinani nodded, grabbed a handful of grain and placed it on the bed table, then handed it to the middle-aged man. The man received the grain, immediately held it in his hand, felt the spiritual energy inside, and looked at Jinani with concern. Do you have enough grain to exchange? After speaking, he took a cloth bag from his pocket. There are 20 beginner storage rings and 5 storage bags inside. I can trade all of them with you. If that's not enough, I can wait until next month when my disciples find more and then trade again. Are they really short on grain? Master, it's not that they lack grain, but that they lack grain infused with spiritual energy. Master, you should know that grain with spiritual energy can help their cultivation, especially when they need to break through. With such food, they can advance quickly. I see. Then how much grain should TT give him? Master, about 100 genes should be enough. Next time, you can continue trading. All right, I'll follow TT's advice. Jinani looked up at the man in front of him. All right, I can give you 100 gene of grain. 100 gene? Thank you so much. Can I add you as a friend? The man was surprised at first when he heard about the 100 gene, then his face lit up with joy. He looked at Jinani gratefully and immediately sent a storage ring to him. He originally thought that trading 50 gene of grain was already good. Grain infused with spiritual energy is very popular. Although the trading system has default rules, negotiations can change the terms. He had been at a disadvantage many times before, but this blue star merchant didn't cheat him. Of course, Jinani accepted the man's friend request and sent the grain for trading. After the transaction, he took the storage ring and left the space. When she went downstairs, everyone was already waiting for her in the living room. Jinani sat next to Soo Hyun and took out a cloth bag. "Inside this bag are the new tools I want to share with everyone," she said, shaking the bag to show them. "Sister-in-law, don't tease us. What good things are in there?" someone asked. Jinani took out some rings from the bag. Everyone except Mother Shun received one. Shin Chingching put her ring on her finger. "It fits well, but Nani, this ring looks a bit ugly." Jinani didn't answer. Instead, she picked up a fruit knife from the table and handed it to the closest person, Tai Lang. "Here, you demonstrate for everyone. Drop a drop of blood on the ring." "Blood?" Tai Lang asked, confused. "Yes," Jinani nodded. Seeing her confirmation, Tai Lang no longer doubted. He took the knife from her, cut his finger, and a drop of blood fell onto the ring. The dull-looking bead on the ring immediately became shiny. Tai Lang looked up at Jinani, waiting for her next instruction. "Try using your mind to see if anything changes," she said. Tai Lang nodded. His consciousness suddenly entered a wide, empty space. He looked up in surprise at Jinani. She nodded, and he tried again, entering the same space.
Wow. Wow.
"Wow," Tai Lang exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the ring and looking at Jinani. "You can try it yourself to see if it works," she said, making Tai Lang believe in it completely. "This is the legendary storage ring. Isn't that only in stories?" "Sister-in-law, you're amazing." "Ching Ching, try it too." Tai Lang admired Jinani even more and handed the fruit knife to Shin Ching Ching, urging her to try. Everyone listened to Tai Lang. Some knew what it was and were shocked, while others didn't understand and were even more confused. In the living room, everything was in chaos. The sofa disappeared and reappeared. The fruit on the table vanished, reappeared, then vanished again. The items in the living room were taken out, put back, taken out again, and put back repeatedly by these few people. Jinani looked at Soo Hyun and said, "It seems everyone is very happy. Let them enjoy the excitement for a while. We're going upstairs now. The space has been upgraded, and some new things have appeared. I'll show you." "Okay, sure." Jinani and Soo Hyun left first. Before leaving, they left a lot of supplies for everyone to share, putting them into storage rings. Although these supplies don't have preservation or instant freezing functions, it's very convenient to store food and weapons regularly. It's almost like everyone has dual abilities now. Jinani pulled Soo Hyun into the space and led him to the small house that just appeared. "Look, this is the upgraded, newly appeared small pharmacy. But now, it's locked. They also gave me 2 thick books on medical skills, saying I need to learn the basics before I can use it." "Wait, there's more." Jinani looked at Soo Hyun with a mysterious smile. "Call Cha-Cha." Soo Hyun looked at Cha-Cha, who suddenly appeared with 4 limbs. Now it looks like a white, fluffy dog. "Master." Cha-Cha was unhappy and twisted its body in protest when it heard Soo Hyun. "Ha, Cha-Cha, you really do look like a little chubby dog." Hearing Jinani call it a chubby dog, Cha-Cha turned around and ran away, ignoring the 2 of them. "And look," Jinani pointed at the camellia tree in the garden. "Before, the camellia merged with me after recognizing its owner. But after the upgrade, it reappeared. Not only has it become much thicker, but the camellia has also upgraded. Now this camellia is completely fused with my wood-type ability." Cha-Cha says that because of the characteristics of Blue Star, although the camellia's upgrade seems to have no obvious change, its flowers can be used as spiritual medicine. They can be traded in the plain system, especially for cultivator merchants, and can even rival life-saving elixirs. We can trade many useful things now. Plus, with a level 5 plain trading system, we'll meet more merchants. Soo Hyun watched Jinani happily and couldn't help but smile along. Once the small base is built and they are assigned main tasks, we'll go to S City. We need to let them feel some danger so that their foxtails will show more. Support, support. Sue, we're heading all the way to City S, and we can also gather many crystal cores and have a chance to win prizes. Soo Hyun originally wanted to do some work in the space. Not only had a new batch of food ripened, but the fruit trees he planted also bore many ripe fruits. He picked some to store, so new fruits would grow in the next harvest. Jinani pulled Soo Hyun along, proud and happy. Sue watched this. Using her mind, Jinani controlled the mature grains and fruits. They moved neatly and orderly, as if enchanted, and automatically lined up to go into the warehouse. Soo Hyun opened his mouth wide, staring at the scene before him. From now on, Sue won't need to work hard in the space. These tasks can be managed by Cha-Cha. If you really want to, you can control them with your mind just like I do. Soo Hyun nodded. Alright, then we can also pack away the farming machines. When there's a chance, Dakian and the others can study them. He and Dajwang are both experts in machinery. Yes, yes. They can directly learn their skills. Great, great, Jinani clapped happily. During the cold weather for the past month and a half, Soo Hyun led the men to quickly build the houses on the southern open land. Since building tall was too costly, all the houses were 2 stories. They built 6 in total. With Shun Qingqing and Iron Wolf's elemental powers, the foundation was very solid. Once everyone joins us, they'll have their own little homes to live in. As more people come, we'll keep building, Jinani said happily, looking at the row of houses. Let's set off fireworks tonight. I checked the calendar this morning. Today is January 1st, the first day of the new year. Mr. Sue, congratulations on spending another year together. Alright, I'll set off fireworks for you tonight. Happy New Year, Nan Nan. Happy New Year. Jinani took Soo Hyun's hand. Shall we go up the mountain to take a look? Huh? Soo Hyun turned his head to look at Jinani. The little wolf cub and the little tiger should have been born already. It's the first day of the new year, and there's nothing much to do. We've been busy building houses for over a month, so we haven't gone up the mountain to see them. Okay, Soo Hyun always responded to Jinani's requests, and this wasn't really a request at all. Jinani originally planned to lead Soo Hyun into the space, but Soo Hyun held her hand to stop her, signaling her to wait. Then he pulled her along and started walking behind the mountain. Are we walking up there? You'll see soon, Soo Hyun said little, and led Jinani into the mountain. After about 5 minutes, Jinani sensed movement ahead. Just as she was about to use her mental power to check, she saw a large tiger running toward her. The tiger reached her side, and then quietly sat down. What is this? Jinani looked at Soo Hyun and asked with her eyes. Soo Hyun nodded, lifted her onto the tiger's back, and helped her sit steady. Nan Nan, are you ready? It was her first time riding a tiger. Instead of feeling scared, Jinani found it very exciting and nodded repeatedly at Soo Hyun. I'm ready. I'm ready. Soo Hyun patted the tiger's head as if giving it a command. Hold on tight. After speaking, the tiger started running. Jinani looked around as the scenery began to blur behind her. A cold wind brushed her face. She pressed her face closer to the tiger's fur and instinctively turned her head to find Soo Hyun, but she realized she could no longer see him. About 15 minutes later, the snow around her grew thicker, ice shards hung from the treetops, and everything was covered in white. Jinani admired the beauty of nature, feeling it was truly amazing. As they went deeper inside, the tiger's speed gradually slowed down, as if it knew Jinani was enjoying the scenery. She took out her camera from her space and recorded everything she saw. Further inside, Jinani saw a wolf standing behind Soo Hyun, smiling and waiting for her to come closer. The scene felt like a repeat of a memory from her past life. It was as if she had seen this scene many times before, lying on the laboratory bed, waking up a few rare times, and seeing Soo Hyun standing in front of her, smiling and waving, comforting her, telling her to keep going. Which parts were dreams? Or something else? At that moment, Jinani suddenly doubted everything. It seemed like she had seen this scene countless times before. In her past life, Soo Hyun was clearly attacked and bitten by a group of zombies while trying to protect herself. Could her memories be confused? However, she later saw Soo Hyun in the laboratory, and they used him to threaten her. If she didn't cooperate with their experiments, they would hurt Soo Hyun. She remembers these things very clearly, but why are her memories mixed up? Cha-cha, is there a special ability that allows someone to change their appearance to look like someone else? From what I know, yes, but such abilities are rare. These people can see what others look like, and then change their own shape. What's wrong, Master? Cha-cha, how can we tell if someone has this ability? Actually, it's easy to tell. If someone is just copying a person, you can notice something strange when you talk to or spend time with them. They can only copy the outside appearance, not anything inside. Also, their copying time is limited. Different levels of ability mean they can only copy for a certain period. Long-term imitation is impossible. Long-term imitation is impossible. Yes, Master. Alright, I understand. Don't mention this to Hien for now. I'll tell him when I think it through. There are some things I need to verify first. Okay, Master. After Cha-Cha finished speaking, Su Hien had already approached Nani. Seeing her gloomy expression, he asked worriedly, Nani, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? No, I was just lost in thought. Did they have babies? Nani composed herself and smiled as she changed the subject to Su Hien. Su Hien clearly sensed something was off with Nani, but since she didn't say anything, he didn't ask further. He took the initiative to reply, yes, they did. I'll take you to see them. Look, there are 7 little wolf cubs and 2 little tigers. The mother tiger and 2 mother wolves had become good friends after spending some time together. The cubs were born and raised together. The wolves and tigers lived peacefully side by side. Usually, the male wolves protected the mothers and their cubs, while the male tigers, along with the alpha wolf and other wolves, hunted and defended their territory. In just 1 month, the 2 nearby hills have become their territory. Other animals, seeing the tiger and wolf acting together, feel both amazed and scared, and they move carefully. That's so cute, Nani said when she saw the tiger and wolf's babies nursing. She couldn't resist reaching out to touch them. Seeing they didn't threaten her, she boldly petted them. Asu, let's leave more food for them this time. When we come back next time, they'll probably be grown up. Okay, I agree. They stayed on the mountain for a while longer, then used their space to return home. There are many things to plan and organize. Although the cold weather has mostly ended, it's still just winter's normal chill. They decided to leave tomorrow for City S, so they can return before the new year. No matter what, they want to spend New Year's Eve together. Their group will gather, share a meal, and celebrate. That's what the new year is all about. When Nani and Su Hien got home, they found fewer family members. Nani, holding Nan Xian's arm, asked, Mom, where are they? A few kids went out. The weather has warmed up these days, and the zombies are starting to move. They went out to exercise. Qingqing went too, right? Nani nodded and asked Shenmu. Yes, this kid can't stay at home. She pulled Iron Wolf's kid along and went out. I gave her some really powerful weapons, don't worry, Nani said mysteriously to Qing Xiao. Auntie, you can rest assured. Iron Wolf is protecting her. Today is New Year's Day. When they come back, we'll make dumplings together in the afternoon. Dumplings? Sounds good. I'll help you guys this afternoon. Let the kids do it. You and Hien go play. We have so many people here. You spoil her too much. Alright, go over there and don't disturb me and Aunt Shin while we make the dumpling filling. Nan Xian patted Nani's back, and Nani smiled playfully. Then she took Su Hien and left. Boss, we've already arranged everything in City H. Our people have successfully entered the base and become squad leaders. We've gained the trust of the City H base leader. Now we just need to slowly infiltrate further. Also, Mr. Yamamoto and the other researchers are probably all gone. Yamamoto's base was burned down, materials, equipment, and experimental data. We found no traces. It's likely someone took everything away early on. Mr. Ito said their team has started again. They've made some initial progress with their experiments. They're still working, and once the data is stable, he will report to you. There's more. Chinda hesitated, unsure whether to speak. Speak up. At Laboratory 6, when we arrived, it was already destroyed. But our data storage device was not damaged, and some data was still intact. The experiments at Laboratory 6 were successful. Their test subjects survived well, but we don't know what happened. When we arrived, everything was gone. MD, Jiang Sheng slammed his hand on the table. Call the Saintess and Charlie. About 15 minutes later, Lu Xiaozhi and Charlie entered together. Charlie looked a few years older. His once black hair was now completely gray, no black strands left. If he hadn't been hunched like other elders, he would look like a man in his 70s or 80s. Master. Charlie bowed when he saw Jiang Sheng. Lu Xiaozhi stepped forward and stood beside Jiang Sheng, sweetly calling out, Brother Jiang. Jiang Sheng ignored Lu Xiaozhi's teasing and looked directly at Charlie, frowning. How much data did Yoko give you from Laboratory 6? Charlie's heart immediately filled with fear. This was a secret project between him and Yoko, and Jiang Sheng knew about it. Master, I don't have any experimental data, Charlie replied, trying to stay calm.
Enough.
Stop pretending. Yoko is dead. I won't pursue that anymore. But you must hand over the laboratory data. I want to see the complete files. Why yes, Master, Charlie stammered. Leave now. Bring the data to me within half an hour. Hearing this, Charlie hurriedly left. Brother Jiang. Lu Xiaozhi saw the person leave and sat gently in Jiang Sheng's arms. Jiang Sheng adjusted Lu Xiaozhi's posture, making her face him directly. His gaze seemed to want to see right through her. Ji, do you have a photo of Ji Nanyi? Hearing Jiang Sheng's words, Lu Xiaozhi looked surprised, then quickly suppressed her emotions and asked, Brother Jiang, why do you want her photo? Didn't you say she is a healing ability user and very helpful for our experiment? In City H, the 6th laboratory is also gone. I think it's closely related to Ji Nanyi, so I plan to send someone to City H to catch her directly. By the way, the experiment at the 6th laboratory has already succeeded. With Ji Nanyi's blood, the plan can be realized very soon. Did the experiment at the 6th laboratory succeed? Lu Xiaozhi was very surprised. From what she knew, without Ji Nanyi's blood, the chances of success would be very low. The main reason she suggested the experiment was to obtain more crystal cores. As long as she had enough crystal cores, she could exchange for enough weapons and equipment in the system. Then she could replace Jiang Sheng and enjoy the fruits of victory herself. So, the experiment was successful? You don't look happy about the Saintess. Jiang Sheng rarely called Lu Xiaozhi the Saintess. When he did, it usually meant he was very displeased. Lu Xiaozhi quickly realized and hurriedly repressed her visible emotions. Why would I be unhappy? I'm just very happy, but I don't know how to express it to you, Brother Jiang. Of course I have a photo of Ji Nanyi. Wait a moment, I'll go back and get it for you. Okay. Jiang Sheng responded unhappily, then stopped speaking. Lu Xiaozhi left Jiang Sheng and walked out, cursing herself harshly in her mind for forgetting to hide her emotions. Jiang Sheng was too sensitive. It seemed she needed to be more careful in the future. As Lu Xiaozhi lowered her head and walked forward, she communicated with the system mentally, not noticing the person in front of her. Only when she bumped into someone did she realize. Hey! Watch where you're going. You're blocking me. A familiar female voice rang out. Lu Xiaozhi looked up and saw a familiar face, feeling a bit uncertain. Xiao Xiao. Gua Xiao suddenly realized it was Lu Xiaozhi. She changed her tone and immediately excitedly ran to hug her. Woo, Xiaozhi, you're still alive. That's so great. I came to find you at your home, but no one was there. You're still alive. That's wonderful. Lu Xiaozhi also hugged Gua Xiao tightly. Since Lu Yong disappeared, she had been forcibly taken to City S, and no one had cared about her since then. Now, Gua Xiao's appearance made Lu Xiaozhi's long-held emotions briefly release. Xiao, I feel the same. You're still alive too. Lu Xiaozhi wanted to share her feelings with Gua Xiao, but the system stopped her. Master, you need to be careful. This woman doesn't have a system, but she survived in this apocalyptic world. She must be strong. You should watch out for her. The system's words instantly made Lu Xiaozhi's desire to tell Gua Xiao everything seem unnatural. She no longer looked as excited. Gua Xiao quickly noticed Lu Xiaozhi's change in mood. Xiaozhi, what's wrong? It's nothing. Xiao, why are you here? Are you doing okay now? I'm doing pretty well. Thinking about her identity, Gua Xiao hesitated. She was only William's mistress and had to compete with 6 other women for his affection. She didn't really want to tell Lu Xiaoji about her situation. So, why are you at the base? Did you come here from the beginning? But I haven't seen you before. No, I came with Mr. William. Gua Xiaoxiao nodded, looking at Lu Xiaoji with no clear expression. Gua Xiaoxiao linked her arm with Lu Xiaoji's. By the way, Xiaoji, have you always been at the safe base? Yes, Xiaoxiao. I'm the saintess of the base. Saint. Saintess. Xiaoji, you're the saintess. Gua Xiaoxiao looked at Lu Xiaoji with surprise. Lu Xiaoji smiled and nodded at Gua Xiaoxiao. Her expression made Lu Xiaoji finally realize one thing. She was still better off than Gua Xiaoxiao. Her gaze toward Gua Xiaoxiao changed noticeably. Lu Xiaoji's tone unconsciously carried a bit of pride. The joy she felt from reuniting with Gua Xiaoxiao just moments ago had completely faded under the system's reminder. Only then did Lu Xiaoji realize that what she feared most was that her life was not as good as Gua Xiaoxiao's. William was a man Lu Xiaoji knew well, very charming, with several lovers around him. It seemed Gua Xiaoxiao was one of his lovers. Lu Xiaoji held Gua Xiaoxiao's hand affectionately and said, Xiaoxiao, go ahead and settle into your place first. I'll come find you after I finish my work. If anyone bullies you, just say you're a good friend of the saintess. Okay, you go ahead and busy yourself. Gua Xiaoxiao's lips moved slightly, and she gently accompanied Lu Xiaoji to another place. Watching Lu Xiaoji walk away, a feeling of unfairness filled her heart again. Why, even after the apocalypse, Lu Xiaoji still lives better than she does. She still has to struggle under William's control. If it weren't for William's favor, those mean people wouldn't bother to torment her. And Lu Xiaoji is actually the saintess. William even has to consider her reputation. She lives so well, so proudly. Xiaoxiao, who were you talking to just now? A middle-aged man with brown hair approached. He was handsome but carried a subtle, charming aura, with a slightly sinister look in his eyes. He reached out and put his arm around Gua Xiaoxiao's waist. Gua Xiaoxiao immediately suppressed her previous emotions, turning gentle like a little white rabbit. Her big, watery eyes looked up at William. Xiaoji, my good friend. I didn't expect to meet her here. I'm so happy. Xiaoji? Lu Xiaoji. The man looked surprised. You say the saintess is your good friend. Gua Xiaoxiao pretended to be calm, speaking in a tone full of happiness for her friend. Yes, I know she's still alive, and she's even become the saintess. I'm really happy for her. Hearing Gua Xiaoxiao's clear answer, William's hand on her waist began to gently her. His tone softened considerably. So Xiaoxiao and the saintess are good friends. Then, Xiaoxiao, you should help me say some good things about her. I heard that Chunda and the others' temperature-regulating clothes were given by the saintess. Can you help me get one? And those pills and weapons from the saintess's side. If you could help me get some, that would be even better. As William spoke, a dark, mysterious look appeared in his eyes. If Xiaoxiao helps me, I'll kick out the women at home and only favor her. How does that sound? Before Gua Xiaoxiao could speak, William interrupted. It's settled then. I need to go see the base director for an important matter. Xiaoxiao, remember to ask the Holy Maiden for a copy. William smiled, kissed Gua Xiaoxiao on the cheek, and then left. Gua Xiaoxiao clenched her fists, her eyes darkening as she looked in the direction Lu Xiaoji had gone. Lu Xiaoji, what secrets are you hiding? I will find out. You used to be a foolish rich kid. How could you have those skills? Something must have happened. If I had what you have, I would do even better and live a happier life. Lu Xiaoji didn't know yet what disaster meeting Gua Xiaoxiao again would bring. He took photos of Jinani and Su Hian from his storage box, cut out Jinani's picture, and started walking back. William, salute to the base director. William simply nodded politely to Jiang Sheng and then sat casually on a nearby bench. I wonder why the base director called me back this time. Is there something we need to discuss? Brother, do you really want us to be so distant? Jiang Sheng looked at William and spoke. If you look carefully now, you'll see that Jiang Sheng and William do resemble each other in some ways, but it's not easy to notice. Brother? What are you talking about? I only have a sister, no younger brother. William's tone was calm but carried a suppressive feeling. Brother, Xiaoyu's death was because of me. I am just as sad as you, but she insisted on stopping our experiment. Otherwise, that wouldn't have happened. You know that. Zhang Sheng's voice carried a hint of sadness. Xiaoyu, you don't deserve to mention Xiaoyu, and don't bring her up in front of me. William's voice was tinged with anger, and his eyes burned as he looked at Zhang Sheng. Brother, we both know what our father's instructions were. Xiaoyu also sacrificed herself for the family. If we succeed in the future, reviving Xiaoyu might be possible. Anything happening at your experimental base must be communicated to me immediately so we can succeed faster. William looked at Zhang Sheng, who bore almost the same face as their father, but he felt nothing. I will do that. However, the Holy Maiden can borrow me to play for a few days. I think you, little brother, wouldn't mind, right? Zhang Sheng truly didn't mind. The brothers often swapped women to play together. But thinking about Lu Xiaoji's secret, Zhang Sheng hesitated. It was this moment of hesitation that made William more certain that the secret must be with Lu Xiaoji. Otherwise, where did Zhang Sheng get those things he had been showing lately? Although William wasn't in the S-City base, his people planted around Zhang Sheng would report to him the next day. Seeing Zhang Sheng's reluctance, William didn't press him. Instead, he waited quietly for Zhang Sheng's reaction. After a long while, Zhang Sheng nodded and looked up with a smile at William. Brother, among us brothers, there's no difference between you and me. As long as you want, I will arrange everything for you. Ha. Good, my good little brother. William looked at Zhang Sheng and burst into wild laughter, not caring that Zhang Sheng's face was turning worse. This younger brother of his still thought he knew nothing. He thought only he knew the secrets of their father. How funny. Zhang Sheng couldn't possibly be unaware. Those so-called family secrets, Zhang Sheng had been cautious about himself. Unfortunately, everything Zhang Sheng knew was what he wanted him to know. William's lips curled slightly as he looked at Zhang Sheng. Since brother is leaving, I'll wait for you to send the person over. Brother, I still need some time to persuade the Holy Maiden. Lu Xiaoji is the Holy Maiden now, and I need to explain things to her properly. No problem. Brother will be at the base for a long time. There's plenty of time, William replied with a smile. All right. Brother, go rest first. Zhang Sheng saw William off, sat in a chair, and thought about William's arrogant attitude just now. He almost ground his teeth in anger. He knew William was still useful, so he had to suppress his fury deep inside. Thinking about sending Lu Xiaoji to William's bed, Zhang Sheng massaged his aching forehead, not noticing Lu Xiaoji, who was holding a photo of Ji Nanyi, had already come over and stood beside him. Lu Xiaoji spoke softly, but Zhang Sheng was startled. He looked at Lu Xiaoji with a face full of anger. Why did you come in without making a sound, Zhangge? Xiaoji didn't understand why Zhang Sheng suddenly lost his temper. Feeling a bit wronged, her eyes filled with tears instantly. Seeing the tears falling from Xiaoji's eyes, Zhang Sheng finally realized his tone just now and cursed himself silently. Xiaoji, Zhang Sheng looked at her tears with irritation, wanting to speak but holding back. Brother Zhang, here is a photo of Jinani. I give it to you. Xiaoji saw Zhang Sheng's expression and quickly gave up on the idea of him comforting her. She took the initiative to speak and handed over the photo. Zhang Sheng took the photo in his hand, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes, then quickly returned to normal. Is this Jinani? He touched her face on the photo with his finger. I didn't expect Jinani to be so pretty. His words carried a hint of meaning, and his dislike for Xiaoji became more obvious. Xiaoji missed the look of dislike in Zhang Sheng's eyes and spoke to herself. Brother Zhang doesn't know. Jinani only managed to survive in the end times because of her looks. Hearing her words, Zhang Sheng smiled slightly and said slowly, so, she survived by selling her looks. Seeing Zhang Sheng, Xiaoji knew she had achieved her goal. Zhang Sheng had indeed taken a liking to Jinani. In her previous life, she couldn't get close to Zhang Sheng. She was under Chen Jun and lived a miserable life. Later, she planned to attach herself to Charlie to gain some status in the H-City base. But this life was different. She met Zhang Sheng and became the Saintess. As long as she eliminated Chen Jun, no one could threaten her anymore. The more Zhang Sheng looked at Xiaoji, the more annoyed he felt. If it weren't for the system on her, which was very useful to him, he would have kicked her out long ago. Xiao Ji, you should go back now. When Charlie arrives, we will discuss the matter and arrange for someone to go to H City to find Ji Nani and bring her back. Brother Jiang, then I'll leave. It won't affect your talk with Charlie. Jiao Ji's goal was achieved. Ignoring Jiang Sheng's dislike for her, she felt a bit excited and couldn't hide it. Watching her leave, Jiang Sheng no longer suppressed his emotions. Such a stupid woman. At this moment, Jiang Sheng changed his mind and came up with a new plan to deal with Jiao Ji. Guo Xiaoxiao finished packing her things, asked the people at the base about Lu Qiaoji's residence, and then waited at the door for Lu Qiaoji to return. When she saw Lu Qiaoji's figure, she immediately went to greet her. Qiaoji, you're back. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Xiaoxiao, why did you come here? Lu Qiaoji was in a good mood, and she completely forgot the system's warning to be cautious around Guo Xiaoxiao. She took Guo Xiaoxiao's hand and pulled her into her house. Xiaoxiao, sit down quickly. Tell me if you want to eat anything. Guo Xiaoxiao looked at the decor in the room, which was much more luxurious than her own place. Such a nice place should only be for her. Lu Qiaoji, that silly girl, doesn't deserve it. Qiaoji, how did you become the saintess? Tell me all about it, Guo Xiaoxiao said, acting cute and trying to get some information from her. Well, I guess it was just good luck, Lu Qiaoji replied, clearly unwilling to share much, and brushing her off. Guo Xiaoxiao wasn't upset. She pretended not to notice and continued holding Lu Qiaoji's hand. The two chatted happily, each secretly thinking their own thoughts, holding on to each other. Qiaoji, I want to ask you something. Do you still have that temperature-regulating suit? Can you get me one? You don't know, in extreme cold weather, I almost froze to death. You're the best, Qiaoji. Lu Qiaoji's expression suddenly changed. How do you know about the temperature suit? I'm really jealous of you, Qiaoji. But I have to go home now, or William will start looking for me everywhere. Lu Qiaoji smiled and saw Guo Xiaoxiao out the door, then returned to her room and sat on the sofa. William told me about it. They all say the saintess is amazing. If I need magical tools, we're good friends. They all have some, but I don't, so everyone looks down on me. Qiaoji, can you give me one too? Xiaoxiao, I don't have any left. The base leader gave me that. It's just something associated with my saintess title. I really didn't mean to refuse you. That's how it is. It's okay. Guo Xiaoxiao stood up, looked at the succulents on Lu Qiaoji's bedside, and stepped closer. Qiaoji, you actually have succulents in your room? Yes, the base leader brought them for me. The base leader is really good to you. Guo Xiaoxiao's tone of envy made Lu Qiaoji feel very pleased. Remembering the skincare products Jiang Sheng had helped her find earlier, Lu Qiaoji immediately turned around and showed Guo Xiaoxiao the items in her hand. Plus these, Jiang Ge specifically found them for me. Qiaoji, the base director really spoils you. I'm so jealous of you, Guo Xiaoxiao said with a smile, her face full of envy. But in that moment of turning around, her hand behind her back, out of Lu Qiaoji's sight, quickly released a green mist that covered the succulent plant. The plant suddenly looked more lively. When Lu Qiaoji looked over, the succulent was back to normal, with no signs of disturbance. Lu Qiaoji kept showing off to Guo Xiaoxiao for a long time until the system's voice sounded in her ear. Only then did Lu Qiaoji realize she had talked too much and had promised Guo Xiaoxiao that if she could get enough crystal cores, she would help her get a constant temperature suit. Wanting to take back her words, Lu Qiaoji was interrupted by Guo Xiaoxiao, who said, Qiaoji, I need to go now. William might start looking for me. I'll come back to see you another day. Guo Xiaoxiao had already sensed Lu Qiaoji's regret. After speaking, she opened the door and left quickly. Lu Qiaoji didn't have time to say anything before Guo Xiaoxiao was gone. The owner's arrogance might reveal her at any time, the system said. Stop talking. I am your owner. Besides, Guo Xiaoxiao is my good friend. Giving her a constant temperature suit isn't a big deal. I can decide that myself, Lu Qiaoji replied. The owner, you're like this, the system started to say. Enough. System, you're really annoying. Can I even protect my friends? Lu Qiaoji finished speaking and immediately cut off communication with the system and the outside world. All the system's messages disappeared. Really, this system is so nagging. I'm the owner, after all, she thought happily. Lu Qiaoji was also pleased that her plan at Jiangsheng's was going smoothly. She lay on the sofa, feeling very happy, imagining her future life with Su Hian. A smile spread across her face that she couldn't stop. Ji Nani was gathering everyone for a meeting. Preparations for leaving had been completed, but this time, not everyone could go out. Some stayed at home to watch over things, while a few others needed to return to the base to check on its current situation. However, when it came to how to arrange the personnel, Ji Nani hesitated. She wanted her parents to exercise more, but when it was time to decide, she was worried about leaving them alone at the base. After thinking carefully, she decided that her parents would stay home to guard the main camp and handle the arrangements for the others. Ji Nan-yi brought out a lot of food and weapons, and everyone received a share. Please store these items carefully, especially the crystal core liquids. Make sure you have enough. I have many empty bottles here. Let's start dividing and packing them now. Then keep everything safe. From now on, we will work together to begin the plan to eliminate the zombies. Okay, let's get started. Tai Lang helped Shin Qingqing sit down and began packing. Everyone found their spots and started working. It was like an assembly line. By the end of the morning, all the bottles Ji Nan-yi brought out were filled. Seeing the pile of bottles, Ji Nan-yi tilted her slightly sore neck and felt proud. All right, everyone, pack your own share. After lunch, Nan Xian pulled Ji Nan-yi aside to discuss various matters. Su Hian was also taken away by their fathers. When Su Hian returned to his room, he saw a note on the bed. Knowing that Ji Nan-yi had gone into the space to take a bath, he quickly entered the space himself. A few days ago, some mutated bears came to the mountain and attacked the tiger territory. A small wolf cub was stolen. By the time Ji Nan-yi and Su Hian found out, the cub had already been hurt by the bears and died. So, Ji Nan-yi took the little tiger and the wolf cub into the space. Although they couldn't see their mother, they were safe. Recently, more and more mutated animals appeared on the mountain. The small animals weren't very aggressive, and both tiger and wolf mothers were happy to entrust their children to Ji Nan-yi. After entering the space, the happiest was TT. She proudly led her little ones around every day, showing off her dominance in the space. Su Hian watched TT use the tiger and wolf as her shepherd dogs, commanding them to follow behind the livestock. He shook his head in some helplessness. Under TT's training, these animals had become braver. A few sheep even tried to the tiger with their horns, but they were immediately suppressed by their bloodline. Su Hian entered the room and naturally took the towel Ji Nan-yi was using to dry her hair. He helped her dry her damp hair. We leave tomorrow. First, we'll go to the base with Iron Wolf and the others, then the two of us head west. I've told Iron Wolf and the others to watch out for any unusual activity at the base. Yes, I've also told Qing, but I emphasize that safety comes first. Su Hian picked up the hairdryer and dried Ji Nan-yi's hair. Just then, TT mentioned that a trader had contacted them. Ji Nan-yi pushed Su Hian into the bathroom to take a shower while she opened the trading interface and asked TT to connect her with the trader. When Su Hian came out, Ji Nan-yi had already completed the trade. What did you trade this time? Su Hian asked. Ji Nan-yi pointed outside the window. The thing you want to solve most. Trade for 100 pigs and 10 cows. Ah, Su, guess what I got in return? Jewelry made of gold and silver. How did you know? Ji Nan-yi asked in surprise. Su Hian pointed to TT behind Ji Nan-yi. Look at how busy it is. It probably likes what it's doing. Haha, that's right. There's a merchant from the cultivation world who has a lot of treasures, gold and silver. TT said these animals have been raised in a space and drink spiritual spring water, so they have spiritual energy. Their bodies are more powerful than those fed with spiritual food. Sure enough, I exchanged 6 big boxes of items. That's great. Our Nan is really amazing. TT is also very good, Su Hian said. Before he finished, TT rolled in with its round body. Yes, our TT is the best. Ji Nan-yi stroked TT's fur and handed it a diamond. Wow, this diamond is full of energy. You're so kind, Master. But, Master, I want to tell you that I've confirmed the existence of a post-apocalyptic system on Blue Star. We need to find out who it's bound to and eliminate it as soon as possible. Ordinary post-apocalyptic systems help the Master survive smoothly and shine brightly during the end times. But the current system on Blue Star, if left unchecked, could bring unprecedented disaster to the planet. Is it that serious? Yes, Master. I have felt some disturbances, but right now the system lacks enough energy, so it can't cause any big trouble. We still have time. Your task is to eliminate this apocalyptic system. All right, leave it to us. Don't worry, Cha-Cha, we got this. Jinani patted her chest to reassure Cha-Cha. The next day, everyone split into two groups and started working hard. Jinan-yi, Su-hien, Iron Wolf, and Shin Qingqing took one car. Daqian, Dazhuang, Lao Jin, and Haizi took another. After discussing, Dazhuang, Daqian, and his wife decided to stay at home with the kids so the elders wouldn't be bored. Lao Jin, you lead the way in front. We'll follow behind. Be careful of your surroundings. The weather is warming up, and the zombies are becoming more active, Su-hien said into the walkie-talkie. Okay, boss. Don't worry. Iron Wolf, don't go too fast. Keep an eye out. If you see zombies, stop and deal with them directly, Jinan-yi said to Iron Wolf.
Got it, sister-in-law.
Iron Wolf slowed down the car. Shin Qingqing sat in the passenger seat, watching outside carefully. Jinan-yi used her mental power to scan the area. Small reds appeared on her map, showing where zombies were gathering. It seems the zombies are really active now that the weather is warmer. They're starting to move again. Iron Wolf, head southwest. Drive about 700 meters. There's a zombie horde gathering there. Let's go practice our skills. Okay, sister-in-law. Shin Qingqing also used the walkie-talkie to tell the cars behind. The two cars headed southwest. Wow, there's still quite a few zombies here. Shin Qingqing saw the zombies gathering ahead. She took out her weapon from her storage ring, eager to get out and fight. The engine noise soon attracted the zombies, who rushed toward them. Jinan-yi confirmed there were no other lurking zombies nearby. She told Iron Wolf to stop the car. Shin Qingqing immediately jumped out and faced the approaching zombies. With a quick strike, she cut off a zombie's head, which rolled to the ground. Wife, wait for me. Let's do this together, Iron Wolf said, pulling the handbrake and rushing out to protect Shin Qingqing's back. I feel like we don't even need to fight, Jinani said, watching Su-hien. The four men in the back car also got out. Although zombies outnumbered them, Jinan even felt a bit sorry for these zombies at this moment. They've become so skilled at going out alone lately, she said. Watching her close friend move so smoothly, Jinani truly admired her. She took out her weapon and decided to practice her physical strength today without using her special powers. When a zombie appeared from the side, Jinani immediately cut off its head. In 15 minutes, they finished their first fight together. Shin Qingqing excitedly pulled Iron Wolf to collect the crystal cores. Seeing the ground covered in blood, Jinani waved to Shin Qingqing, signaling him to look at her. She activated her wood element power, sending out countless vines. The crystal cores on the ground were quickly gathered. Daquan and Lao Jin also used their powers, digging a big hole on the ground and tossing the zombies inside. Jinani released her dog from her space. Maru was just chasing a sheep in her space, but suddenly the environment changed. She was momentarily stunned but quickly wagged her tail happily when she saw Jinani. Maru, it's your turn to show off. Jinani pointed to the big pit. Maru understood immediately, ran over, and spat fire into the pit. The zombies inside turned to ash quickly. Daquan used his power again to fill the hole, and everyone got into the car to keep moving. Maru stayed close to Jinani, wagging her tail constantly. She thought about Pow Pow still being in her space, so she was very proud to have been released and felt she was now stronger than Pow Pow. Seeing Maru's tail almost spinning like a propeller, Jinani raised her hand and put Maru back into her space. Maru didn't mind the change and instead ran over to Pow Pow, who was sleeping, barking loudly. Pow Pow looked up at Maru, but didn't pay much attention. Maru started wagging her tail proudly. My owner just took me out, and I spat fire to burn those things. I'm so awesome, Even better than you. Look, my owner didn't take you along. Finally, Pow Pow couldn't stand Maru's chatter anymore and swatted her with a paw. Maru, feeling wronged, drooped her tail and lay on the ground, staying far away from Pow Pow and not approaching anymore. After stretching her limbs, Shin Ching Ching became more lively, her eyes constantly watching the situation outside. Ji Nani withdrew her mental energy from covering the car and discussed with Su Hien. They originally planned to make a loud entrance to lure the zombies out. The modified engine, though noisy, could indeed attract the zombies' attention. Eliminating these zombies was also their second task, so she only paid attention to the surroundings. The noise from the vehicle was natural and expected. Jinan E and her group kept stopping and moving forward. Before reaching the H-City base, they had already stopped 7 times. Jinan E's bag, holding the crystal cores, was bulging. Suddenly, red dots appeared on the map, along with a dozen white dots nearby and 5 green dots. 11 o'clock, Iron Wolf, Jinan said. Then she reactivated her mental power to cover their vehicle, hiding their trail. Be careful. Don't rush to get out of the car. There are other mutants around. Let's observe the situation first, she told the others through the walkie-talkie. They got out of the car, hiding behind trees, and looked ahead. There are quite a few zombies here. Everyone, be careful, Su Hien whispered. Iron Wolf checked the situation ahead, then turned to cover Shin Ching Ching's eyes. Honey, don't look. It's too bloody. What's so bloody about it? I can handle zombies myself. What kind of scene is it? How bloody can it be? Shin Ching Ching pushed Iron Wolf's hand away.
Ugh. Ugh.
What are these people doing? Shin Ching Ching looked at the scene briefly and immediately vomited, turning her head with a full of doubt, asking Iron Wolf. At this moment, Jinan E also saw what was happening ahead and spoke directly. Blood cow. They're using people without powers as bait, attracting zombies with the smell of blood. In those houses ahead, there should be supplies. The zombies probably gathered here during the cold weather. Now, these mutants have found something useful inside, so they're drawing the zombies out. Maybe. Before Jinan E could finish, a loud bang interrupted her. They have explosives, probably homemade. Looks pretty powerful, Su Hien said to Jinan E. Looking from outside, the scene is even more disgusting now. The zombies, blown apart by explosives, are missing arms and legs, with rotten blood constantly pouring out. Despite being badly damaged, the zombies still rush forward. The ability users are running quickly ahead. One person at the back has just injured someone and thrown them into the zombie crowd, temporarily stopping the zombies from chasing. Ah-san, hurry and retreat. These zombies are much stronger than before. We didn't bring enough blood cattle this time. Let's prepare better before coming out again. No, Lao Kai, we can't just go back now. We've already taken out half of the zombies here. If we retreat now, all our efforts will be wasted. The person called Ah-sen glanced at the nearby house, then turned to the others behind him and said, Liangzi and I will go attract the zombies with the blood cattle. You guys take Sun Bin into that house, get the stuff, and shoot the zombies in the head. Listen to me, hurry up. A few people followed Ah-san's instructions, quickly entering the house. At the back of the team, a man was also brought along. Stay here, Huan, and I will check out that house. We'll be back soon, Zinan E told the others. Zinan E, be careful, Shun Ching Ching warned. Don't worry, Tai Lang, you protect Ching Ching well. I know. Don't worry, sister-in-law. Zinan E nodded, signaling Shin Ching Ching to rest assured. He then pulled Su Hien and moved forward, making sure the others couldn't see him, and entered the space. Su Hien activated the space, and the two arrived in the room where the others were. On the ground, a man was with ropes, looking very exhausted, with many wounds on his body. He appeared very miserable. Next to him, a man with a grim face kicked him and said, Sun Bin, don't be so shameless. Hurry up and give me the wooden box. There are so many zombies outside. You see it too. If you don't give us the stuff, none of us will make it out alive. The man on the ground slowly opened his eyes and looked at everyone with disdain. Then fine, let's all die together. His words completely angered everyone. They rushed forward and started punching and kicking him. After a while, the group was exhausted, staring at Sunbin on the ground with their teeth almost clenched. Sunbin, take out the things. I will go back and tell the older brother to let you see your son, Liangzi suddenly said. Sunbin, lying on the ground barely alive, finally reacted when he heard this. He glared fiercely at Liangzi. What about the others? The others? Sunbin, do you want to see him? This is your last chance. If not, everyone will die here. We can't go back. Your son will definitely die. Your wife, even in her last moments, was holding your 8-year-old son tightly. You don't want your wife to die in vain, do you? You animals. We are animals. What about you? Do you still think you're a high-ranking police officer? Don't forget, this is now our world. Your colleagues are too stiff, and they died so horribly. You should learn to be smarter. Old Liang turned back from the window, sounding impatient. Liangzi, why are you talking so much? There's no time. Just finish it quickly. Sunbin, hurry up. If you want your son to live, do it now. Sunbin stared hard at Liangzi, trying to tell if his words were true or false from his face. Are you really not wanting to live anymore? Seeing that Sunbin still wouldn't speak, a man nearby was completely angered. He kicked Sunbin in the stomach. The intense pain made Sunbin lose consciousness instantly. Can you guys stop causing trouble? You knocked him out. Give me the stuff. Seeing Sunbin faint, Liangzi was immediately unhappy. He scowled and cursed. Liangzi, you're tricking him with his son. It didn't work either, and now you're blaming us. Seeing the group almost start fighting, old Kai angrily said, Stop arguing. Is this the time to fight? The outside can't hold much longer. Whoever's ability recovers first can go out. We can't let Brother San and the others handle everything outside. I think it's pretty safe here. We might as well stay until the zombies leave. Under the danger, the team started to have different opinions. Originally, they were all prisoners from the prison. If it weren't for their abilities suppressing each other, none of them would trust the others. Now, with everyone's abilities exhausted and not recovering, no one wanted to risk going out again. Since someone was blocking outside, staying inside the building was relatively safer. Everyone paid attention and believed they could survive here until their abilities recovered. So, except for old Kai and Liangzi, the others began to back down. It seems they underestimated the number of zombies. Their special powers are exhausted, Su Hian said. These people are criminals. They are definitely not good folks. H City has only one prison, Nan Nan. Su Hian's words made Ji Nani suddenly realize. So, these people are all serious offenders. Su Hian nodded but didn't say anything else. H City's famous prison holds prisoners sentenced to death or life imprisonment, mostly very dangerous and notorious people. This made Ji Nani think of the past. Ah, Su, do you think these people are the same ones who came to our house before? We haven't met them this time, so they must have grown stronger. That's possible, but whether they are the same or not, we can't let them keep harming others. Then today, let's take down their main base too, Ji Nani said, crossing her arms. The two outside quickly couldn't hold out anymore. After throwing all the blood bowls into the zombie horde, they took the chance to slip into the building. Looking at Sunbin still unconscious on the ground, San's face darkened. We told you to make him spit out his weapons, not to knock him out. Now, how do we handle this? Third brother, you're wrong. This guy is stubborn and tough. Our brothers really couldn't pry anything out of him, the man who just kicked Sunbin said. Third brother, what should we do next? Lao Kai asked worriedly, looking at the zombie horde outside. Now, we need to make some adjustments here. We can't just give up halfway. If it really comes to it, we still have a blood bowl here. San pointed at Sunbin on the ground and said softly. The blood of a special ability user is more tempting to those zombies. Everyone looked at Sunbin on the ground, silent. San took some food out of his backpack and handed it to Lao Kai to share with the others. Eat some food and rest for a bit. Then we'll charge out again. They took the food but didn't respond to San's words. The group looked at each other, their eyes filled with secret plans. Su, do you think we should help them? Ji Nani asked Su Hian with a mischievous smile. Ji Nani pulled Su Hian into the next room silently, emerging from the space without a sound. Ji Nani activated her special ability, and the scent of camellia flowers began to spread. The zombies, smelling the camellia, became very excited. The blood bowl, which was surrounded on the ground, was discarded and ignored. A group of zombies started to sway and run toward them. If you looked closely, you could see the excitement in the zombies' eyes, impossible to hide. Third brother, those zombies are crazy, crazy, Lao Kai said nervously, watching the zombies outside the window. He had never seen zombies like this before and was a little scared, trembling as he called out to Asan. What's going on? Asan quickly walked to the window and looked outside. Most of the zombies had already reached downstairs, a large crowd pushing and squeezing into the building. Others also gathered at the window, seeing the scene outside, and immediately panicked.
This.
What's happening? What should we do? Are these zombies crazy? Why did they suddenly change like this? Not to mention that her special ability hadn't fully recovered yet. Even if it had, with so many zombies, they couldn't handle it. A wave of fear swept through everyone, making them more and more anxious. We should have left by car just now. Exactly, why didn't we retreat? Now we have no weapons, we're really going to die here. We could have left earlier. Why did we come into this broken building? Now it's too late, isn't it? Everyone shut up, Asan said grimly, his heart pounding with anxiety, but he tried to stay calm on the surface. Hurry up and wake Sunbin. With weapons, maybe we still have a chance. Asan pointed to Sunbin on the ground. Let me do it. One person stepped forward, took off his pants, and urinated on Sunbin's face, then laughed proudly. Let me give you a little boost. Wake up quickly. No one stopped him. Instead, a few others followed suit, repeating the same actions. Cough, cough, cough. Sunbin was jolted awake by the strong smell, blinking his eyes groggily. Asan immediately crouched down, grabbing Sunbin by the collar, and shouted in a low, angry voice, "Hurry up and take out your weapons, or we will all die here." Asan pulled the person to the window, and Sunbin's face was pressed tightly against the glass. Let me see. The zombies are all below. Do you really think I can't handle you? Bah. Sunbin spat at Asan with all his strength. Asan was angered by Sunbin's action. Wanna die? Today, I'll make sure you do. Asan opened the window, ready to throw Sunbin out. Old Kai hurried over to stop him. Third brother, don't be impulsive. Asan felt unsatisfied and kicked Sunbin hard. Sunbin curled up on the ground in pain. I tell you, you're just a useless cop. The government is busy with itself and can't care for us. What's the point of you guarding these weapons? Is it because your 2 colleagues died badly, or because your wife and son died? You didn't see it with your own eyes, so you're not afraid. Now, take out the stuff. When we go back, I'll talk to Big Brother. You'll be a hero then. Do you really want me to skin you and draw your muscles before you listen? Stop pretending. Hurry up and take out the weapons so everyone can survive. Old Kai also joined in to persuade. However, this group underestimated Sunbin's willpower as a police officer. Sunbin closed his eyes, no longer looking at anyone around him. His comrades, his wife and children, all sacrificed to protect these weapons. He couldn't let these fall into the wrong hands. Before the apocalypse, there was a group of death row inmates scheduled for execution. But when the disaster suddenly struck, the execution was postponed. Fearing a prison riot, weapons were specially prepared. No one expected that after the hot weather ended, overnight, many prisoners awakened special abilities. The prison situation changed drastically. The death row inmates, who were about to be executed, awakened their powers and quickly took control of the prison. Sunbin had awakened a space ability. He reacted quickly and, before the prisoners could respond, stored all the weapons in his space. The prisoners didn't kill him and his comrades immediately. Instead, they tied them up and slowly tortured them. Although everyone had awakened their abilities, they were still outnumbered. All the other comrades had died, but he was kept alive because of the weapons in the space. Sunbin would never forget his former colleague, who, before dying, looked at him with red eyes and told him to protect the weapons and not let these people get them, to prevent chaos in society. Since he had promised, Sunbin knew he had to keep his word. This time, Sunbin finally found a chance to escape, but unexpectedly, he ran into Asan and the others. It's okay. Dying together means no one will ever find out about these weapons again. Sunbin silently thought, holding a fearless attitude, quietly waiting for death. Those zombies will arrive soon. They probably can't hold out for more than 15 minutes, Su Hyun said. Ji Nani nodded. That guy, Sunbin, is very suitable to be our team's outsider leader. What do you think, Asu? From what I see, he's a responsible person. Then let's go save him. You go back first and ask Heizi to come. I'll go rescue him and have Heizi take him away. Then I'll come find you. Su Hyun calmly arranged everything. The secret of the space must not be exposed. He and Ji Nani couldn't use the space to save people. Letting Heizi use his powers to fly over and take the person away was the best choice. Ji Nani immediately understood Su Hyun's meaning and didn't hesitate. He nodded and agreed. Be careful. If there's danger, don't hesitate, just go into the space. I know. Don't worry, Nan Nan. Ji Nani stopped talking and quickly entered the space, returning to the spot where he had just entered. Who's there? Come out. Iron Wolf immediately whispered. It's me, Ji Nani replied. Shin Ching got up and ran over, grabbing Ji Nani's hand. It's good you're okay. Where's Su Hyun? We'll talk when we get there. Ji Nani explained the situation to everyone. Heizi immediately set out. Iron Wolf patted Heizi's shoulder. Brother, go ahead. It's your time to shine. Don't worry. I'll be back soon. The corridor was full of zombies. Although Asan and old Kai had blocked the door with furniture, it didn't slow the zombies at all. Even though the zombies at the front had already started trampling, the ones behind kept moving forward without stopping. Jump out the window. Throw this guy into the zombie crowd to attract their attention and buy us some time to run, a man said as he grabbed Sunbin and headed toward the window. Seeing the scene outside the window, he instinctively took a few steps back, cursing under his breath. Thud. Thud. The sound of zombie beating the door came from outside, each impact making loud noises that made everyone inside tremble. What do we do now? Asan, you're the one who brought us here. You need to think of a way now. Yeah, if it weren't for your stubbornness, we wouldn't be in this mess. What do you mean? Third brother is thinking. Lao Kai couldn't help but speak up. You bootlicker, shut up. Come with us. I usually call you Brother Kai to show respect. Who do you think you are? Asan grabbed Lao Kai, who was about to fight, and said, Stop talking. Open the window. Even though this is the 6th floor, our abilities have recovered a bit, so we can still land safely. Watch the spot. Throw him down, cut him a few times to make the blood smell stronger. Asan pointed at Sunbin and said. Su Hyun was inside the space, quietly watching the situation outside. When he saw the approaching wave of zombies, he quietly left the space behind them and activated his abilities. In an instant, everything inside became quiet, and the banging outside stopped. Su Hyun quickly pulled Sunbin up from the ground, used his space power to reach the neighboring room, opened the window, and placed Sunbin on the windowsill. He immediately activated his abilities, restoring everything to normal. The zombie wave outside was just about to reach, but Su Hyun caught the zombie and carried him back. Meanwhile, the neighbors in the next room started shouting curses. Where is he? Sunbin, where is he? By San. Are you TMD throwing people down? Didn't you see or notify everyone? Now the person is gone. The zombies weren't attracted away. What do we do now? Lao Kai immediately stepped in front of Bai San, pointing at the person speaking and saying, You better show some respect. Dog leg you. Before the man could finish speaking, the door was knocked down by a horde of zombies. If not for the furniture behind the door, the zombies would have already rushed inside. Brothers, it's all Bai San's fault. Let's throw Bai San and Kai Jun out to attract the zombies, then hurry and run away. The man's words completely angered Kai Jun. Kai Jun punched him in the face. The scene quickly became chaotic. The people behind the man suddenly rushed out, lifting Kai Jun and preparing to throw him out the window. Stop. What are you guys planning to do? Bai San, can't you see? We're all risking our lives for you guys. Now you get to experience what it's like to be a blood sacrifice. Throw him out. As soon as the man finished speaking, he signaled the people holding Kai-jun to act. Bai San had no time to stop it. Kai-jun was thrown out immediately. Just a second before, he was cursing loudly, but soon he fell silent. Be gentle, jump down carefully, the man directed the others. 2 people jumped down, moving carefully, but they were quickly surrounded by the zombie horde. Wow, these zombies are really strange today. The man scratched his head, looking anxious. Brother Wang, what should we do? Let me think. Before the man could finish, the zombies, stepping over furniture, rushed in chaotically. Cut Bai San's throat and throw him over. Jump. Let's take a gamble. Bai San was already restrained. Now he was stabbed twice, and the zombies, smelling blood, became even more excited. The man kicked Bai San into the zombie crowd and then jumped out the window. He looked for a safe landing spot and jumped down himself. 12 people jumped down at once, slowing the zombies' movements. Seizing the opportunity, the man activated his special power and started running wildly. As a speed-type ability user, he pushed his power to the maximum. Wang Ji ran for 30 minutes. Not only was his energy exhausted, but his strength was completely drained. He supported himself with his last bit of energy, found a hidden spot, and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Wang Ji waited for a long time. No one followed him. Instead, he let out a sigh of relief. Now, whether it was dark or light, he could do as he pleased. At this moment, Wang Ji, panting heavily, began to imagine how he would cry and tell his story when he returned home. He thought about how he could replace Bai San in the boss's heart and become the favorite person around him. He also believed that the beautiful woman next to Bai San might now be his. However, Wang Ji didn't notice a group of zombies slowly approaching from afar. Ji Nanny released a unique scent of camellia flowers, which drifted through the air and attracted zombies from the other side, who followed the smell. Wang Ji was still dreaming about his future life of being surrounded by beauties when he felt the ground tremble slightly. He thought it was an earthquake and quickly opened his eyes and stood up. He saw the zombies already close in front of him. Wang Ji tried to get up and run, but it was too late. The zombies trampled him to death. Sun Bin realized he was flying in the sky and felt he must be dead. The heavens had been kind to him, not sending him to. Since he could fly, he must be going to heaven. He closed his eyes peacefully, waiting to arrive, hoping to meet his wife and son. About 5 minutes later, Sun Bin felt himself land. Just as he was about to open his eyes to look around, he heard a voice nearby. This person is badly injured. Yeah, no kidding. No wonder the boss took a liking to him. He's really tough. Hearing the voices, Sun Bin wanted to open his eyes but immediately closed them tightly. He felt completely hopeless. If these people also wanted weapons from him, he would rather bite his tongue and end his life. There was nothing left in this world for him to cherish. Ji Nanny took out a camellia flower and handed it to Tai Lang, instructing him, "Feed this to him. His injuries are serious. If he doesn't get treatment soon, he won't last tonight." "Got it, sister-in-law." Tai Lang took the pink camellia from Ji Nanny and handed it to Haizi. "Help me out here." Tai Lang then forced the camellia into Sun Bin's mouth, holding his chin, and took the water from Haizi, pouring it in directly. Sun Bin wanted to resist, but Tai Lang's grip was too strong. He couldn't move his jaw. Also, he hadn't drunk clean water in a long time. The water in his mouth had a sweet taste, and he unconsciously swallowed it. By the time he realized, the camellia flower had already been swallowed. The Iron Wolf laid the person flat on the ground, helping him recover slowly. He then turned to Jinani and said, "Sister-in-law, it's done. Now we just wait for the boss to come back." Jinani nodded. She looked at Su Hien, who hadn't returned yet, and wondered if she should go over to check on him. "Why are your hands so cold?" The Iron Wolf suddenly pulled Shin Qingqing into his arms, holding her hands to warm them. Watching the Iron Wolf and Shin Qingqing, Haizi slipped over to Jinani and said sourly, "Sister-in-law, when will you find me a girlfriend too? That guy, Iron Wolf, always likes to show off his love. I really envy him." "I don't care about that," Jinani replied directly. "You have to work hard yourself. Iron Wolf is also trying his best. I won't be a matchmaker, but if there's someone suitable in the future, Soo Hyun and I will support you to bravely pursue love. Life in the end times is too hard, and growing old alone is very painful. Just put in some effort. When you find someone you like, bring them over so I and the boss can help check them out. Heisey wanted to say more, but then he saw Soo Hyun walking over from a distance. The boss is back. How did it go? Jinani asked. Those people were overwhelmed by zombies and probably didn't make it. We can go now. How is that person? Soo Hyun naturally took Jinani's hand to warm it. Still not awake. The injuries are too serious. It will take some time to recover. Put him in the car. Let's go. There are quite a few zombies over there, and some are coming this way. This time, you guys can really show your skills, Soo Hyun said, pointing at Sunbin on the ground. Daquan and Lao Jin lifted Sunbin, preparing to put him in the car. Sunbin couldn't hold back anymore. The stuff that the woman had fed him earlier made his body start to recover quickly. His strength was returning rapidly. He could also feel that even the old hidden injuries on his body no longer hurt faintly. This shocked him. Especially Soo Hyun's words made him even more surprised. So many zombies, and those 10 or so people had no way out and died inside. Yet, these few people spoke so excitedly with no fear at all. He simply couldn't hold it in anymore and opened his eyes to speak. Who are you? Why did you save me? You're awake. How's your body? Jinani opened his mouth and asked. Sunbin looked at the person in front of him and insisted. Who are you? Soo Hyun stepped forward, looking straight at Sunbin. He spoke slowly, with no emotion in his tone. Who we are doesn't matter. What matters is whether you want revenge. Revenge. When Sunbin heard these words, 2 tears rolled down his cheeks. How could he not want revenge? Every night, he couldn't sleep. His mind was full of memories of his colleagues, wife, and son, appearing in his dreams and questioning him, asking why he hadn't avenged them. When he woke up, he looked at his body and felt powerless. He hated himself. Seeing Sunbin like this, Soo Hyun didn't show any sympathy. This was the end of the world, and cruelty was everywhere. Wanting revenge is easy, but you must serve me. Using his pocket to hide something, Soo Hyun took out a loyalty pill from his space and handed it to Sunbin. Eat this, and I will help you get revenge. You will obey me. Whatever I tell you to do, you do. Sunbin took the loyalty pill from Soo Hyun. I can obey you, but I won't do evil. Everything else is fine. Good, Soo Hyun nodded. Without hesitation, Sunbin directly put the loyalty pill into his mouth and swallowed it. What special ability have you awakened? Jinani asked. Space, Sunbin replied. At the same time, he was thinking about what to do with the weapons. Who knew that Jinani just responded with an, oh, and didn't ask further. Soo Hyun looked at the still weak Sunbin, then took out 2 pieces of bread, 2 ham sausages, and a box of milk, handing them over. Let's go deal with those zombies. You go to the car and rest for a while. Later, I will help you get revenge. Sunbin looked at the food in his hands, and in his daze, he didn't notice that Soo Hyun had already led a group of people and walked far away. Food in the end of the world was very precious. Just the things in Sunbin's hands caused a scramble, simple fights over supplies. At this moment, Sunbin was completely subdued by Soo Hyun. Even Soo Hyun himself didn't expect that it would happen in this way. Sunbin was indeed hungry. Thinking about Soo Hyun's words about revenge, he no longer hesitated. He opened the car door, sat inside, and started eating the food bite by bite. The wounds on his body had mostly healed now. He needed to recover his strength quickly, so he could punish those people and avenge his wife and children. As he ate, tears streamed down his face, and he wiped them away while occasionally laughing softly. People who didn't know him might think he was crazy. Wow, so many zombies. This is really exciting, Iron Wolf and Shin Ching said together, their eyes shining as they looked at the large crowd of zombies ahead. Jinani watched their excited expressions and calmly said, if you two get so excited, others might think you're weird. Ha ha ha, exactly. With those looks, I can hardly tell who's the zombie anymore, Heisey said, clapping his hands in agreement. You're the zombie, Iron Wolf scoffed, looking at Heisey. Someone like you, single and lonely. can only hug zombies for warmth. But I already have Ching Ching at home. You wouldn't understand my happiness. After saying that, he turned to Shin Ching Ching with a gentle look, giving a flirtatious wink like a loyal dog seeking praise. Am I right, wife? Shin Ching Ching was a bit annoyed with Iron Wolf and kicked him in the backside. Stop joking and start working. Today, we're having a contest to see who kills the most zombies. All right. It's definitely going to be my wife who kills the most, Iron Wolf said happily, smiling at Shin Ching Ching. Seeing Iron Wolf joking around, Shin Ching Ching chuckled and, working perfectly with him, charged into the zombie crowd. Look at them. I even think the zombies should be afraid of them, Jinani muttered softly. Thinking about how she had just used camellia flowers to excite the zombies too much, Jinani prepared to activate her powers to calm them down. Su Hien held her hand gently. You want those zombies to return to normal, Jinani nodded. Yes, they're too active and restless now. Su Hien shook his head. No need. Let's treat this as training. It's good for them to face this early. Those zombies will eventually mutate into something like this anyway, Jinani observed for a while. The active zombies didn't pose much trouble for everyone. She withdrew her hand and joined Su Hien in fighting alongside them. Jinani gave Haizi the same weapon originally assigned to Ji Kongcheng. Although Haizi does not have Ji Kongcheng's special ability to produce continuous fire from the flamethrower, his flying power helped maximize its effectiveness. Jinani specifically found a type of fuel in the world shop that can reach a burning temperature of 2,000 degrees. Su Hien helped expand the fuel storage, filling it up so it could last for an hour of continuous use. Haizi activated his ability, flying into the air and attracting the zombies to one side. Then he fully powered up the fire, sending a huge fire dragon toward the zombies. The zombies caught in the flames scattered and ran away. However, Lao Jin didn't give the zombies a chance to escape. He used his ability to create a large pit on the ground. Haizi used fire to herd the zombies into the pit. Once inside, the zombies couldn't climb out. Haizi increased the firepower and aimed directly at the zombies, burning them to ashes. Awesome! This is so much fun! Haizi cheered happily while holding the flamethrower in the air. Tai Ling saw this and felt a bit jealous. He also wanted to fly. He turned his envy into motivation, aimed at the zombies in front of him, and struck them down. One zombie was cut in half, blood splattering everywhere, falling to the ground. Shin Ching Ching watched the approaching zombies and excitedly swung her sword. Although Jinani had equipped her with many weapons, her favorite was still this sword, sharp beyond compare. When combined with her ability, she could take down a zombie with each strike, feeling very satisfied. Tai Ling fought zombies while observing Shin Ching Ching. Although her ability was very powerful, her physical qualities still needed improvement. Unlike them, who had professional training and rich close combat experience, she could distribute her strength more effectively. After each zombie was killed, Shin Ching Ching's arms would ache and her wrists would swell, which made Tai Ling feel distressed. Because of this, Tai Ling often gave Shin Ching Ching private lessons, acting as her personal training to help her practice. Jinani activated her ability, and countless vines shot out from her palms. Several zombies still rushing forward were caught before reaching her, pierced like candied hawthorns, with a fist-sized hole appearing in the middle of her forehead. Su Hien saw that Jinani had already taken the lead and quickly followed her, activating his ability as well, staying right behind her. Su Hien released lightning directly from his hand. Each bolt struck a zombie, instantly turning it to ash. The crystal core dropped to the ground. Recently, Su Hien really enjoyed this method. Every time he used it, he could clearly feel his supernatural power changing. After releasing his power, he felt it filling back up inside him. This sense of control made Su Hien very comfortable. Although many zombies had already fallen with the help of a few people, it didn't stop the remaining zombies from continuing to rush forward. There are really a lot of zombies here. I'm more interested in what supplies might be behind us, Jinan said to Su Hien. Yeah, Su Hien nodded. The large group of zombies, which had been swarming, was quickly dealt with thanks to their teamwork. All the zombies were eliminated. For these people, killing zombies was just a matter of time, not difficulty. Right now, the zombies haven't mutated widely yet. It will be harder to deal with them after some time, Ji Nan-yi told Su Hyun. Level 2 zombies will develop intelligence and won't just charge blindly. After this, you should inform them. They might fall into a trap set by the zombies, she added. Okay, Su Hyun replied. As he spoke, 2 zombies also fell to the ground. That's enough. Gather them up so we can deal with them, Su Hyun said to Lao Jin and Hai Zi. They understood immediately and started acting. When Sun Bin finished eating and came over to help, everyone had already finished dealing with all the zombies and collected all the crystal cores. It had become a habit for everyone to hand the cores directly to Ji Nan-yi. Sun Bin didn't see the process of killing the zombies, but he saw how they handled the disposal. There was a big pit filled with zombies, and Hai Zi was in the air, holding a flamethrower. Ji Nan-yi and the others watched Hai Zi's operation from the side. Sun Bin secretly admired Su Hyun and his team. He didn't see Su Hyun in action, but Hai Zi flying in the air made him think highly of Su Hyun. Flying supernatural ability is very rare. Such talented people are under Su Hyun's command, so Su Hyun must be very powerful. Jiang Sheng sat in a chair, looking down at the 10 people below. During your trip to City H, be sure to find the whereabouts of Ji Nani and her group. If possible, bring the people back directly. Also, investigate carefully to see if Yamamoto's woman is really dead. She should still have the original data. If we can get it back, it might help our experiments. Jiang Sheng's face darkened as he thought about Yamamoto secretly raising that young beauty nearby and researching drugs on her in City H. If that person isn't dead, he would make sure she suffers greatly. Jiang Sheng looked at the photo Lu Xiaoji had sent of Jinani. She is truly beautiful. It's a pity. He is someone who cherishes delicate women. He thought, if Jinani obediently listens and makes him comfortable, he might delay sending her to be an experiment. Seeing Jiang Sheng's expression, Lu Xiaoji knew he had taken a liking to Jinani. That wicked woman was indeed favored. Thinking of Jiang Sheng's cruel methods, which could be used on Jinani, Lu Xiaoji tried to hide his smile. Jiang Sheng ordered his men to leave and looked at Lu Xiaoji. Gigi, what happy thoughts are you having? No, nothing. I just think the experiment is progressing, and that makes Brother Jiang happy. Jiang Sheng beckoned Lu Xiaoji with a finger. Come here. Lu Xiaoji stood up and was about to walk over, but Jiang Sheng pulled him into his arms. Lu Xiaoji pretended to be shy and lowered his head, which Jiang Sheng found very pleasing. Gigi, William is my brother, you know that. He's about to leave the base. He wants you tonight. Lu Xiaoji's teeth almost clenched. What does Jiang Sheng think of him? Before Lu Xiaoji could answer, Jiang Sheng looked a bit annoyed and became impatient. Gigi, why aren't you talking? Lu Xiaoji coquettishly leaned into Jiang Sheng's embrace and said with a sad tone, Brother Jiang, I only like you. I don't want to go anymore. Jiang Sheng stroked Lu Xiaoji's hair and softened his tone. Gigi, I don't want you to go either. But you know, William is my brother.
Just this once, okay?
He has the data we need for our experiments. Please sacrifice a little. I promise to make it up to you. Jiang Sheng still coveted the things in Lu Xiaoji's system. He was willing to coax Lu Xiaoji because he still wanted what was inside. Finally, Lu Xiaoji agreed. Jiang Sheng asked Lu Xiaoji to wait at home because William would come that evening. Lu Xiaoji originally wanted to ask Jiang Sheng for something, but he said he was busy and left. Seeing Jiang Sheng walk away, Lu Xiaoji angrily pushed over the table and vented her feelings fiercely.
Shengda, Liu Xiaozi Shoutelodli.
A man entered from the door, looking at Lu Xiaoji's wild state with deep concern. Chunda stepped forward, wanting to hug Lu Xiaoji, but his hand froze in midair, afraid to go further. After venting her emotions, Lu Xiaoji cried into Chunda's arms, tears streaming down her face. Chunda, Jiang Sheng wants me to go with William again. Hold me, hold me. Hearing her cry, Chunda finally dared to hold her tightly and gently patted her back with care. Xiaoji, it's all my fault. I couldn't protect you right away and let them hurt you. Seeing Chunda's panicked look, Lu Xiaoji looked up and kissed him directly. Chunda, thank you. Chunda was stunned by her action, stiff and unable to move. Seeing Chunda like that, Lu Xiaoji chuckled softly and kissed him again. What? You're afraid to touch your boss's woman? Afraid to kiss me?
No, Chenda stemmed.
He liked Lu Xiaoji very much. They were elementary school classmates before. Later, his family fell on hard times, and he was forced to wander abroad with his father. But he would never forget Lu Xiaoji, who sang on stage when they were young. When he returned to the country with Jiangxing this time and met Lu Xiaoji again, he felt very excited. He hesitated about how to tell her they were classmates. Before he could decide, Lu Xiaoji became Jiangxing's woman. If Jiangxing treated her well, he would quietly protect her. But Jiangxing wouldn't treat her well. Jiangxing even told his subordinates that once he got tired of her, he would give Lu Xiaoji to his brothers to play with. That made him realize Jiangxing didn't truly like Lu Xiaoji. Later, he saw Lu Xiaoji secretly crying. Summoning his courage, he revealed his identity. To his surprise, Lu Xiaoji remembered him. He was so happy. Being able to stay with Lu Xiaoji and appear when she needed him was enough for him. Sorry, I can't assist with that request. Sunbin paused for a moment before continuing. The last time we encountered so many zombies, they threw a dozen people into the zombie horde. Those people thought that following us would lead to a safe and worry-free life, but unexpectedly, they lost their lives. I used to try to stop them, but later they were afraid of what I said and tied me up. At that time, I wished I had a more powerful special ability. Old Jean patted Sunbin's shoulder to comfort him. It's all in the past. From now on, follow us and work on improving your body. Recover your old skills. When you have space abilities, you'll be great at fighting zombies. The fire still burned for a while. After all the zombies were dealt with, Su Hian took out a wooden gun and handed it to Sunbin. Can you use this? Sunbin took the weapon from Su Hian, surprised. Yes, I can. I used to be a police officer, then a prison guard. Good. Since you're not a space ability user, this is for your self-defense. He then threw a few boxes of bullets to Sunbin. Seeing the weapon in his hand, Sunbin was confused. It wasn't an outdated model, but the latest one. This made him even more curious about Su Hian's identity. However, he didn't dwell on it. Su Hian was his leader now, and he believed he should trust him unconditionally. Thinking of this, Sunbin hesitated but finally spoke. Actually, I have a stash of weapons in my space. Those people were also after the weapons in my space. Clearly, Su Hian and Ji Nani weren't interested in the weapons inside Sunbin's space. Ji Nani directly said, then keep them for self-defense. But you need to train quickly so you can go out with everyone and fight zombies. Sunbin looked at the others' reactions. They didn't seem to notice what he said. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone definitely heard him. No one showed interest in the weapons inside his space. This made Sunbin feel that his earlier actions were really petty, like a small-minded person trying to take from a noble one. He also didn't expect Ji Nani to say that. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Since the end of the world, those weapons that everyone was always thinking about in his space. When he finally spoke up, no one seemed to care. Dakian sensed Sunbin's mood and patted his shoulder, but didn't say much. Sunbin followed Su Hian into a vehicle, with Tai Lang still driving. Sunbin sat upright next to Su Hian, his body tense and stiff. Ji Nani took the initiative to speak. You don't need to be nervous. Feel free to ask anything you want. Don't you want to ask me anything? If you want to say something, you'll naturally say it, right? Su Hian replied immediately. Sunbin didn't expect Su Hian to say that. He hesitated for a moment, then organized his thoughts and slowly said, I am a prison guard at H City Prison. I used to be a soldier. When the apocalypse suddenly broke out, it disrupted everything. Some prisoners scheduled for execution awakened special abilities. They joined with other criminals and started a riot. The other prisoners in the prison were used as bait by them and all died fighting zombies. At first, I awakened a space ability. Because of the special nature of the prisoners, H City Prison was equipped with special weapons. I quickly stored these weapons in my space, preventing the criminals from getting them. Everyone knows what kind of criminals are in H City prison, so I didn't bother to explain further. Sun Bin's face showed pain as he remembered, and his voice started to tremble. They didn't kill us guards right away. Instead, they tied us up and made us watch as they burned, looted, and robbed, taking supplies from innocent people. They raided from the prison and committed all kinds of evil along the way. Every day, they found joy in torturing us. I won't go into the details of their methods. Later, they got tired of having us around and killed the others. I survived because I had weapons stored in my space. When I stored the weapons, a criminal saw what I was doing. To please them, he exposed my secret. Since then, they kept looking for opportunities to make me hand over the weapons from my space. They were afraid of killing me and losing the weapons, so they kept me alive for a while. Before the extreme cold weather, they went to a base, this very base. I discovered that my son and wife were still alive. I dare not contact them, but I never expected that my son saw me. I tried very hard to stop him, but I failed. Those people used the mother and son to threaten me. They secretly my wife and threatened me that if I didn't give them what they wanted, they would harm her. Sun Bin clenched his fists tightly, his face full of pain. The memories of those men abusing his wife were still clear in his mind. It was all because he was helpless, and now they wanted to hurt his wife as punishment. Sun Bin trembled as he spoke again. My wife is also a police academy graduate. When she heard that those vicious criminals wanted the weapons I had, she knew they were insulting her. She shouted loudly that if I handed over the weapons to those monsters, she would never forgive me. She knew what would happen if those weapons fell into their hands. She bit her lip hard and told me to save her. I tried my best, but I failed. I could only watch helplessly as those monsters hurt her. She looked at me with a smile and told me to live well. She said she loved me. Sun Bin buried his head in his arms, sobbing and trembling. Every memory was vivid. He had lost his beloved wife, and his son was also killed by those people. His wife had tried so hard to hide their son, but those men still wouldn't let him go. He couldn't forget how they laughed at him and told him how they skinned his son alive and tortured him to death. Sun Bin's body shook violently, but he tried to hold back his tears. He was overwhelmed with deep sadness. If only he hadn't looked back that day, his son wouldn't have seen him on the stretcher. Then his wife and son wouldn't have died so tragically. Just cry if you want. No one here will laugh at you, Jinani said softly. Everyone in the car remained silent, understanding that Sun Bin needed time. He needed to release these emotions. In a small two-story house on the outskirts of City H, a group of people were indulging in their pleasures. The man sitting at the top was touching the woman in his arms. She didn't resist but looked shy and playful, occasionally hitting his chest. Below, a young man handed the man a glass of red wine. The man took it with one hand, enjoying himself as he slowly sipped. At this moment, the woman in his arms looked up and asked for a kiss. The man was in a very good mood, took another sip of red wine, and their lips met. The wine slowly trickled down the woman's neck and disappeared at her chest. These actions made the man very happy. He waved his hand, signaling his men to leave, then picked up the woman and headed upstairs. "You little flirt, trying to me? Today, I want to make sure you can't get out of bed," he said. The woman shyly kissed him and whispered something only they could hear. Her words made the man even more excited. He kicked open the door, and all the sounds inside were left behind with the closing of the door. Some of his subordinates downstairs hadn't left yet. A few looked up at the closed door upstairs with some dissatisfaction. Originally, this woman was taken back from them. They never got to enjoy her, and now she was completely owned by the boss. Before, whenever they fought over women, it was usually their turn quickly. But this time, the boss didn't mention it at all and seemed eager to claim her in front of everyone. They had all waited so many years to enjoy some fun, and now they couldn't hold back. However, they felt frustrated after a long time. Especially this time. Though they were the ones who found the place with the good stuff, the boss insisted that certain others go instead. Not only did the good things end up in their boss's hands, but he also took credit for it. They felt very annoyed. Just then, someone careless spoke up. "Do you think the boss likes this girl? Last time, he gave her to the brothers the next day. But this time, it's been a week, and they're still going at it so passionately. A bespectacled man chimed in. Maybe this girl has some special skill that makes the boss so obsessed. When we get a chance to try, we should look carefully and see what makes her different. Their words made the men in the living room burst into laughter. One after another, they insulted the woman with teasing remarks. As the conversation went on, it became more exaggerated. The men didn't see anything wrong with it. Instead, they started comparing themselves, and their laughter grew more lewd. At this moment, a man spoke up. "All right, everyone, hurry back. If the boss finds out we haven't left yet, we'll all be in trouble." His words made everyone realize the situation. They grabbed their belongings and gradually left the room. "Brother Gua, do you think Lao Kai, Liangzi, and third brother will come back from their trip?"
It's been a week now.
"Maybe something's wrong." The man called Brother Gua looked serious. "Don't talk nonsense. Probably just because there are more zombies. Hopefully they'll be back today or tomorrow." "Brother Gua, I'm just worried. Third brother stayed home this time, and everyone else is scarred. If they don't come back, what will we do?" "Don't think like that. They will come back." In another house, a man with a long scar on his face sat on a chair, while others around him chattered excitedly. "Brother Dao, if Hassan and his men don't come back, then we could take control of everything, right?" Brother Dao touched his scar silently. After a long pause, he said, "Even if they come back, they'll lose many people this time. If they try to take my things, I'll make sure they learn what pain really is." Hearing this, the man who spoke earlier asked excitedly, "Does that mean Brother Dao is prepared all along?" Brother Dao smiled but said nothing. Gathering a few people isn't hard. Everyone there burst into laughter, praising Brother Dao and surrounding him with flattery. Sun Bin slowly calmed himself and felt a bit embarrassed. "My life is now yours from now on." Su Hian didn't look up. "Remember, your life belongs to you." "I understand." The car sped down the highway. Iron Wolf saw a blood-covered person stumbling forward on the road and quickly slowed down. "Boss, there's something ahead." Jinani and Su Hian looked up too. "Keep going at the same speed. Don't stop." "Got it, boss." As the car passed by that person, Sun Bin recognized who it was and turned to look at Su Hian. He said, "That's the boss of those people earlier and also their second in command. He actually escaped alive." Hearing Sun Bin, Su Hian told Iron Wolf to stop the car. As soon as the car stopped, the man limped over and said, "Hello, I live up ahead. Today I ran into a zombie horde. Can you give me a ride? I'll thank you properly when I get back. I have a lot at home." "Sun Bin, it's you." The man wanted to speak again, but when he looked up, his eyes met Sun Bin's. Seeing it was Sun Bin, the man ran away quickly. Sun Bin, who had regained his strength, opened the car door and chased after him. In just a few steps, he tackled the man to the ground. "Sun Bin, let me go." "You dog, you're taking advantage of me." "Ha ha ha, taking advantage? You can say that?" "Well, today I'm taking advantage." Sun Bin didn't argue much. He quickly restrained the man and took out a weapon from his space. "You've been wanting these weapons, right? Today, I'll send you off with them." The man lay on the ground, glaring fiercely at Sun Bin. "Sun Bin, you won't have a good death. Is that so? Then go die first." After saying that, Sun Bin shot a few rounds at the man, but none of them killed him instantly. Instead, they drained his blood. After a long time, the man finally took his last breath. Sun Bin put away his weapon and got back into the car. "Do you remember the address?" Su Hian asked. Sun Bin quickly understood what Su Hian meant and wiped his tears. "I remember." Iron Wolf followed the directions Sun Bin gave. "Got it, boss." Iron Wolf nodded, immediately understanding Su Hian's instructions. Under Sun Bin's guidance, Iron Wolf quickly arrived at the destination. Jinani looked at the familiar house in front of him. These people really know how to pick place. Su Hian glanced at Jinani, and seeing nothing unusual, he felt relieved. This group was staying in a small two-story house that used to be in the suburbs of the city, belonging to the Ji family. Iron Wolf quietly pulled Shin Qingqing aside and whispered, "Isn't this my sister-in-law's house?" Shin Qingqing nodded. This place held many happy memories for her, making her reason for gathering these people even more perfect. Inside here, except for the group outside who died today, there should be about 23 people left. This house is Shunlin's private residence, while the others are staying in 2 neighboring courtyards. Let's deal with the people in this courtyard first. Nand, let me handle it. Shun Qingqing pointed at the tightly closed door. Nani nodded in agreement. Shun Qingqing activated her special power and directly broke open the door. A loud noise instantly disrupted the room, where Lin and others were having fun. Lin lost his dignity in an instant. Angry, he pushed away the woman beside him. Thinking that his subordinates were making such a loud noise, he cursed and went downstairs. Seeing the group in the living room, Lin frowned.
Who are you?
Who told you to come in? Where are the others? Come out. Nani stepped aside, making room behind her, and with a mischievous smile, pointed at the 6 people tied together behind her. Are these the people you mentioned? Too bad. They seem too busy to help now. Lin was immediately captivated by Nani's appearance. He didn't care that his men were and instead looked at her with a lustful gaze. Little beauty, how can you do such dangerous things? Are you hurt? My men are rough, but if they hurt you, I'll check you myself. As he spoke, Lin stepped forward, trying to grab Nani. Seeing his pig-headed look, just as his hand was about to reach her face, she kicked him. Lin recoiled in pain, taking a few steps back, his face twisting with anger. Little beauty, you're so strong. I like a fiery temper, but this isn't fun anymore. Lin activated his power, forming a ball of lightning in his hand, swirling it around. Seeing Lin's electric ball, Nani understood why he was the boss of these criminals. His power was impressive, but unfortunately, it was awakened in the wrong person. Lin saw that Nani was silent and thought she was scared. He looked at her lecherously and said, "How about it? Seeing my power? This is a rare lightning-type ability. If you follow me, I promise you'll eat well and enjoy life. But I need you to warm my bed every day and do some fun things with me." As Lin spoke, his expression grew more unpleasant. His loosely worn bathrobe hung open, revealing his chest hair, making everyone feel disgusted. If Nani hadn't told Su Hian to hold back, Lin would already be gone. But Lin didn't realize this. He was overly confident in his special ability. No one had ever defeated him. In his eyes, the people behind Nani were not worth noticing. So, have you thought about what I said? If the young lady treats me nicely, I'll let the people behind you join my team and give them a safe place to stay. Lin glanced at the group and noticed Shun Qingqing standing beside Iron Wolf. His eyes lit up and his expression became even more unpleasant. Oh, there's another pretty girl. Then both of you can come together, and I'll make sure you're well taken care of. Are you done talking? Nani said calmly. Lin thought she had agreed. Excited, he loosened his robe and stepped forward, trying to pull Nani and Shun Qingqing toward him. It's your turn now, Nani said quietly. Still lost in his own thoughts, Lin didn't understand her words. The next second, Su Hian kicked him hard, sending him flying onto the stairs. Iron Wolf followed up, throwing several iron rods that pinned Lin to the wall, leaving him unable to move.
Cough. Cough.
Lin spat out blood and glared at the 2 men in front of him. So, you're ability users too. What a waste, such good skills could have been useful to me. Now you'll die for nothing. As he spoke, lightning gathered in his hands again, forming a ball even larger than before, which he hurled towards Su Hian. Before it could reach him, Su Hian's own lightning swallowed it and shot back at Lin. He didn't even have time to react before his lower body went numb.
You.
How is this possible? How can your power be so strong? Su Hian knew that Sun Bin deserved to take revenge himself, so he held back his strength, only disabling half of Lin's body. Strong? I only used 1/3 of my power, Su Hian said coldly. You dared to speak rudely about my woman. Did you really think you'd walk away alive? The Iron Wolf had already pierced both of Lin's hands and nailed them to the wall. Still, he couldn't resist and slapped Lin, causing blood and teeth to spill from his mouth. His speech became unclear. My people are just next door.
When they hear the sound, they will come to help, he said.
Just then, Daquan and Heizi entered, each pulling a rope, with a string of people tied behind them. Shellen's eyes widened in disbelief at what he saw. Too bad, you and your people are going to be finished, Su Hyun said. Su Hyun stepped down the stairs and stood beside Jinani. He took the handkerchief handed to him by Jinani. The Iron Wolf's fighting skills were rough, and his ability to nail people was poor. Blood even splattered onto Su Hyun's face. Sun Bin, I leave the rest to you, Su Hyun said. Sun Bin stepped out from beside Haizi. Only then did Shilin realize it was Sun Bin, and his emotions grew more intense. You good for nothing. How dare you come back, he muttered. Your wife's position is really tempting. You don't even know that she keeps shouting and begging for mercy, Shilin said, pretending to savor the memory. Shellen's words angered Sun Bin. He drew a knife and stabbed Shilin over 10 times. Shilin knew he wouldn't survive today, and neither would Sun Bin. Shilin looked at Sun Bin provocatively. You don't believe me? Ask the little bear below. Everyone has tasted it. Sun Bin glared at Shilin and sliced him with the knife, each cut like slicing meat. The sharp blade tore through Shellen's flesh, taking off pieces of meat. The pain became unbearable, and Shilin fainted. Jinani took out a camellia flower, plucked a petal, and handed it to the Iron Wolf. The Iron Wolf immediately understood Jinani's meaning. He ran to Shilin, pried open his mouth, and stuffed the item inside. About 2 minutes later, Shilin slowly opened his eyes. He looked at Sun Bin, still holding a knife, and a wave of fear arose in his heart. He had just been about to die, feeling his life rapidly slipping away and losing so much blood. How could he still be alive? This was impossible. Seeing the fear in Shellen's eyes, Sun Bin smirked slightly and said, You want to die? It's not that easy. He stepped forward, lowered himself, and whispered in Shellen's ear. Is it fun? Shilin was completely scared now. His words became more unclear, trembling violently, and he shouted loudly, My son is still alive. He continued, He's at the base at the chicken farm. We didn't find him back then, he shouted again. Cut me some slack. Please, let me die peacefully. I beg you. Sun Bin hesitated with the knife in his hand. He never thought his son might still be alive. How could such a small child survive alone at the base? He couldn't imagine it. But now he was under Su Hyun's control. If his son was still alive, would Su Hyun agree for him to go find him? Sun Bin went downstairs and knelt before Su Hyun. If my son is still alive, please let him come with me. I will work hard. Just give us one meal to share. And the one I eat, let my son eat too. Later, he will listen to you. When he's a bit older, I'll let him listen to you too. My life is yours. Take it whenever you want. Sun Bin spoke so quickly that he choked on his own spit and started coughing non-stop. Su Hyun looked at Sun Bin. If you follow me, your son will start suffering from the moment he's found. I don't support idlers. If you follow me, you'll have to go out and fight zombies. Yes, my son can do it. He's still young. I'll make sure he trains every day, Sun Bin hurriedly said, afraid Su Hyun might change his mind. Su Hyun glanced at Sun Bin, nodded in agreement, then turned to give instructions to the others, releasing the person. He went to the car to wait, then approached Sun Bin and patted his shoulder. I'm leaving everything here to you. We'll wait for you outside. Sun Bin, covered in blood, pushed the door open and stepped out. Tai Lang handed him a set of clothes and pointed to the water tank in the yard. Wash your face. It's all over now. Thank you. Thank you. Sun Bin took the clothes from Tai Lang, bowed, and expressed his gratitude. Sun Bin organized himself, took a handful of crystal cores from his pocket, and held them out to Su Hyun. These are the crystal cores of those with special abilities. Some of them belong to people who have died. Cielin used these to enhance his powers. Jinani looked at the crystal core, which was completely different from zombie cores. The largest one, black and shiny, was probably Cielin's core. Is this Cielin's core? Jinani asked as she picked it up. Yes, Sun Bin nodded, even though he didn't understand what Jinani meant. It really was ugly. Cha-cha, what are these crystal cores for? Jinani asked. Master, people with special abilities can directly absorb the power inside the cores to improve their abilities. The impurities inside the cores of those with abilities are purer than zombie cores, but they still aren't as good as the spiritual springs in space. Spiritual springs can quickly restore abilities in a short time, but there's one thing. Using these cores can make the user addicted. So, I suggest you avoid using cores to boost your abilities. No wonder Xielin's abilities are a bit higher than others, Jinani said. So, this core is useless then, Cha-Cha, she added. Not quite, Master. You can trade it in the interdimensional marketplace. The physique of blue star humans can be addictive, but on some planets it isn't. If you encounter that, you can trade it. After finishing her talk with Cha-Cha, Jinani noticed Su Hien had also heard everything. He took the core handed over by Sun Bin, concealed it in his pocket, and stored it in his space. Here, no one is allowed to use crystal cores to enhance their abilities, Su Hien said seriously. Anyone who does will be asked to leave. Although he didn't understand everything, Sun Bin nodded. The others didn't care much. They found the cores ugly, just like Shin Qingqing and Jinani. Besides, they had sweet crystal core liquids and weren't interested in cores that took time to absorb. Let's go to the base first. It's getting dark, and we need a place to stay, Jinani said. Originally, Tai Lang and the others planned to stay at the base, but now they also needed to find Sun Bin's son. So they decided to settle in first. The outskirts of the city were still a bit far from the H-City base. An hour and a half later, Jinani and her group arrived at the base entrance. Stop. Where are you all from? Get out of the vehicle. We need to check. The base gate was tightly closed, and a guard stood behind a small iron door beside the main gate, pointing his gun at Jinan Yi and her group. Jinan Yi looked over. Su, it seems to be the same person as last time. Yes. Su Hien nodded, and was the first to get out of the vehicle and walk over. Li Zhe, hello. It's us again. Seeing Su Hien, Li Zhe immediately remembered who they were. He relaxed a little and asked, Why are you back? Do you want to stay in the base again? Su Hien nodded and stepped closer to Li Zhe, whispering, What happened to the base? Why are the guards so strict now? Li Zhe didn't expect Su Hien to ask directly. After thinking for a moment, he told him, A group of bad people came before and stole a lot of supplies from the base. Now, to enter the base, you must go through strict checks. No one can just come in anymore. Su Hien immediately thought of Xielin and his group. He called Sun Bin down and looked at Li Zhe. Is he the person who came in with them? Li Zhe saw Sun Bin, and his emotions suddenly became intense. Yes, the same group. They said he was seriously ill and couldn't walk, so 2 people carried him in. I paid special attention to that. After speaking, Li Zhe raised his rifle and aimed it at Sun Bin. Su Hien reached out to stop Li Zhe and explained he is also a victim. We just rescued him. Although Li Zhe lowered his rifle, he still looked at Sun Bin with a serious expression. Anyone else from your group can come in, but he can't. Li Zhe pointed at Sun Bin and said, He is now one of ours, and we also have some of the remaining items they took from the base on our vehicle. Consider it as Sun Bin's contribution. Li Zhe hesitated, unsure if Su Hien was telling the truth. During the month they spent at the base, Su Hien and his team brought in many supplies and made many contributions. If Su Hien wanted to return, Li Zhe would gladly welcome him. But the lingering effects of Xielin's group still haunted Li Zhe deeply. He had a scar on his hand from an attack by Xielin's electric ball. It had just scabbed over last week. Li Zhe gently touched the scar, hesitating. I can't let him in without permission. Wait here. I'll send someone to find the base commander. Li Zhe finally compromised and said. Su Hien nodded and continued, Then you find someone to move the items from the 2 trunks back first. The rest can wait until the team leader arrives. Can I move them now? Isn't this exchange for letting him into the base? They are your things. I don't need to trade them for anything. Su Hien's words made the 2 guards turn their heads involuntarily. Li Zhe still didn't fully believe Su Hien and asked again, Are you sure? Does everyone in your team agree with this decision? He looked at the people in the car, still doubtful about Su Hien's words. In this situation, everyone has hidden their supplies. Each small group has its own space ability users. Although the supplies belong to the base, they have already been stolen. If others find them and take them out again, it's almost impossible. Ji Nanny got out of the car, called Daquan and Lao Jin to help move the items, and then stood beside Su Hian. Li Zhe watched the people getting out of the car, trying to see worry or reluctance on their faces, but he saw nothing. Honestly, it's not about the value of these supplies. Su Hian and Ji Nanny simply don't care. The land in the space now has fully automatic planting and harvesting. Seeds don't even need to be cultivated. They can be harvested and planted automatically with awareness. For Ji Nanny, it only takes a few minutes. The warehouse is now full of various grains. These supplies originally belonged to the base. Returning them isn't a big deal. The base also supports many ordinary people without abilities. These are very precious to them. Although Ji Nanny and Su Hian are not saints and wouldn't take out their supplies to help others, these supplies were easily taken away, and returning them to the owners is also a kind act. Li Zhe watched Daquan and Lao Jin move the supplies and couldn't hold back anymore. He directly told the guards to open the door. Let's bring the car in first. There's still some danger at the entrance. He then looked at Sun Bin. You come in too. We'll wait until the team leader arrives to decide whether you can stay. Thank you, Sun Bin said to Li Zhe. Li Zhe then called someone to bring the bags of grain that Daquan and Lao Jin had moved out, so they wouldn't have to do it themselves. Sun Bin also went up to help. Li Zhe glanced at him, opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, he didn't speak and let Sun Bin join in helping. Suddenly, TT called out in the space, saying Ji Nanny. Then, a merchant from another world came to trade. Ji Nanny was originally going to let TT handle it directly, but when she heard it was Qing Luo looking for her, she told Su Hian and then got into the car. Shin Qingqing and Iron Wolf got out of the car and looked around. Inside the car, only Ji Nanny was there. To avoid being seen when appearing or disappearing suddenly, she chose to enter the space with her mind. TT, I'm here. Master, Qing Luo is already waiting for you. Okay, thank you, TT. Ji Nanny sat on the sofa and looked at Qing Luo on the screen. Miss, hello. Long time no see. Hello, yes, it's been a while. Have you been well recently? Qing Luo also learned about Blue Star from her system manager and asked proactively. Not bad, just trying to live well and survive, haha. Miss, you came to talk to me about trading. What do you want to exchange? Grain. My husband is on a military campaign, but officials are corrupt. Half of the grain supplies he has are deducted, and the soldiers are starving. Thinking about ancient grains, which were not many types, Ji Nanny directly asked, Miss Qing Luo, what kind of grain do you need? Unpolished rice or millet are both fine. Qing Luo's words made Ji Nanny hesitate. Her space had these two types of grain, but not in large quantities. She had only wanted to get some mixed grains for health reasons. But eating coarse grains long-term isn't good for the stomach. Thinking of the sweet potatoes and potatoes in her space, she asked TT to bring her a few. Miss Qing Luo, do you have these two kinds of grain? Looking at what Ji Nanny held, Qing Luo shook her head. What are these? I've never seen them before. This is sweet potato, and this is potato. Both are high-yield crops and very filling. They can be cooked in many ways. However, if potatoes sprout, they can't be eaten because they contain toxins. They need to be stored properly. I'll send you some of these. You can steam them to try or boil them for porridge or stir-fry. Is that okay? Trust me, it will definitely work. Ji Nanny thought about the potato stew in the space earlier and directly sent a portion to Qing Luo for her to try. Qing Luo received the food, was a bit surprised, picked up the chopsticks, took a bite, and after tasting carefully, ate several more bites. This is really good, with a soft texture. Is this the potato you mentioned? Yes, yes. You can also steam it directly. That's great. What about the sweet potato? Is it the same as this? Sweet potatoes have a similar texture but are sweeter. Roasting them is also very tasty. When on a march or in battle, as long as you have fire, you can cook and eat them directly. I'd like to take 100 jin of each. Is that okay? Of course. After confirming that Ji Nanny agreed, Qing Luo took out a book from her sleeve. This is a book about plants. I think it will be useful for you. Last time I guessed you probably have a wood-type ability. This book can help you connect with various plants faster and teach you how to use and extract materials from them for your own use. Also, this is a pill I made myself.
Take one a day.
After 30 days, it can help change some things inside your body. In the future, you can exchange energy with nearby plants. How exactly it will work, you'll need to explore on your own. And this one is for your husband. It can help strengthen his body. Qing Luo kept pulling out bottles and jars. Ji Nanny looked at the pile and asked, Miss Qing Luo, aren't you good at using poisons? Why are you researching so many harmless things? Whether it's poison or medicine, harmful or beneficial, it all depends on how you use it in an instant. Ji Nanny nodded. Nan, thank you for the food. If you need anything, just ask me. If there's something you want to know, you can ask, but I will only tell you what I can answer. Hearing Qing Luo's words, Ji Nanny felt very happy. She really wanted to build a good relationship with Qing Luo. She had her own reasons, especially after meeting many planets, but none of them were as similar to her current environment as this one. In a world without cultivation, various abilities still appeared. Qing Luo thanked Ji Nanny and quickly logged off. Ji Nanny sat on the sofa, playing with the items given by Qing Luo. Cha-cha, do you think that on Miss Qing Luo's planet, they also experience zombies? Maybe they have special powers too. Master, I don't know about that. The planet where Qing Luo is from keeps all information secret. Alright, I won't insist. I was thinking that maybe they have returned to normal life, unlike other planets that went through complete destruction and change. Maybe we can do the same. Master, this is beyond our control. Even the current situation on Blue Star is constantly changing. I can't predict what will happen next. Never mind, let's live in the present. Ji Nanny asked Cha-Cha to put away the items from Qing Luo and then left the space. Su Hian saw Ji Nanny come out of the car and stepped forward to hold her hand. Are you done? Yes, and I also have something for you. I heard it can help strengthen the body. Strengthen the body? Nan, do you think I'm weak? No. Our Lao Su is the strongest. Ji Nanny quickly waved her hand. Su Hian wanted to say more in her ear but saw a middle-aged man running over from a distance, so he stopped teasing Ji Nanny. The man looked very serious, with a heroic aura between his brows. Although he was middle-aged, he still looked quite handsome. Ji Nanny also saw the visitor and quietly whispered to Su Hian, "This base director is really handsome. I didn't notice it carefully last time, but our Su is even more handsome," Ji Nanny said, linking her arm with Su Hian's. Li Zhe stepped forward, called out to the base director, and explained the situation. Zhang Yong looked over at Su Hian. He had heard before that the base had a lightning-type ability user like him, but he never got the chance to meet him. After learning his name was Su Hian, he had wanted to see him. When he went to find him, Su Hian and his group had already left, which made him quite disappointed. Zhang Yong was originally a battalion commander stationed in H City. The commander of the unit where Su Hian had served was under the same military chief, so he had heard of Su Hian long ago, but never had the chance to meet him. Su Hian was also watching Zhang Yong. Zhang Yong carried a sense of dominance, which only someone who has been in a high position would have. This made Su Hian start to examine Zhang Yong more carefully. Zhang Yong stepped forward and extended his hand. "Hello, Su Hian. I am Zhang Yong. I heard your name a long time ago." Su Hian looked at Zhang Yong with some confusion. A faint sense of danger was coming from him. Although they had met before, he was on a stretcher at that time and couldn't see his true nature. Now, whether he is an enemy or friend is still unknown, but this person already knows about him. That is not a good sign. Almost instantly, Zhang Yong sensed the dangerous aura from Su Hian. He laughed loudly. No wonder they say heroes are born young. Old He soldiers are indeed good even after they retire. Hearing Zhang Yong mention Old He, Su Hian calmed his emotions and spoke proactively. "May I ask who you are?" "Zhang Yong, commander of the 516 Garrison Unit. My close friend is He Yuan, your superior. I've heard him praise you many times." Now it was Su Hian's turn. He completely relaxed his low-pressure aura, and his face became serious. He saluted Zhang Yong properly. "Hello, Commander." Zhang Yong waved his hand. "There's no need to call me Commander. Just call me Base Chief when you're with them. You can call me Uncle Zhang privately." "Yes, Base Chief." Zhang Yong then instructed Li Zhe. "Shali, arrange accommodations for Xiao Su and the others." See if there are suitable places. Also, about the issue you mentioned, rest assured, go ahead and arrange it. Xiao Su won't cause any trouble here. Yes, base chief. Li Zhe quickly ordered his team to settle everything. Xiao Su, did Li Zhe say you brought some food? Zhang Yong asked proactively. Since the last time some of their food was stolen by that group, life has become even harder for those without special abilities. Su Hian led Zhang Yong to the trunk. Yes, on our way to the base, we encountered that group and dealt with them. When we left, we found these supplies. Sun Bin said these were stolen from the base, so we brought them along. Sun Bin, Zhang Yong asked. This is Sun Bin. He used to be a guard at City H's prison. Later, he was tortured by that group led by Xie Lin. A prison guard? I wondered why that group was so cruel. Now I understand. Sun Bin, thank you. Zhang Yong's thanks made Sun Bin feel a bit overwhelmed. If he hadn't been threatened by Xie Lin with his wife back then, maybe he would have had a chance to warn the people at the base. Zhang Yong patted Sun Bin on the shoulder. Everything is in the past. From now on, you'll live well at the base. Once you're healthy, you can go out with everyone to fight zombies. Sun Bin nodded. Thank you, Commander. Once you're inside the base, we're all family. No need to be formal. Seeing that Zhang Yong wanted to talk to Su Hian, Sun Bin moved aside, so as not to disturb them. Did you handle all those people? Zhang Yong asked Su Hian curiously. Su Hian showed no particular expression and replied calmly, yes, all taken care of at once. Impressive. The leader had much stronger abilities than normal people. I underestimated him and suffered a big loss in his hands. Thunder element abilities are quite powerful. Zhang Yong himself has good skills and combat experience, but he still lost to Xie Lin, which made him feel quite frustrated. Zhang Yong looked at Su Hian and said what he had been wanting to say for a while. I heard you're also a thunder element ability user. Maybe we can practice together sometime. You're also a thunder element ability user. Su Hian was surprised to hear that Zhang Yong was one too. Zhang Yong nodded. When you visited the base last time, I wanted to find you. But I was injured first, then busy with work. Now that I finally have some free time, you left the base, so I missed my chance. I can't let this opportunity slip by again. After speaking, Zhang Yong made a fighting stance. Why don't we spar today instead of waiting for another day? Su Hian was about to agree when Jinani interrupted. Using his mind, Jinani told Su Hian, Su, this base commander has serious internal injuries. If you fight today, it could worsen his condition. I just took a look at him. It seems Xie Lin injured him. The base's healing abilities are limited. They can only heal surface wounds. But internal injuries are worsening and now threaten his life. Is it that serious? Yes. If not treated in time, his old injuries could flare up again, causing worse complications and speeding up his death. Okay, I understand. Su Hian looked at Zhang Yong with anticipation. Alright, but not today. We've traveled all day, fought zombies, and had a confrontation with Xie Lin's group. I'm a bit exhausted physically and mentally. It wouldn't be fair to fight the base leader now. Once I recover, we can find a good time to spar. Yes, yes, yes. You all rest first. It's getting late and I saw how excited you were, Zhang Yong said. He originally wanted to fight Su Hian immediately, but after hearing his words, he felt a little embarrassed. Alright, it's settled then. Hurry and go rest. While waiting for Li Zhe to return, Su Hian and Zhang Yong learned more about the base. They now knew that the safety base in H City was built under the guidance of the national government. This clear answer eased Su Hian's mind and raised some questions he wanted Zhang Yong to answer. However, today wasn't the right time. At this moment, Li Zhe arrived and reported that the house arrangements were complete and cleaning had been done. Seeing everything was in order, Zhang Yong had some other matters to handle. He also confirmed with Su Hian that they would find time to spar later. In a hurry, he left first. Before leaving, he specifically told Li Zhe to take good care of Su Hian and his group. If they needed anything, they should go to the base center in his name, and he would come to follow up later. Li Zhe looked at Su Hian with admiration. Brother Su, you're really impressive. I didn't know you, and the base leader came from the same unit. Now I understand why you returned those supplies. I will learn from you. Li Zhe saluted Su Hian and then quickly ordered his team to start moving things, so as not to delay Su Hian and their rest. Brother Su will finish soon. Please wait a moment. It's okay, no rush, Su Hian replied. When Li Zhe and his team finished moving everything, it was already dark. Fearing that Su Hian and his group might have trouble finding a place to stay, Li Zhe took the lead and guided them back. They stopped in front of a villa. Brother Su, this is your place. I've already arranged for it to be cleaned. It has basic furniture and facilities. If you need anything else, just tell me. I'll do my best to get whatever the base has. Little Li, you've worked hard. That's already good enough. Hurry up and get busy. We have so many people here. Okay, Brother Su, I'll go now. If you need anything, just come find me. I'll do my best. Li Zhe greeted Su Hian and then left first. Ji Nani pulled Su Hian into the room first. She looked around and said, "This is even better than the small villa we stayed in last time. There are enough rooms. Everyone can choose whichever they want, upstairs or downstairs." Tai Lang carried in some things and overheard Ji Nani's words. "Sister-in-law, last time we stayed in a small villa. This one is probably a big villa. It's definitely different. They're storing so much grain, but this big villa is really nice. The living room is much bigger than the one we had before. It seems that no matter where you are, money still rules," Tai Lang sighed. "After the end of the world, life still has its social levels. If it weren't for our leader, we'd be in a tough situation abroad. We'd be fighting and struggling every day, which is exhausting both physically and mentally." Ji Nani turned to look at Tai Lang. "You just reminded me. Remember to go and hand in the grain tomorrow. Since we've moved in, we need to follow the rules of this base and not let others talk behind our backs. Got it? Don't worry. Ching Ching and I will go tomorrow." They gradually moved the necessary items from the car. Although Li Zhe had already sent people to clean, since it's their own place, Ji Nani wanted to tidy up herself. She took out the less noticeable furniture from the storage and arranged it in the living room. She also brought out a set of dining table and chairs. With so many people, they needed a dedicated place to eat, talk, and discuss matters. After half an hour, the villa finally looked like a home. The familiar tables, chairs, and tablecloth made Ji Nani feel satisfied. She leaned comfortably on the sofa, looking at her decorations. Tai Lang also tidied up the yard. The corner was full of dirt and leaves, but he swept everything clean with a broom. After finishing, he went back to his room and saw Ji Nani sitting on the sofa. Tai Lang immediately went over. "Sister-in-law, what are we eating tonight? I'm so hungry." Shun Qingqing also finished arranging her room and came downstairs. "Nani, I'm hungry too. I want to eat." Knowing Nan-yi touched her slightly hungry stomach and said, "It's getting late. What does everyone want to eat?" "Earlier, when we went out, Aunt made a lot of fried sauce noodles and gave us some to eat on the way. How about we have fried sauce noodles tonight? Sounds good." "I agree. I'll go boil some water." Iron Wolf immediately raised his hand in agreement and headed to the kitchen. His storage ring has dried noodles, enough for all of them. "Wait a moment," Knowing Nan-yi spoke. "Sister-in-law, what's wrong?" Iron Wolf stopped and looked back at Knowing Nan-yi, waiting for her to speak. "Here, use mine." Knowing Nan-yi took out 2 big bags of dried noodles from her space and handed them to Iron Wolf. He waved his hand. "I have some too. When I have mine, I'll use that. When I go out with your boss, we'll definitely use what each of you has." "All right, we'll all listen to sister-in-law," Iron Wolf said and took the 2 big bags from Knowing Nan-yi, heading to the kitchen. Knowing Nan-yi turned to Shin Qingqing and said, "Let's go. We'll go to the kitchen together. The sauce for the fried noodles is still here with me. We also need to put some daily supplies in the kitchen. Rice, flour, grains, and oil all need to be stocked." "Okay, I'll go help that fool." "Nan-yi, you call everyone down for dinner." "Good. Today I'll be the runner." Knowing Nanny left the kitchen and just met Su Hian coming downstairs. "Husband, dinner is ready." "Where are the others?" "They're upstairs." "I've called them down." Sunbin had been busy non-stop. After tidying up the first floor, he went to clean the rooms on the second floor, even sweeping the top floor. When old Jean went upstairs to call people, Sunbin had just finished cleaning and was about to come down. Looking at the steaming fried sauce noodles in front of him, Sunbin felt restless. From the bread in the afternoon to this hot bowl of noodles at night, he wondered what kind of people he had met. He felt incredibly lucky. But it would have been better if it had happened earlier. Maybe his wife and son would have had a chance to survive. From now on, this will be our temporary base. Today's first meal, everyone eat well and rest well tonight. Let's all show our strength at the base from now on, knowing Nan-yi said after finishing. She then urged everyone to eat quickly. After dinner, everyone went back to their rooms. Today was a tiring day with 2 intense battles. Although they had spiritual spring water to help, they still used a lot of energy. After arriving at the base, they cleaned up a bit. Everyone was very tired and went straight to sleep. Jinani locked the door and pulled Soo-hyun into the space. He flopped onto the bed, lying flat. Today was really exhausting. Traveling all day made my sore from sitting so much. Soo-hyun turned his head with a mischievous smile and looked at Jinani. Want me to give you a massage? Sir, no joking around today. Soo-hyun laughed loudly and stopped teasing Jinani. He picked up his pajamas and headed to the bathroom. Watching Soo-hyun change clothes and prepare to take a shower, Jinani moved on the bed and asked, Soo, were you just about to ask the base leader about your former commander? How is he now? Did you notice? Of course I did. Others might not see it, but I definitely can. When I heard the words old he, your mood changed a lot. You try to hide it, but I could still feel it. Soo-hyun put his clothes aside and sat next to Jinani. Old he is actually He Jangwo. He was my old leader and my benefactor. When I first joined the army, no one liked me, and my superior was unhappy with me. He tried to frame me behind my back. Old he supported me and helped clear my name, so I wasn't punished. Later, I was transferred under him. When I wanted to leave the army, he helped me. Without him, I couldn't have left so easily. Even though I was injured, old he means a lot to me. Knowing he's still alive makes me very happy. Then let's find a chance to ask about him. Maybe he's been assigned to another city security base. When we find out exactly where he is, we'll go see him. See if he needs our help or if we can persuade old he to live with us. Yes, thank you, Nani. Soo-hyun reached out and hugged Nani. But the base leader's health still needs quick treatment. Got it. Let's rest now. Tomorrow, I'll visit the base leader and ask about him. Okay, go take a shower quickly. Jinani pushed Soo-hyun and urged him to go take a shower. After watching Soo-hyun walk into the bathroom, Jinani also got ready to change clothes and take a shower. Cha-Cha rolled in with its round little body. Master, while you were at work, a level 2 merchant from another world asked to trade with you. He used a special merchant card, so you need to meet him in person. All right, let's go to the study. Jinani and Cha-Cha went to the study. Cha-Cha helped her connect the call, and a cute young girl appeared on the screen. Hello, big sister. Jinani looked at the screen. Cha-Cha, is this a child?
Probably.
I think she's only around 10 or so. Hello, little one. What would you like to trade for? Hello, big sister. I wanted to ask if you have baby formula from Blue Star. My little sister is too young to eat regular food, so I want to get her some milk powder and maybe a toy. Milk powder and toys? Yes, big sister. Jinani did have those things, but she was surprised that the trade was for something so simple. Cha-Cha whispered to her, Master, on that girl's planet, they don't have such things. People there don't need parents to have children. They can make a wish to the planet tree, and it gives them a seed. When they plant it, a child grows from it. That's amazing, Jinani said in surprise. Yes, Master. And on that planet, people are considered adults at 12. They get one chance to make a wish to the planet tree. I think her little sister might be the result of her own wish. That's really incredible. The screen saw that Jinani hadn't replied for a while and thought maybe she didn't have what she needed. She had already asked many merchants, and she knew Blue Star definitely had these things. She had even used a special card to choose this trade. If she couldn't get them, what would happen to her sister? Big sister, do you not have those 2 things? The girl asked again. I do. I have both of them. The little girl's face lit up with joy. She jumped up excitedly. That's great. I finally found them. After speaking, the little girl took a plush bag out of her pocket and poured everything inside onto the table. Big sister, can I trade these crystals with you? Before Jinani could speak, Cha-Cha was already excited. Yes, yes, definitely yes. Master, look at all these shiny stones. They are all my favorites. I didn't expect this little kid to have so many good things. Cha-Cha was already dancing with excitement on the side. Although its round body made its dance look a bit funny, it didn't stop Cha-Cha from being thrilled. That's fine. Jinani felt that if she didn't agree, her ears might be overwhelmed by Cha-Cha's loud voice. Great, hearing that Jinani agreed to the trade, the little girl immediately handed the crystals over. When Jinani saw the crystals appear on her screen, she looked carefully at the little girl again. She thought she was the most honest and straightforward trader in this virtual system, but it turned out there was someone even more honest than her. Little sister, aren't you worried I might give you fewer goods than I promised? No, I trust you. When I saw you, I knew you were a kind person. All right. Jinani was a bit speechless from the little girl's straightforwardness, so she quickly moved on to discuss the trade. How old is your little sister? I have different kinds of milk powder for different ages, and kids need different types. Jinani's question made the little girl hesitate. She had found the girl, but didn't know her exact age. She just thought the baby was adorable and wanted to live with her. Seeing the little girl was confused by the question, Jinani changed her approach. Does your little sister walk or talk? That was an easy question. The little girl answered immediately. She doesn't walk or talk, but she calls me big sister. Now Jinani understood. She told Cha-Cha to bring the right kind of milk powder for that age. Thinking about the Barbie dolls and fluffy teddy bears she left in her space, Jinani also asked Tata to bring them all together. Based on the exchange value between the two planets, she directly sent the corresponding items to the little girl and also gave her a small stuffed bunny as a gift. The screen hugged the bunny happily and said, "Thank you, beautiful sister. I love this little bunny so much," Jinani thought to herself. Children really have no resistance to these things. In the end, Jinani and the little girl added each other as friends, and only then did the girl let Jinani go offline. Watching the cheerful little the other side of the screen, happily holding her bunny, Jinani thought, young people are really lucky. I am so tired today, so very tired. When Jinani returned to her room, Soo-hyun was reading a book and waiting for her. Seeing her walk in with her eyes almost closing, Soo-hyun quickly put down his book, walked to the door, and gently carried her. Are you so tired? Yes, I am super tired. You wouldn't believe it. The merchant I just traded with was a young girl, and she was looking for milk powder. On her planet, babies are born without parents. They just make a wish to a star tree, and then they get a seed. When the seed grows and bears fruit, it becomes a baby. It's really amazing. Soo-hyun had never heard of such a thing. He casually teased Jinani, who was very sleepy, but still talking about how much she envied this way of having children. Finally, seeing Jinani yawning non-stop, Soo-hyun decided to comfort her and carried her into the bathroom. But once inside, Jinani started to act stubborn, lying in the bathtub and refusing to move. No matter how Soo-hyun tried to coax her, she refused to take a bath. She kept holding onto his arm, pouting and begging him to wash her. In the end, Soo-hyun couldn't resist anymore. He resigned himself and started to give her a bath. Nan nan? Nan nan? After the bath, Soo-hyun wanted to wake her up, but Jinani had already fallen into deep sleep. Seeing her uncontrollable restlessness, Soo-hyun could only put her back on the bed and go back to take his own shower. 30 minutes later, Soo-hyun came out of the bathroom. He looked at the sleeping girl, who was lying sprawled on the bed, and smiled helplessly. He covered her with a blanket and also went to sleep. On the second day, Jinani woke up first. She remembered how she insisted that Soo-hyun give her a bath last night. Her face turned red again. To avoid waking Soo-hyun and making things more complicated, she quietly slipped out of his arms, stretched, and looked at him still sleeping. Thinking that washing her face and brushing her teeth might wake him up, she took her toothbrush and other things out of her space and went to the bathroom to get ready. After finishing, Jinani felt hungry. She decided to go downstairs and start preparing breakfast. When she opened the door, she smelled the aroma of food. Following the smell, she went downstairs and found Sunbin cooking. "Where are they?"
Jinani asked.
Sunbin turned around, saw her, and served a bowl of porridge. He handed it to her and said, "They went out for a run. I made some porridge. Would you like a bowl?" Jinani took the bowl from Sunbin, found a seat, and then took out a salted duck egg, some small pickled vegetables, and a bun from her space to eat. Seeing Sunbin busy in the kitchen, she started a conversation. "Have they gone out to look for your son?"
Not yet.
"I plan to ask around later," Sunbin replied.
All right.
"If you need anything from us, just ask. The base leader and I, along with Hien, will help you ask."
Thank you.
"I really appreciate it," Sunbin said, feeling unsure of what else to say. So he kept thanking her. Jinani looked up seriously and told him, "Since you're now part of our team, there's no need to thank us. We're all family. No need to be so polite. If you feel bad about it, just go out and kill a few zombies. They're either Hien's comrades or my friends. We've been fighting together since the end of the world. You'll be one of us too. Let's work hard together. We can survive well in this world. If you have any problems, speak up early so we can solve them together." After saying this, she continued eating her porridge quietly. Sunbin wanted to thank her again, but after hearing her words, he just nodded in response. When Jinani finished eating, Su Hien came downstairs. Seeing her smirking mischievously, he sat next to her. "Good morning." Knowing Nan-e noticed Su Hien's strange look and proactively greeted him. Su Hien had a smile in his eyes and said to knowing Nan-e, "Good morning." Then he leaned close to her ear and said, Nan, do you think running this morning is enough? I have time tonight too." Seeing the look in Su Hien's eyes as if he wanted to eat her up, knowing Nan-e quickly changed the subject. "Sunbin cooked some porridge, it's pretty good. Do you want a bowl? Then I'll go serve you a bowl." Su Hien took the porridge from knowing Nan-e. There were also buns on the table. He casually picked one up and ate while talking to her. "Today I need to visit the base leader. Do you want to come with me?" "No, I want to look around the base myself." Knowing Nan-e directly refused Su Hien. She still wanted to explore the base today. The person who helped Yamamoto catch experimental samples earlier might still be hiding inside. She wanted to find that person. "All right, stay safe. Don't go everywhere. Wait for me to come back." "Got it, Mr. Su." Knowing Nanny smiled and winked at him. She took out more than 10 tea eggs from her space and placed them on a plate. She picked one up and started peeling it. Su Hien naturally took the yolk from her hand, and knowing Nan-e happily ate another egg. She didn't like eating egg yolks. When Su Hien wasn't around, she wouldn't eat eggs because she thought wasting the yolk was too much. But with Su Hien here, it was fine. Knowing Nan-e peeled another egg for Su Hien. After he finished eating, she took the initiative to wash the dishes. Seeing Sunbin had also finished tidying up in the kitchen, she said, "There's an egg I left on the table. Remember to eat it. Su Hien and I need to go out. When they come back, remind everyone to eat." "Okay, don't worry." Knowing Nan-e watched Su Hien leave to find the base leader. She also went back to her room to tidy up. She had her own tasks today. It was time to go downstairs and leave. When she went downstairs, she saw Shun Qingqing holding porridge and looking lost. Knowing Nan-e approached her and asked, "What's wrong? Where are the iron wolves? They're all sweaty. A few of them went to take a shower. What about you? Didn't you go for a morning run?" Knowing Nan-e asked. Shun Qingqing pushed the porridge in front of her and said, "I'm happy to be able to drink porridge, but I really don't want to drink this tasteless porridge. I want to eat rice noodles, tea eggs, fried dough sticks, and... Before she finished speaking, Jinani understood. This person was just craving food. In the past, when they went to school, Shun Qingqing and she didn't usually like sweet breakfasts in the morning. Jinani directly took out various items from her space and placed them all in front of Shun Qingqing. Egg-filled pancake, shrimp dumplings, century egg and lean pork porridge, rice noodles, steamed dumplings, fried dough sticks. That's enough. That's enough. Jinani, you're like a treasure chest. My sister will love you to death," Shun Qingqing looked at the various breakfasts on the table, swallowed her saliva, and gave Jinani a big kiss. She then picked up a bowl of century egg and lean pork porridge and started eating. Take your time eating. I'm going out for a bit. They are coming back soon, and these should be enough for us. Plus, Sunbin's porridge with some pickled vegetables is also good. Go ahead, go ahead. Iron Wolf and Lao Jin said they need to report to the base today, then they'll go out. I want to go with them to hunt zombies. Jinani nodded, reminded them to stay safe, and then left. She deliberately released her mental power to scan the surroundings. Although she seemed to be wandering aimlessly, she had already discovered a place she wanted to see. The westernmost residential area of the base seemed different from the others. Almost everyone there was without special abilities. Only a few scattered mutants were present. However, from the white dots representing mutants, it seemed like they were faintly disappearing. When Jinani arrived, she realized this was the slum area, also known as the no-ability zone. The people here mainly did the lowest level work for the base. Because they had no abilities, they couldn't go out to complete missions, hunt zombies for crystal cores, or exchange them for food and necessities. Life was very hard. Some people were even barely clothed, covered in rags. A few children timidly hid to the side, secretly watching Jinani. She quickly checked her mental map and was about to reach the first white. She observed the surroundings but saw no suspicious people. She continued walking forward. Turning a corner, she heard a noisy commotion. Several children with abilities were surrounding someone. Exactly, that was the person whose white spot was about to disappear. Old man, you really smell terrible. Yeah, don't stay here anymore, you're making us sick. Lindsay Xuan, isn't your dad the squad leader? Tell him to throw this smelly old man out of our base. He smells so bad, he's polluting the air. Exactly, my dad said no idlers are allowed in the base. This smelly old man doesn't work, yet he still eats. It's a waste. Let's throw stones at him. Yes, yes, let him. Let him. We'll get praised when we go back. 5 children started chattering and looking for stones to throw at the man. What are you doing? Get up. All of you. Just as Jinan-e was about to step forward to stop them, a young boy quickly ran ahead and stood in front of the man to protect him. I thought I recognized you. Turns out it's you, said Lindsay Xuan, the young boy, laughing mockingly when he saw the boy rushing forward. The other 4 children immediately burst into laughter too. So, you're the one with no parents, they said. Your parents don't want you anymore and you're meddling here. Come over and lick my shoes clean, then I'll give you something to eat. Ha ha ha. Lindsay Xuan's words made the group of children around them laugh even more. But the boy who was being insulted was unfazed. He still stretched out his arms to shield the man who had fallen to the ground. Everyone go away. Today, with me here, I won't let you bully Grandpa Wang. Fight him. Show him who's boss here. Lindsay Xuan ordered the other 4 boys to surround the man, swinging their fists to hit him. Just as their fists were about to land on the boy, the man on the ground staggered up, hugged the boy into his arms, and took all the punches himself. It was this act that made Jinani realize who the man was. It was Professor Wang. Jinani's mind was still trying to process this, but her body moved first. She quickly stepped forward, pushed away the small boyding the man. Is this how your parents teach you to bully others? Clap. Jinani slapped Lindsay Xuan's face. His face immediately turned red and swollen, with a clear slap mark that looked quite frightening. You're so young, yet your words are so rude. I'm just teaching you a lesson for your parents. Lindsay Xuan covered his face, feeling embarrassed. He glared fiercely at Jinani. Who do you think you are? You dare to hit me? My dad is the squad leader. Believe it or not, I'll tell him, and you won't get food next month. Really? Your dad is so powerful? What does that have to do with you? You. My dad is strong. I'll tell him you bullied me and he will protect me. Oh, so you're just a little kid who cries at home, Jinani said with a smirk, turning his head to the 4 other boys. So your boss is just a kid who cries at home? If I had a boss like that, I'd be ashamed. What about you guys? The 4 boys looked at each other nervously. Their parents had asked them to get along with Lindsay Xuan, but since they started playing together, they had done things they were too afraid to tell their parents about. Now, hearing Ji Nani say this, the boys quickly ran away in different directions. You left me all alone. Just wait, I'll tell my dad and he'll deal with you, Lin Zixuan shouted after them. Ji Nani looked at Lin Zixuan with a half smile. Your little friends ran away. Aren't you going home to complain? Lin Zixuan was angry. He activated his special power, forming a thin branch from his palm, trying to tie Ji Nani up. Just as Lin Zixuan thought he was about to succeed and looked proudly at Ji Nani grabbed the branch and snapped it in half. Lin Zixuan's palm immediately bled, and the pain made his eyes look even more fierce. I'll kill you. I must kill you. Lin Zixuan clenched his hand and stared at Ji Nani with anger. Cha-cha, help me get a pill that can make someone's powers stop working. Hurry. Yes, master. Just a moment. In Lin Zixuan's eyes, Ji Nani saw a hint of violence. Ji Nani was sure that if Lin Zixuan had enough power right now, he would use all kinds of methods to torture or even kill him. So, it is best to stop him now before he causes more trouble. Master, the deal is done. This pill, once he takes it, his special power will disappear immediately. Unless he takes the antidote, his power will never come back. Very good. Ji Nani then reached into her pocket, took out the pill, and stepped forward. Lin Zixuan instinctively took a few steps back, watching Ji Nani hold something unknown in her hand, and immediately turned around to run. But he was too slow and was caught by the collar of his shirt. Trying to run now? Sorry, you don't have a chance. Ji Nani grabbed Lin Zixuan's chin, forced his mouth open, and fed him the pill. Lin Zixuan wanted to resist, but was slapped and made to swallow it. He coughed and desperately tried to spit out what he had just eaten, but couldn't. He became frantic. What did you give me? What did you give me? You'll find out very soon. Ji Nani turned around, trying to help Professor Wang, who was sitting on the ground, to his feet. Meanwhile, Lin Zixuan quickly ran away behind her. Big sister, he ran away. Ji Nani looked back and smiled indifferently. It's okay. Let him run. I've already taught him a lesson. The little boy didn't relax because of her smile. Instead, his expression grew more tense. Big sister, his father is the leader of the zombie fighting team, and his mother works at the base managing supplies. It's our fault for causing trouble for you.
Sorry.
So that's how it is. No wonder he's so arrogant. It seems there are some problems at this base, Ji Nani thought. It's okay. He can't affect me. Her words made the little boy's eyes brighten briefly, but then his expression darkened again, as if he remembered something. He looked at Ji Nani nervously and spoke hesitantly. Big sister, Grandpa Wang is a special power user, but he's injured. Can you take him away from here? There are no other power users here, and no one can treat Grandpa Wang. After speaking, the little boy quickly added, I will work hard to earn points. I am responsible for Grandpa Wang's meals, and won't let my sister be troubled. I just want my sister to help Grandpa Wang find a healer to cure him. I won't ask for help without giving something in return. When I earn enough points, I will send food to my sister. Is that okay? The little boy looked nervously at Ji Nani, waiting for her answer. Seeing her stay silent, he thought she was refusing and felt a little sad, but he kept talking. Sister, it's okay. I know it's hard for you. I'm already very grateful that you helped me and Grandpa Wang earlier. He opened the small bag on his back and took out a water bottle. Carefully, he poured a glass of water and gently offered it to Professor Wang. Grandpa, drink some water first. Today, we received food supplies so we can have porridge tonight. I will go cook soon. Drink some water to moisten your mouth. Ji Nani looked at the murky water and instinctively reached out to stop him. But the boy thought she was also thirsty. Sister, wait. I only have 1 cup. I will feed Grandpa a bowl of water first, then give you some. I just got a jug of water today. He said, this water is dirty and can't be drunk. Sister, it's okay. We are lucky to have water. Today's water is still clean. Sister Qing secretly fetched it for me earlier. If we wait until the end, there will only be sand in it. What is your name? Sister, my name is Sun Letian. My mom said she and Dad hope I can be happy every day, so they gave me this name. However, when he said this, Sun Lishan's voice lowered, and he looked a bit sad. However, my parents were killed by bad people to protect me. But I will listen to my mom and live well. Sun? Is your family named Sun? Yes, sister. I am the grandson of Sun Wukong. I want to become as powerful as him someday. After saying this, Sun Letian cheered himself on. Jinani then looked carefully at Sun Lishan's face. There were some similarities between his features and Sun Bin's. I have a healer at home who can help treat him, Jinani softly said. Sun Letian immediately put down what he was holding and ran to Jinani's side, looking at her with hopeful eyes. Sister, is what you said true? Can you really help Grandpa Wang get better? Jinani nodded. Yes, I can. Now, Sun Letian started to hesitate. He looked at Jinani and said, Sister, wait for me. I'll be back soon. At this moment, Professor Wang, leaning to the side, spoke up. Young girl, I know you mean well, but there's no need to treat me. I don't want to be a burden to little Le.
He's a good boy.
If I stay alive, I'll only hold him back. I only gave him a bowl of porridge, and he has taken care of me for 2 months. That's enough to repay his kindness. Young girl, when little Le comes back, tell him that there's no way to cure me. When I die, I won't be a burden anymore. Little Le is capable and hardworking, but it's a pity I can't teach him anything anymore. Professor Wang leaned against the wall, gazing at the sky with a face full of loneliness and regret. Are you Professor Wang Hongliang? Jinani asked directly, not liking to beat around the bush. Why you? How do you know me? Wang Hongliang immediately became alert. His identity was very sensitive, which made him suspicious of Jinani's purpose. Professor Wang, how I know you isn't important. What matters is that I want to invite you to join my team. We need you. Young girl, I can see you're not a bad person. No matter what your purpose is or where you know me from, I want to tell you that I won't do anything for anyone. Wang Hongliang's face lost its previous kindness, and he looked at Jinani seriously. In her past life, Jinani heard from Su Hian that when the apocalypse first broke out, Wang Hongliang's research team was betrayed. The first batch of weapons they developed was not successfully handed over to the military, but was sold to another group by the traitor. The weapons were not delivered properly, and he and his team were branded as traitors and enemies of the country. Everyone scattered and fled. Su Hian didn't know how Wang Hongliang came to H City. Since then, although Su Hian convinced Wang Hongliang to join their team, Wang Hongliang never made weapons again. Professor Wang, I won't force you to do anything for me. Everything depends on your willingness. I believe I am not a good person, and my desire to help you is driven by a purpose. However, I will not force you to do anything against your will. When Jinani spoke, Wang Hongliang kept looking into her eyes to see if she was sincere. Once he confirmed her honesty, his tense mood eased a little. The young boy you saved might be the son of the person we just rescued. I can also treat you. You can come back with me first. Once you are better, we can discuss everything. Wang Hongliang hesitated after hearing Jinani. If he owed someone a favor, he wouldn't be able to refuse her so easily now. Seeing his hesitation, Jinani said directly, Don't worry. I won't use this as leverage to threaten you. I've told you everything based on your wishes, and I won't change that. You are someone who has made great contributions to the country, and we respect you. Wang Hongliang was still hesitant. He had spent most of his life studying and had finally achieved some success, allowing his family to enjoy life. But then the end times came unexpectedly. He wanted to serve the country, but was betrayed by his own people. His family's whereabouts are unknown. The only reason he's still alive is because he hopes to see his family again someday. Jinani didn't speak again. She was waiting and taking a gamble. All right, I'll go back with you. Wang Hongliang finally agreed. Just as he spoke, Sun Letian came over carrying a backpack and placed it in front of Jinani. Big sister, this is the food I've saved up recently, and 2 pieces of candy. I'm giving them to you. Grandpa Wang, and I will stay at your place. We can't keep freeloading anymore. Don't worry, I'll go out to work every day. I'm very capable.
Good.
Do you have anything else? I can help you carry it all, Jinani replied. She agreed first, and everything else could be discussed after they returned. If Sun Letian really is Sun Bin's son, Su Hian would arrange other matters. Originally, Jinani only wanted to bring Wang Hongliang back. If he was Sun Bin's son, Sun Bin would find him sooner or later. But this little boy's behavior touched her most tender feelings. He's only 12, but more grateful and kind-hearted than anyone she has met in her 2 lives. Actually, he could have left Wang Hongliang after he was saved. In the end-of-the-world situation, such chance encounters are very common, even among family members. He was afraid that if he offered his own supplies, she might take advantage of him. Many adults can't do what this child did. He was polite and knew his boundaries. Nani thought that if the end of the world could end, children like this would be the hope for the future. So, in the end, she decided to show kindness. Big sister, we have nothing else, son Letian said shyly, lowering his head. He and Grandpa Wang had been sleeping outside curled up together. Before, Grandpa Wang had a blanket, and they relied on that and help from the base to survive the cold weather. But the group of children took their blanket and damaged it. It was his fault for not protecting it. Nani sensed Sun Lishan's sadness and thought about the bullies from earlier. She wanted to comfort him. It's okay if you have nothing now. Things will get better. She helped Wang Hongliang up. Sun Letian carried a backpack behind him and a small bag in front, walking behind Nani. As they moved farther from the slum, Sun Letian felt scared. What if he didn't do well and this sister sent him back? No, he had to do his best. He decided to work harder, so he wouldn't have to go back. Sunbin wanted to check the slum for news and saw Nani helping someone and walking this way. He hurried over. Nan-e, let me help you, Sunbin said. He was unsure how to address Nani and Su Hian, so he decided to call them by different titles. Nani and Su Hian called him Big Brother Sun, so he called her Nan-e and called Su Hian the Big Boss. Nani saw it was Sunbin and simply said, okay, then let him help her. She moved slightly, and Sunbin immediately saw Sun Letian behind her. Since Sun Letian was looking down, Sunbin was momentarily surprised. Then he asked Nani, Nan-e, who is this little boy? Oh, this is the child rescued by Uncle Wang. His name is Sun Letian. I brought them to the place I stay. You're called Sun Letian? Sun Letian kept his head down, hearing what seemed to be his father's voice, but he didn't dare look up to confirm. Nani called out again, and only then did Sun Letian realize it was indeed his father's voice. Nani then took Wang Hongliang from Sunbin's hands. Sunbin looked at Nani with gratitude, immediately kneeling down and supporting Sun Lishan's shoulders. Xiaolu, it's really you. Dad has missed you so much. Seeing his son, Sunbin quickly hugged him, crying uncontrollably. At first, Sun Letian didn't react. He thought he was dreaming. Today's dream was so wonderful. First, a beautiful sister was willing to treat Grandpa Wang's injuries and even let him stay with Grandpa Wang. Now, it seemed like his father was holding him. Is this a dream? Sun Letian pinched himself hard. It hurt, but he still couldn't quite believe it. Sunbin looked at his thinly dressed son and immediately took off his coat, wrapping Sun Letian in it. He held him tightly, worried he might be cold. The warmth from his father's body made Sun Letian believe that everything in front of him was real. Dad was really holding him. Dad was really alive. Carefully, Sun Letian asked, Dad, is that really you? Yes, Dad. It's really me, Sunbin said, holding Sun Letian tightly, his voice trembling. Nani saw people around, looking over here repeatedly. Not wanting to be the center of attention, he spoke, Brother Sun, let's go back first. We can talk more when we get there. Sunbin finally calmed down a little. Seeing the people watching, he quickly nodded and reached out to help Wang Hongliang. Nani waved his hand. Just hold Xiaoluel. I'll help Uncle Wang. Thank you, Nani. Wang Hongliang watched Sunbin refuse to let go of Sun Letian, smiling happily. That's great, really great. In the base director's office. Knock, knock. Su Hian pushed the door open. Zhang Yong was sitting at his desk, looking at something unknown with a frown, appearing unhappy. Uncle Zhang. Zhang Yong looked up and saw Su Hian. He immediately smiled, squinting his eyes. Hian, you're here. He stood up to greet him, holding Su Hian's hand and not letting go for a long time. Su Hian spoke, and Zhang Yong hesitated before releasing his hand, studying Su Hian carefully, as if he had something difficult to say. He asked seriously. Hien, can I trust you? Uncle Zhang, if you are willing to trust me, I won't let you down. I swear by my soldier's faith. Zhang Yong's words made him hold Su Hian's hand again. Good, good. I trust you. Just because you're a soldier trained by Lao He, that alone makes me trust you unconditionally. Zhang Yong pulled Su Hian to sit down, poured him a cup of tea, and sat beside him. When the world fell into chaos, I and a few other division commanders were given a temporary mission. We were supposed to lead the troops to suppress zombies in different areas. However, we didn't understand the zombies' habits at all, so we made many mistakes and lost many people. Actually, someone had sent a secret message to the central government before, but the person responsible for this kept it hidden. They thought it wouldn't cause such serious consequences, so they just reported it briefly and sent out a notice. When our actions kept being blocked, everyone started paying attention to what was in that message. Although we missed many opportunities, we still tried to catch up. But clearly, falling behind caused huge losses, and our efforts to clear zombies were limited. So, we were divided into small teams. Some were responsible for bringing supplies and setting up safe bases in different places to stabilize the people and reduce casualties. Others continued to work on clearing zombies. Zhang Yong paused, looked at Su Hian, and asked the question he wanted most. Lao He is in charge of building the safety base in S City. I am responsible for H City. At first, everything was still under control, but a few strange weather changes caused all sorts of problems, making things harder to manage. It's not just about supplies. Some hidden enemies within our team also started to become active. We found a group that seemed to be researching something. But because of signal disruptions, we couldn't contact them in time. Everyone discovered strange internal situations at their bases. Starting with losing some supplies, the base also gradually loses a few people over time. More seriously, some secret personnel are replaced quietly, without anyone noticing. Those who have no records of going outside suddenly disappear from the base, which shows that the security measures are flawed. Although Li Zhe and others keep strict records, with abilities involved, if someone deliberately hides their true nature, no one can find out. Due to network damage, all previous data is unusable. It's impossible to identify a person clearly now. This also means I can't always get the full picture of what's happening at the base. I know some people in the core of the base want to control everything and even harm me, but they hide in the dark. I've tried to find them a few times, but they quickly move away, leaving no evidence. Without proof, I can't gain people's trust. Hearing this, Su Hian interrupted Zhang Yong. Director, it's time to change your thinking. Some issues need to be handled with authority, while others can be solved directly and then reported. For bad people, we should no longer use gentle policies, but take direct action and deal with them decisively. We must follow the previous order, which was only valid when society was stable. Now that everything has changed, the rules must change too. Besides, there are so many people in the base, and you are responsible for all of them. Su Hian's words sounded like a wake-up call, making Zhang Yong think deeply. Strong people need proper rules to guide their behavior in the base, and those without abilities should be balanced carefully. Zhang Yong always believed in clear rewards and punishments. He would base punishments on facts and evidence, making people accept them willingly. But he overlooked one thing: how to deal with different kinds of people. Su Hian's word him like a wake-up call, making his confusion clear in an instant. Zhang Yong stood up and walked to Su Hian. Hian, I've been unable to find a suitable person to be deputy director. I wonder if you... Uncle Zhang. Su Hian interrupted him. I can help you handle these matters, but I don't think I'm suitable for the deputy director position. Honestly, I won't stay at the base for long. I can help you find a suitable candidate, but in return, you need to answer a few questions. Haha, Zhang Yong laughed loudly and pointed at Su Hian. As expected, that's more like you. Go ahead, I'll tell you anything I know. I need to know which bases are set up by the government. Where are they located? Who are the managers in charge? Why do you need this information? Su Hian's questions made Zhang Yong curious. Su Hian shrugged. As you said, you found a team whose purpose I don't know, and I need to find them. Understood. Zhang Yong thought Su Hian was on a secret mission. Since the network was down and he couldn't get the needed information, he quickly cooperated. He turned behind a cabinet, opened a safe, took out a document, and handed it to Soo Hyun. This document contains information about the managers of each base. Currently, there are only 6 bases in the country, built with military help. The details I can give you are reports from the base leaders, but they need to be checked before confirming. Since Lao He arrived in S City to set up a base, he hasn't contacted us for a long time. The nearby base leaders sent people to check, but they haven't returned. It's possible that the S City base is no longer under control. Zhang Yong paused and looked at Soo Hyun. So, Lao He's situation is unknown. It's possible something has happened. Soo Hyun paused while flipping through the document. Who is the main person in charge of this operation? Are you suspecting someone? Zhang Yong hesitated, then thought it was unlikely. No, this operation was led by Commander Jiang. Jiang? Soo Hyun looked up at Zhang Yong when he heard that. Yes, Commander Jiang is one of the military leaders overseeing this operation. All the base managers are assigned by him. Commander Jiang. Soo Hyun quietly repeated the name, thinking about what Commander Jiang looked like. Any questions? Zhang Yong asked. Not for now. By the way, Uncle Zhang, was the previous deputy base leader someone you arranged? Soo Hyun thought about Guo Junsheng. Given Guo Junsheng's political background, it was impossible for him to be involved with the military. If he was assigned after the base was built, that could make sense since Guo Junsheng was capable. No, the previous deputy base commander was Guo Junsheng, arranged by Commander Jiang. All deputy base commanders are not military personnel. The goal was to balance the base commander and prevent one family from dominating if contact was lost. Soo Hyun had just finished reading the detailed information Zhang Yong provided and placed it on the table. Uncle Zhang, do you have any other information about the other deputy base commanders? Hyun, are you suspecting something about the deputy base commanders? But the people chosen for these roles are approved by the leaders. They are all from the political circle. Soo Hyun's questions made Zhang Yong feel uneasy. If there were problems with these, then perhaps other bases were already in chaos. Uncle Zhang, don't worry. I just want to confirm some things to learn more. Hearing this, Zhang Yong didn't fully relax but felt somewhat relieved. The appointment of deputy base commanders is decided by both the political and military authorities. Besides Commander Jiang, the other base leaders don't know the details. They only know these people are here to help manage the bases. Uncle Zhang, do you think Guo Junsheng had any unusual behavior before? Yes. In the early stages of the base's construction, there was nothing strange and he was very capable, helping me a lot. But after the base was built and entered a stable phase, he secretly replaced some key staff and had a very close relationship with 2 zombie squad leaders. At the time, I thought he wanted to sideline me, so I wanted to talk to him. But I was injured, and when I recovered, he mysteriously died. I replaced some of the key staff at the base, and I am still investigating the others, Zhang Yong told Soo Hyun. The matter with Guo Junsheng was my doing. Zhang Yong looked at Soo Hyun in disbelief. He didn't doubt him but waited for an explanation. Uncle Zhang, if you want to know the details, you need to come back to my house with me. Why is that? Your body needs treatment.
Haha, I see now.
Hyun, don't worry. Uncle's health is fine. It's just some old problems from before. The healing abilities at the base helped me recover. Rest assured. The visible injuries are healed, but the internal damage is still worsening. Hyun, don't worry about that. The healing abilities at our base are run by a good friend of mine. We grew up together, and he is very reliable.
You can trust me on this.
Maybe we should see the situation first. Since we've finished talking about today's matters, why not come to my place tonight? Just as Zhang Yong was about to refuse, thinking that no one has extra food to host guests and that Hyun is not very thrifty, he was about to give a warning when he heard Hyun say, I have some wine. Let's have a drink. When Zhang Yong heard wine, his eyes lit up. He doesn't have many hobbies, but he enjoys a small drink when he has free time. The bottle he brought was already finished. Although some people go out to find supplies and bring back alcohol, it's very popular, and he can't use his status to get it easily, so he hasn't had any for a while. Really, you have wine? Yes, I promise I'm not lying. Zhang Yong thought for a moment. All right, I'll go, but I'll only have one drink. I'll eat at my own house afterward. Okay. He agreed verbally, but didn't really listen to Zhang Yong's words. Zhang Yong packed everything away. Hian stood up. Uncle Zhang, bring your family along. Hian thought about the last time he saw the girl, and the word, aunt, was hard to say, so he changed it to family members. Zhang Yong was about to refuse, but seeing Hian's expression, he changed his mind and agreed. Hian, go back first. I'll call my family, and we'll go together. Okay. I'll wait for you at home. Hian finished speaking and left. As Hian stepped out of the base's main office, he felt someone was following him. Pretending not to notice, he wandered around the base for a while. He listened to the grumbling behind him and smiled slightly, then continued walking forward. Anyway, he had already explained to the space and between them that tonight the base leader would come to my house. He told Jinan to prepare a good bottle of wine. Not worried about wasting time, he took his tail and wandered around several times. When Su Hian arrived home, Zhang Yong and his wife hadn't come yet. Who's that behind you, a man or a woman? Seeing Jinan's curious eyes, Su Hian smiled and shook his head. It's a man. I don't know who he is. I wanted to let him show himself, but he's quite patient and hasn't come out on his own. So I played along with him. There's nothing urgent. Then I want to play with him too. Sure. Uncle Zhang told me some things tonight. I'll tell you later. There will be fun. Okay. Jinan nodded excitedly, happy. Jinan pulled Su Hian toward the dining room. Look, I prepared dinner. Isn't it pretty good? Yes, it really is. Jinan originally wanted to take some dishes from the space, but after thinking, she decided it might be too obvious. She remembered the fish from before, many of which hadn't been eaten. The fish in the reservoir were big enough. One was enough for 4 people. The meal included braised fish, bamboo shoots stir-fried with cured meat, spicy and sour potato strips, and cold black fungus. It was a pretty rich meal. Oh, Sunbin found a son. I helped him find him. I also brought someone back. I'll introduce him to you after dinner. Good. Su Hian took the chance to kiss Jinan on the face. Hian, I'm here, Jinan said as she pushed Su Hian into her arms. Just as Su Hian held Jinan, he heard a shout outside. Jinan pushed him away and went to open the door to greet. Uncle Zhang, hello. Hearing Jinan's greeting, Zhang Yong laughed happily. Seeing the person behind Zhang Yong, Jinan gently tugged on Su Hian's sleeve and whispered, Uncle Zhang's wife looks so young. How should I call her? Ha, call her sister. She'll like that more. Jinan immediately looked up at Su Hian with a few words written on her face. How did he hear that? Next to Zhang Yong, Xiaoning hit him lightly. Don't talk nonsense. Hello, my name is Xiaoning. I'm Zhang Yong's wife. Just call me by my name. Xiaoning stepped forward to greet Jinan. Hello, I'm Jinan. Jinani thought Xiaoning's baby face looked very cute when she smiled. She really wanted to reach out and touch her, but she tried hard to control herself. Uncle Zhang, come sit here. Jinani called someone over. Zhang Yong walked to the table. When he saw the dishes, his face immediately changed. He turned to leave with Xiaoning. Huan, I told you, just keep it simple. Look at these dishes. I can still eat here, and I don't drink alcohol, he said. Su Hian reached out to stop him, forcefully sat Zhang Yong down, and Jinani also helped Xiaoning sit. Uncle Zhang, sit down. We're just having a simple meal. Don't worry, I have space powers, so we won't run out of food, Jinani said kindly. Xiaoning felt a bit shy. She kept watching Zhang Yong's reaction. Although he sat down, she was ready to get up at any moment. Su Hian held Zhang Yong down, and Jinani served everyone food. Actually, Xiaoning's space also had many personal supplies. But Zhang Yong sometimes helped elderly people or children without powers. So, their lives were always quite frugal. But Su Hian and Jinani's warmth made Zhang Yong stay. Xiaoning was clearly happy, but still a bit nervous. Jia Xiaoning, try this. I made it. Last time we went to the reservoir to fish, I found bamboo shoots on the mountain. Later, Huan dried them into bamboo shoot snacks. They are very tasty. And this fish, I cooked it in a special way. It's our family's secret recipe. Thank you, Nani, Xiaoning said. Su Hian also invited Zhang Yong to eat. As everyone got to know each other better, the initial awkwardness disappeared. especially Cha-Cha, who surprisingly said she liked Xia Ning in the space. Jinani didn't expect that. When the meal was almost over, Su Hian took out the wine he had prepared. Zhang Yong immediately stood up. Huan, you're quite something. You even have this wine. Su Hian smiled. I knew you'd like it. Zhang Yong took the wine. This is also the kind old he likes. I won't hold back tonight. It's been a long time since I tasted such rich, fragrant wine. He twisted open the bottle and was about to pour himself a glass. Su Hian stepped forward and took the bottle of wine. You can drink, but first you need to see a doctor. Let Nand Yi check you. If there's no problem, you can drink as much as you want night. Getting drunk and relaxing is not an issue. Zhang Yong still wanted to refuse, but Xia Ning spoke first. Old Zhang, just let Nand Yi check you. That way, I can feel more at ease. Even though Xia Ning was well protected by Zhang Yong, she was over 40 years old. Every time Bai Ling came to their house, Xia Ning could clearly feel his hostility. Yet, he always acted very close and friendly with her, so she didn't want to cause trouble for Zhang Yong. Today, when Nan Yi said she wanted to check Zhang Yong's health, her first instinct was that it was necessary. Unable to refuse everyone, Zhang Yong sat down obediently. Under Xia Ning's watchful eyes, he stretched out his hand for Nan Yi to examine. Recently, Nan Yi had learned a lot because of her space ability. Combined with her healing powers, her medical skills had become quite good. When she actually examined Zhang Yong's body, Nan Yi was surprised. The situation was much worse than she had expected. The healing ability of the base's healer had secretly injected toxins into Zhang Yong's body. Seeing Nan Yi's serious expression, Xia Ning also became emotional and waited for her to speak. Before Zhang Yong arrived, Nan Yi had asked Su Hian whether she should tell the full truth about Zhang Yong's condition or keep some details hidden. Su Hian said she should be honest, so Nan Yi didn't hide anything and spoke directly. Uncle Zhang, your health is very serious. Besides the injuries from your military days, which left lingering effects, the injuries from the end of the world haven't fully healed. You must have been injured more than once, and the damage has been accumulating and worsening. Nand Yi paused and spoke seriously. And someone has been secretly poisoning you. That person is likely a healer with special abilities. It's Bai Ling, it must be Bai Ling, Xia Ning said directly. Zhang Yong's face also looked very serious. Although the base had other healers with special abilities, his body had always been looked after by Bai Ling. Bai Lao had entrusted Bai Ling to him, and they had grown up together. He trusted Bai Ling very much. Xia Ning held Nan Yi's hand nervously and asked, Nand Yi, can old Zhang's health still be saved? Yes, that's no problem. Rest assured, Sister Xia Ning. Jinani actually liked Xia Ning very much when they first met. He thought she looked like someone who needed care, but also spoke kindly without being annoying. She was easy to get along with, so he gently comforted her emotions. Although Jinani said this, Xia Ning still looked at Zhang Yong with teary eyes, full of concern. When Xia Ning married Zhang Yong, she was only 20 years old, still very young. Her family was quite well off, and she had been spoiled since childhood. One time, after finishing a mission, Zhang Yong was on leave and happened to see Xia Ning crying on the roadside because of menstrual pain. He initially thought she was in danger and wanted to ask her about it. But when he saw her red, crying eyes, he fell in love at first sight. Zhang Yong chased Xia Ning for a whole year. He used all his leave days during that year, even before getting his parents' approval. Sadly, Xia Ning's parents had an accident and passed away in a car crash. Her relatives wanted to share her inheritance. Zhang Yong was originally looking for Xia Ning when he saw her surrounded by relatives. He protected her and drove them away. Xia Ning, who had not shed a single tear from her parents' accident to the funeral, finally broke down crying in Zhang Yong's arms and fell asleep exhausted. When Xia Ning woke up, Zhang Yong had taken on all responsibilities. As her boyfriend and the only son of the Zhang family, he intimidated others and handled everything. He didn't let anyone take even a penny of what belonged to Xia Ning. Zhang family's parents loved Xia Ning very much. When they learned about this, they rushed back from abroad to support her. The relatives who wanted to cause trouble saw that Xiaoning was now backed by the Zhang family and didn't dare to cause trouble anymore. Xiaoning thought Zhang Yong would ask her to marry him because of this, but he only arranged her life and stayed by her side as her boyfriend. Although he couldn't always be there immediately, Zhang family's parents would arrive quickly when she needed help. They didn't force her to marry their son right away. It wasn't until 3 years after Xiaoning's parents passed away that Zhang Yong proposed to her. At the proposal scene, Xiaoning was crying happily and nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking rice. After getting married, Xiaoning was even more pampered by her parents-in-law and Zhang Yong. The only hard time was when she gave birth. After giving birth, Zhang Yong used the excuse that he already had twins to get a tubal ligation, ending Xiaoning's hope of having a little girl. Zhang Yong held Xiaoning and comforted her, saying, "It's okay. Look at Nan Yi. She can cure me. I won't die so soon. I won't leave you alone. Stop talking nonsense and cooperate with Nan Yi for the treatment." Jinani used her special abilities to first unblock Zhang Yong's meridians. She then asked Su Hian to bring a glass of spiritual spring water from the kitchen. After Zhang Yong drank it, she began treating him. 20 minutes later, Zhang Yong coughed up black blood, and Su Hian handed him another glass of spiritual spring water. Jinani took out a camellia flower and asked Zhang Yong to chew it and swallow. Zhang Yong clearly felt much lighter and looked at Jinani with admiration. He had thought the treatment would take a long time to see improvement. "Uncle Zhang, you can't drink alcohol today. Not for at least 3 days. When you leave later, I'll ask Hian to bring you some medicine. Just take it for 3 days. Nan Yi, you're amazing." Xiaoning finally started to smile. Jinani turned around and took Xiaoning's arm. "Sister Xiaoning, I'll check you too, okay?" Xiaoning nodded, trusting Jinani completely. She cooperated obediently with whatever she said.